DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning, all
I would fight for the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
to arrive. It was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate. Cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for more.
this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Will they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane? All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モール始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう 身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it
country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but
You know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour
I
bus.
saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side?
欢迎来到观赛指南，又是你们的阿南。过去的一周，仿佛冥冥之中有位老祖发功。在本周二的3场比赛均以2-1结束后，当天比赛的6支战队中有5支同时达到了6胜的战绩，咱就是说未来可期。既然提到了7，本周5的第1场比赛，刚刚拿下复出后的第7个 MVP 的乌兹将带领 EDG 冲击他们本赛季的第7场胜利，或者第7场失败。尽管对手排名不佳，但人家 LGD 也有话说得好吗？要不是你们输了不该输的，现在垫底的是谁还真不一定。而且那次比赛还出现了罕见的
物资的卡上，我感觉不稳啊！
以及猪狗同框
分身啊，交闪
已经开启模式的 LGD 一定期待着能多拉几个对手泡澡。收破物。最近同样满头大汗的，还有在6胜集团中领跑的 WBG， 他们近来的表现可以说有些季节性胃痉挛，毕竟厄尔尼诺了嘛。
这个夏天咋这么长呢？像过了一辈子似的。
他们将在这个周末先后面对 UP 与 AL。虽然 WBG 纸面实力优势很大，可一看战绩仅有2胜之差。是，零封 GDG 的话可以之后再说。亲爱的朋友，请不要再输了。OMG 将在这个周末迎来背靠背的考验。周5，他们将与 TES 又一次相遇，排名不再是6、7的两队，能否迎来不同的结局？面对最近状态火热的小天，在量标测验法曝光之后，阿 K 又会不会掏出新的秘籍？而到了周6，他们又要对阵 TT， 不知届时他们能否成为下一个神罚执行者？周6的第1场比赛将是 BLG 对阵 NIP。对于目标季后赛复活甲的 BLG 而言，这场比赛可谓志在必得。而作为周末 BLG 对手的 NIP， 其实在这个赛季已经取得了不小进步。如今他们阵中不仅有肖 P， 甚至还有肖 A 乃至肖 Z。若是能再等来个药老，也许他们在不久的将来可以打出比去年更好的成绩。霸榜的 JDG 将在周日晚压轴登场，不要因为排名悬殊就小看这场他们与 IG 的对决。且不说谁还不是个 MSI 冠军中单，遥想春季赛就是369帮 YSKM 用2个月体验了有的人4年的职业生涯。总之，常规赛进入尾声，季后赛名额与顺位的争夺依旧扑朔迷离，请持续关注观赛指南，我是你们忠实的老朋友。
切，谁问你了？Welcome one and all to the LPL. We are coming into day 5 of week 6 here. It's our second to last week, a penultimate week, if you will, here in the LPL. I am Just Oshida. I am joined by a man whose love for his country is only rivaled for his love of Ari. That is Nightmare. Right over to my right. And I was thinking, I have to keep these intros fresh. I have to make sure I know where I'm coming in with these ones. Otherwise, it's just going to get stale. But we're going to be bringing you the first series of the day today, which is going to be a low-key, kind of very important one here, as we're going to have EDG versus LGD. But it's going to have a lot more implications for one team than the other.
It does, because if EDG were to win in our first series of the day, LGD are mathematically eliminated from playoffs. Now, they were pretty unlikely to make playoffs anyway due to the remaining amount of series and the amount that they're behind the current playoffs bracket, but still, mathematically eliminated it hits a little bit different. We're going through, of course, what happened yesterday. First series of the day, anyone's legend. I think there has to be a lot more credit given to this team than their scoreline suggests as well, much in the way that we will do for LGD as well. I think they have some of their strong points. I love what Xiaohao is doing for this team, and the Diana was a very interesting pick. He had some great games, but LNG are a cut above right now, and they are continually proving why they're a top team.
Yeah, I mean, this was just LNG kind of having a little bit of a better time. And then obviously the other one, honestly, it was kind of a comedy of errors from RA. RA just never got their foot in the door, and it just really never came together for them. They struggled very, very much so going up against WE. So there's so many little things that you kind of see that, between these like slightly, lower down on the table teams that just kind of, they add up. The reason why we always say there's never an easy matchup in the LPL is because if you make a mistake, you're going to get crucified for it.
Absolutely. And I do love that we are seeing a bit of these different AD carry picks coming out as well. We're seeing the Kai'Sa, seeing the Vayne coming out from Assume in this game as well. And I think because of the way that the meta shifted, a lot of our top side picks are feeling like they're first picked now, whereas as opposed to kind of the first pick AD carries and supports that we're seeing in spring, which allows some of these other picks to start coming through. It's less about that Ophelos. We're seeing bits of the Varus coming through. And yes, there are some of those games coming through as well. But last series of the day, TT, IG, again, you can see those pools being flexed again across the entire LPL.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was a big win for TT. We saw how enthusiastic UCal was after it puts them up to 4-9. Not a million miles away from playoffs. Of course, they'll be keeping an eye on a couple of different results, but definitely a good step in the right direction. And for IG, puts them right down in second last. They are very similar to LGD in the sense that they are not far off of being mathematically confirmed out of playoffs.
How do you start to encapsulate both of these teams here, right? Because TT in spring made playoffs, awesome. UCal had a great run in the regular season. It felt like he was very important to the team, but couldn't quite replicate that in summer. And IG, they just came off of a 2-0 from LNG not too long ago, but they've not been able to replicate that level of performance. And now both those teams stuck in a very difficult position.
Yeah, very, very difficult position for them. We can have a look at how the standings do end up kind of folding out and where everyone's kind of sitting, because we're starting to get some locks and loaded coming in here. Of course, you've got our top 4 locked and loaded. Funny enough, BLG locked for that top 6 as well, so they are already guaranteed at least one bye throughout the next round of playoffs. And then after that, it's honestly, apart from maybe OMG, it's a bit of a medley, honestly. You look at the amount of teams that are on 6 wins, and yes, they're all still technically in playoffs, but the standings or where you're going to be starting are going to be very, very different but from the time we actually get to the end of Week 7.
Hysterics and I had a bit of a chat at this at the start of the day yesterday, and I don't think my opinion has changed in regards to what we were saying there. The top 10 teams we have right now, mathematically they're not locked, but it feels like it feels like they're the right top 10. You look at the teams which are stuck at 4 wins right now, and despite them having some strong performances, the schedule that a lot of these 4-8, 4-9 teams have going into this week and then the last one is very, very difficult. And you can see, got teams like Ultra Prime that still have to face off against teams like Weibo. And yes, Weibo have had some of their own inconsistencies, but no team has an easy schedule to end it out in terms of the teams chasing the playoff bracket.
No, absolutely none. Of course, EDG, we're going to have them first off today. Last match today is massive. Not only could it be one for OMG to kind of solidify themselves as a, kind of playoff team, it would lock them in the playoffs, but it would also leapfrog them right up into third place. So that's a huge, huge matchup coming up for them. And again, kind of solidifying themselves as a mainstay here in our top 4, top 3 conversation for championships and worlds.
Which is absolutely insane, given how OMG they hadn't won a series in playoffs in something like 5 years. It was a very long time where OMG had got to this point. Then spring, they really kicked on the afterburner, and they did it versus top esports in regular season and in playoffs. So last series of the day, there's an awful lot of weight on that. 2 very exciting teams, but it doesn't mean that we are bereft of excitement throughout the rest of the day. I actually really have a lot of things to focus on for LGD in our first series of the day, because despite the fact that they are one of our bottom teams, they're not in the playoffs bracket, they are in threat of being locked out of playoffs, they are a team which have consistently, particularly in game 1, have always had a really good start to every series. They prepare very well for each opponent.
And that's the big thing, I think, is that LGD have had glimmers of hope, moments of brilliance, where we kind of go, my God, like this team is going toe-to-toe with some of our playoff, guys, and then all of a sudden Game 2 comes in, and it's almost like it's a completely different team of 5 players. It almost feels like Game 1, LGD have downloaded their opponent, they've come in with a plan, and then one thing gets changed in that plan, they have no idea how to play the game.
They can't double tap.
Yeah, I mean,
they do
that's
one
it.
thing, but they can't double tap.
They just can't double tap. They cannot get that second, kind of victory in a row. And yes, they have obviously picked up 2 wins so far this split, but I mean, look, in the grand scheme of things, 2 wins just doesn't. It's just not going to cut it. The big thing for me though is that they were able to 2-0 WE in their last series, so very, very solid in that one. I will say that WE have had a pretty intense run of form of recent days because they were part of the Road to Asia Games Team China lineup, so they've had to kind of condense an even more condensed schedule for themselves, which is, happens. And sometimes I will be totally honest, prep for certain teams does not always be created equal, and maybe LGD was one they kind of left to the side. But then, LGD, that's a confidence boost. And today, again, as much as we love to say this all the time, it is do or die. It is quite literally win and you still got a chance. Lose and unfortunately you are looking towards 2024.
LGD, I've kind of been jokingly referring to them as the anti-OMG because OMG do the opposite and they will lose pretty much every game 1. I think if the LPL was best of 1s, OMG would be something like, they were like 3-6 or something in their first 9, which was pretty insane. Whereas LGD, they took games with BLG and JDG. So then you look at, teams like EDG on the other side who are currently sat at 6-6 in series score. They've had a very difficult summer, especially compared to spring where, up until pretty much the final bell of regular season, EDG were a top team. They were considered even favorites in some cases. Yes, of course, JDG were really strong in spring as well, but EDG were in the conversation. They've really struggled to find that level of form. Having series like this, though, against potentially weaker opponents, it can help settle those nerves. And as long as they are in playoffs, they can still keep fighting and they can still keep developing. That is the goal for them right now.
Yeah, and this week for EDG is a big kind of momentum builder for EDG before going into week 7. They play LGD and FBX, both teams within our bottom 4 teams of the entire league. And you gotta be honest with yourself, coming into week 7, you got OMG and Weibo. So these are 2 big playoff performances. I'm gonna be totally honest, the Weibo series could be huge because you might actually be playing them almost immediately into the playoffs. So that's a massive, massive amount of pressure to be putting on a team like that. So really curious to see how EDG come in here. And again, obviously people are coming on to, talk about Uzi. Uzi's been great. I'll be totally honest. Uzi's played like Uzi plays. And I don't think that Uzi, really was going to be the be-all and end-all of this team either. I think the biggest issues with the teams were coming from the top side of the map. We're coming from that mid-jungle synergy that was so prevalent and impressive in spring. We just really haven't seen it from Fofo and JJ in summer.
Completely agree, because I think in spring, if you were to point up one player for the team and just say, who's doing the heavy lifting, it was JJ. JJ was doing awesome work in spring. There was a bit of back and forth about whether it was him or Tarzan who was the best jungler in spring, but especially when LNG bombed out of playoffs, it really was JJ up until we started to see kind of BLG and JDG find their own form as well later into playoffs, or particularly BLG. JDG, again, really strong team throughout the entirety of spring, but, EDG, it has always been the point. One player does not make or break this team. They had to really work on their meta understanding, on their drafting, on their macro, because in spring it felt like their understanding of the macro, particularly from mid-game onwards, was really, really solid. Sometimes the early game could be exploited a little, but as soon as they hit, second dragon, going in towards heralds and stuff like that, it felt like EDG just turned on the afterburners. And now that they do have a player like Uzi, if they can refine that level of understanding of the meta, there are very few players which can kind of sit in the pocket in a team fight and confidently play out late games as proficiently as this player. And yes, you're absolutely right. He has been starting to show real signs of that previous greatness he's seen. He hasn't come in with a bit of a stumble like some of the BLG series which he had, and that team was a bit of a mess on the whole. That the previous years, the super team of BLG, he has been doing some good work for EDG.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard to really know where EDG can lie. It does feel like we are, a lot of the times, feeling very negative about this team, and for good reason. It does feel like it is that setup of like, you know, so many big names. Like Fofo has consistently been a name that we have put into the top 4, top 3 of our LPL mid laners. And again, in a league that has the likes of Xiaohu, Scout, the Shy, or sorry, not the Shy, excuse me, Knight is
The
what I
best
wanted
mid
to say
laner,
there,
yep.
but the best mid laner, because Lord knows he's not showing up in top. But
Oh, God.
oh, the hateration
Wow.
never ends, my friend. The hateration never ends. But I mean, it's absolutely right. And of course, you know, this is an EDG roster that is still with the likes of Mako, and I think that's something that we kind of haven't really been seeing, is that Mako, for all intents and purposes, in my opinion anyway, really hasn't had that kind of standout split that we have been seeing from him for, honestly, consistently for the last 4 or 5 years. It really feels like this is kind of an off split here for Mako, where he's not really had any kind of impact at all.
That's definitely worth noting. Still think Mako has been doing his job more than enough. It's just finding that extra inspiration to, again, give EDG that extra edge over the competition. We're into draft now, and we see there are Ivern bans, there are Zir bans. The meta has very much shifted away from early summer. We're not seeing nearly as many jungle bans of the aggressive jungles. Yes, the Vi comes through, but you can see where the priorities are starting to change.
See what they want to go for and where they want to try and bring this draft. Of course, the Ivern kind of been seeing fringe. It was almost permaban right on the day 1 of 12-13. Or sorry, 13-12. Getting my numbers mixed up. It's still far too early in the morning. But again, you know, kind of recognizing that Meteor has been one of the better players on LGD. I feel like Meteor and Haichao have had some very good synergy with each other to try and build up this roster for LGD. And again, look, when you're at the bottom of the table, you'll try anything. You have to try something, because the only way is up.
What's going to happen with the AD carry champion pool. You see that Tristana is often put in towards the mid lane. There is the chance that it gets flexed towards bot side as well. Fairly versatile pick at this point. But one of the things that we have been seeing about the meta is when stuff like Milio is banned, bot lane takes a bit of a backseat in the draft. We're often seeing AD carry and support picked up in picks 4 and 5 rather than very early into the draft. And that means that normally you got a couple of extra bans thrown towards it. Now, Milio is of course open in this draft. If you're going to play a long-range scaling kind of bot lane, that could be locked in early because that Milio is open.
See where they want to try and move this draft right now. The Jace is open, so we could see a Maokai being locked in here for the side of EDG with Jace as the next pick as well. So that would be my estimation here for EDG. LGD, however, have got the Tristana, which can be flexed over. And of course, for LGD, Envy is out, LPC is in. So we are seeing where this team can kind of work with this draft. It's a little bit of an unknown factor. I like the fact that teams at the bottom of the table will just kind of throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, because what else are you going to try and do, to be perfectly honest? There's no real, you know, kind of option to kind of say with it. And if you want to change AD carries, maybe change up your draft a little bit, that's a good way to go. So see where they want to try and put this Tristana. For the moment, we will assume it's going into Haichao's hands while they look to see where they want to put this Tristana. Maybe we get ourselves something crazy in that top side. Nope, never mind. I should have known it's going to be the Cassante.
Exactly. And again, now we are starting to see really why we're seeing more varied AD carries, right? Because we're heading into the second round of bans, and now suddenly bot lane is starting to get a bit more thin on the ground. Ziggs is going to be removed. When you have the AD mid laner, you have to think about where your AP sources of damage is going to come from. You have a full AD topside if this Tristana goes in towards mid EDG, removing the Premier AP kind of marksman insert, I suppose. It's not quite the same. It's a bit of a replacement, but then you see someone like Gala play it and you think, okay, maybe they are really a AP carry on that bot side. On the other side, Uzi had an awesome Ashe game. That's going to be removed. And given that you have double frontline right now, it wouldn't be out of the question to maybe save the AD carry pick for last and maybe see if there's a Vayne angle.
Possibly a Vayne angle. We'll see how EDG want to work with it right now. Is you know, or either EDG or LGD, either or could really kind of go for it. But I would argue that EDG would definitely be the premier of Vayne carries coming into this one here. We do like to see them maybe go towards their support first, but no, they want to get that counter pick for support, so they're going with the Xayah. Might see the Rakan picked up here by LGD just to deny it, but cannot deny that when you have something like Sejuani, you would love something like a Nautilus or a Leona to kind of complement that setup there for yourself. So see what they want to go for. It looks like the Aphelios going to be locked and loaded here for LPC, and I don't think there's going to be anything else they're going to be kind of thinking about here.
Aphelios helps you kind of throw in that ultimate on top of the big engage for something like a Sejuani, something like a Alistar going in. It does mean you give up the Rakan, and now you're going to face against that Xayah Rakan. Of course, the Alistar very good at getting into the front line and buying space for your other front lines. When you have 3 tanks in the front, going right into the fight, it allows them to kind of share the burden. You're gonna have to do that quite amount though, because you're looking at 2 full AD teams facing. I don't think I've seen this before. These are 2 full AD teams against some heavy front lines. Renekton, Maokai, Gasante, Sajrani, Alistar are going to have an absolute field day. They just have to build Ninja Tabi and a little bit of armor on top of it. These fights could last a very long time.
JJ is going to be doing so much damage with his demonic embrace rush. So the Maokai does have a small bit of AP, but again, it's nothing LeBlanc or we'll say Syndra worthy of burst levels. So I mean, you're absolutely right. I think that it's kind of putting a lot of emphasis onto the likes of Ninja Tabis or kind of any kind of small little bit of armor. I will say though, on the side of the LGD, you have got the Sejuani where that, Merc Treads can be a little bit more forthcoming in a lot of senses, but there's, other than that, apart from the junglers, there's actually not a lot of huge engage potential from either of these sides. So both these teams kind of looking to scale up with their kind of pseudo double AD compositions.
I think very interested to see what happens around early snowballing, because you have a team with a strong level 6 mark from EDG. It's not like the level 6 is weak from LGD though. When you come around Herald, if you give that up to a Tristana, it often works out very poorly because they destroy towers very, very quickly. Can't really afford to give that one over. If this Herald snowball comes through towards that Tristana, maybe that flips the game into a snowball state.
I'll have to wait and see. Like we mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us, this is LGD's last chance to keep themselves in the playoffs. If they lose, they are mathematically eliminated. For EDG, they're part of the medley of 6 wins, Larry's all the way in the top 6, top 7 of our team. They want to try and separate themselves out, move themselves further up in that playoffs gauntlet. Have to wait and see how it all unfolds as the Gyos roar.
Crowd is very loud and on point today. Getting ourselves onto that rift though. So, again, we kind of pointed out that tanks are going to have a pretty good time in this game, because there's so much incentive to build all of that armor. And yes, you will have a little bit of magic damage coming out of that Maokai, but it's not going to bother the front line. It might help kill off the back line, because Tristana, Aphelios, they're not going to be tanking themselves, but besides that, it's going to be awkward. Uzi probably getting his flash blown here.
Most likely. Oop, flash in, flash out. It's as simple as. But they're going to jump back in on top of him, flash over the wall. 1 or 2 more auto attacks. Uzi is confirmed dead. And for LGD, this is exactly what you need to be doing. Throw in a spanner in the works. Make sure you're getting the team that is favored off kilter.
That was very greedy from Uzi. You just have to flash there, I feel. You're out of position. You're going to get pinned against that wall. You don't have a straight retreat line. Great trigger pull by Jinzhao and crew to get first blood on towards their team. Now, Uzi is going to be late towards lane. Very interesting what happens in mid lane, because Jace will get a free level 1 from this. It's not like there's going to be a bomb start from Tristana, which will trade harder. It was the W start, so it might be a trade of leads between mid and bot between the 2 teams.
We saw the little replay there on the bottom right. It actually was just a really good ward put down from Jin Zhao. Just said, look, I'm going to pop it down here. Should anyone kind of find themselves in the brush, we can make an opportunity happen. And it was literally that. It was a ward that went down early. Uzi thought he was safe in the brush unseen. And it's just a really unfortunate kind of timing there for the EDG bot laner. I will be honest, yes, it's unfortunate. It's not the worst thing in the world. It feels bad, but generally speaking, in the grand scheme of League of Legends, First Blood doesn't have that big of an emphasis. At least not back like what it did, like, season 9, season 10.
True, but then you're giving the XP advantage over to an Alistar, but that's being turned around a little bit with some damage. The main thing is that it's stopping the Zyra Khan being Zyra Khan in the early game. They're going to get pushed in. They won't have as much wave control. We're seeing junglers on the same side of the map. JJ, holding out that tri-brush. What's his thought process here? Does he flash in?
Here?
He's trying to go for a bit of an awkward giant flash.
Yes,
That's what he's going for. All right, no flash on either of these bot laners.
Knock up. Ooh, actually interesting interaction there with the head buff. LPC doesn't have flash and no way to escape this one here. They're getting a little bit kind of greedy for 2 kills. And yeah, eventually Uzi kind of says, nah, I'll try turn for this one. Never mind, that one goes over to the tree as well. But the sapling he dropped earlier is enough to slow him down. And JJ just kind of turning him around. Will not be able to get the flash down, but the quill is just enough. Mako picks up a kill. Poor Uzi gets nothing but 2 kills right back in this bot lane. But Meteor snuck himself in. They have no idea he's here.
Okay, but how long is it going to take Jinzhao and LPC to get back here? I don't know if he's going to be able to Do you think he might be able to stop recalls? How much is going to come out of this? There's no flash on Uzi.
Yeah, I think Uzi's probably dead here. There's plenty of damage here on the Sejuani, and they should be able to take him out. I will say, fair bit of damage on the return of that, but yeah, just really unfortunate there for Uzi. 2 times in a row, he just doesn't realize that the jungler, or even just someone who isn't in the bot lane, is lurking in the shadows.
This has been very strange early jungle pathing. I'm trying to think of words to go towards it. That's the word I've got to settle on. Strange. It has been effective. JJ had a really good read on where Meteor had vision, despite the fact that early lanes hadn't necessarily worked out. In Spring, this is the kind of game that would really mess with EDG, where the early game didn't quite go to plan because something weird ended up happening. But JJ, rolling with the punches that his team is taking, and as you said, bit of a strange interaction with the headbutt and the Grand Entrance coming in from the Rakan. Couldn't quite cancel that combo. No summoners on either end means that's absolutely lights out. Even if that combo doesn't land, you're likely losing at least one, but does kind of help secure the second one as Jin Zhao is forced to retreat right into that sapling, as you were saying.
Very curious way this game has started off. It is still dead even in terms of everyone's gold for the moment. We have got a spread of kills. One for the mid laner, though, of LGD feels a little bit better than the one for the jungler and the support of EDG. You can see that this is why we see the Jace being picked up a lot of the times into the Annie as well. You just kind of are able to kind of make sure she doesn't have that big pushing power. She has to be a bit more of a teamfight AD carry rather than just a straight-up lane pusher. And he's just easy enough for him to soak in all this pressure, make sure that the likes of the Sejuani and the Cassante don't have an easy time ganking him in that mid side.
Really interested to see what happens when it gets a little bit later into the game and side lanes become a potential option. EDG are not a team that particularly like going towards side lanes, nor are they a team which has really found a lot of value through them. It feels like they really are just sitting and waiting for 5-5s a lot of the time. That's a dangerous level 6 bringing up from top side.
Ooh, Decade very respectful there. Recognized if he gets hit by the stun, he's almost certainly going to be going down. So really, really well done there by him. But Ala kind of having a much better time of it. And this has got a bit of carry in the top side that I think for the longest time, we've always had question marks about Ala. He has had good moments, of course, back on LGD, or LNG, excuse me. He was, definitely a much stronger pick. As I stopped myself for a second, the all-out comes in. Decade does not get the knock back, really. He's taking a fair chunk of damage, but without a flash. What the hell, Ala? He tried to flash in, maybe get a Q off cooldown, but that is just Cassante things.
I think Ala messed up his W. He didn't get the empowered Ruthless Predator. He ends up just getting one auto shy of the Fury needed for that. That would have been the kill. Ala barely misplaying that situation. Just as we were saying, there have been a couple of questions about this top laner. He's had some great highs. He was, particularly in Spring, one of our very best carry top laners. Great Jax, great player of Cannon and Cannon counters even. He was one of the players who found some answers to the top lane meta. But Decade, he's a person which came in summer and has found some brief moments of success. It's been a little inconsistent from this player as well. But watch what happens here. He doesn't get the empowered W on that play, and he doesn't manage to get that damage to finish off the kill.
Very, very unfortunate. Very scrappy right now for EDG. You can feel that they obviously know there's a fair bit of pressure on them. Might see it engage in this mid lane. Knock-up just going to land onto the Alistair, who is forced to flash away, but immediately followed over by JJ, who is immediately taken in underneath the tower and killed. Jin Zhao will survive, and I mean, I'm talking about the pressure literally just exactly as I'm kind of saying it. We see the implementation of it because EDG didn't have to go for that big play. They could have just accepted they got the dragon, but they felt almost forced that they had to go for another fight, another bit of play to get something more out of it.
Yeah, in LGD, they go to the root of the issue and they kill JJ. I mean, what do you do with this Maokai at that point? You get
the root. It's Maokai.
I have to get like one laugh out of you, like one genuine laugh per cast. That's like half counts.
That one was definitely more like a well played. I see what you did
but
there.
Like, Ala's also in trouble now, but has himself Dominus at least. Gonna not be able to play around this Herald. But yeah, I mean, flash down from JJ. It's one of the problems with the Maokai is that you can get pulled out of position much like you can with the Vi. And with that fight lost on bot side, it means their resets are late for the Herald.
Yeah, they're very, very late. We are going to see Jin Zhao just kind of engaging on the Fofo. Jin Zhao has not got unstoppable yet, so he is still very, very squishy, and now with the Nature's Grass coming out, that's just a straight up steal of an objective. This was 5v4 for the most part, to be perfectly honest, because LGD were all there, but Uzi kind of came up and realized, oh, you guys got this? No problem, I'm going back bot.
And that's a big win for EDG given the state of the game. LGD, it almost felt like they were going to take that for free. EDG get back in time. Most of the time around Herald, you're expecting to lose Herald fights against a Renekton because when he puts down his Dominus, he's so powerful. LPC knows he's in danger. Spot Maker over the wall, and he'll be able to stop him from jumping on him at least. But that's a good Herald pickup from EDG. If they'd lost that, would have been potential of the Tristana Herald Snowball, as we talked about a little earlier and around that draft. So that's crisis averted for them.
Crisis averted for now. Does keep the gold relatively even. LGD a little bit ahead because of those kills. And now Meteor trying to see if he can make something work with access to that Glacial Prison. Has 2 kills, so fairly well accelerated to becoming a bit of a tanky monster. Is the
Sejuani.
Hey man, that's it. I miss those days. It's funny because I think everyone misses like, you know, diverse builds unless they were absolutely busted, like AP
Tristana.
AP Yi, Master Yi was the one I'm thinking of, where he literally like one-shot everyone, and it was not fun. It's like, oh, it's fun until it's not, and that's why I always find that, you know, you're kind of in an impossible position as the Riot devs to make diversity, but at the same time, if you try and make it diverse, it's just going to mean broken, aka Static Shiv.
The thing is that, like, there are some diverse builds which are good, right? I think a champion like Kale, I think, is quite a good example, where it feels like you have a similar identity between your various builds, even if the damage profile is a little different, as you see. Another fight on top
Varus
side.
is a good example.
Yeah, Varus. Well, Varus is both a good and a bad one. Top side doesn't care about AD carries right now. They're fighting themselves.
Yeah, fight. Nah, nothing else is going to happen. I realize after the all-out and the dominance was popped, neither of these top laners are going to be dying, so might as well just throw in my 2 cents of what I wanted to see happen. We will see an engage on this bot side. There's going to be the feathers going. Mako does get a nice knock-up. Re-engage off of that. And this is when the Xayah Rakan really starts to flourish in this laning phase. The past level 6, when you have access to the quickness and of course the Feather Storm, that's when this bot lane will start to become obnoxious for LGD to deal with. But speaking of obnoxious to deal with, Fofo just making sure that he's not getting caught out by any sneaky Sejuanis coming up behind him, and just going to be able to accept that this wave is going to be crashing into him. As, ooh, bit of a stutter step there. I feel like Mako maybe could have finished that one off for his AD carry. Not to be.
LPC just about to get around to the Infernum. Recall's not going to be stopped this time. Of course, Alistar has that ult now. And we have started to see a recurrence of the LPL Alistar. It's helping an awful lot. Ult is going to be thrown in mid, but Fofo cool as a cucumber.
Cool as a cucumber because he has JJ coming off the backside of this one here. Will be able to put down a fair bit of damage, and Meteor's going to be forced to flash away. JJ, with that Demonic Embrace, will start to tick down these tankier members. And already we're starting to see EDG just kind of calm the game down just a little bit. It was a little bit of chaos for the first few minutes, but for now, they're feeling much better about how things are going.
Good trade onto Hyde Shower. It's going to be a good amount of damage with even the non-accelerated Shock Blast onto the Tristana. But make out without flash, without ult. A little bit awkward now. Not really sure what more they can do around this mid lane. It'd be good for them to get control of this lane if at all possible. Tristana tends to just perma-push and take control of that laning phase. I think with the Herald going the way of EDG and the Jace also getting a fair amount of farm and gold without getting punished in this early game, EDG are feeling pretty okay around this mid-jungle where they've sometimes found some of those difficulties in summer. In spring, it felt like they had a better handle on it. Going to move that pressure now down towards this dragon, get themselves the second of the game.
Should be no real contest, no TPs on anyone in this game for the moment. They're all on cooldown. Dragon confirmed. Hex Rift is to be coming. We are coming into a much more even state now, but of course EDG having those dragon stackings means that they own the kind of tempo decisions, if you will. Interesting enough, actually, 2 plates just went over to Hala. I'm not quite sure how or why he had so much free time there in the top side, but good to see there that the Renekton's still having a decent time up against the K'Sante, even if he did get the solo kill against him. Getting those 2 plates pretty much nullifies that.
Definitely helps, and will potentially help EDG take down some of those towers into that mid game. 3 plates on mid, 3 plates on top remaining for LGD's outer turrets. That's a lot of standing gold to be taken even after the plates fall. And if EDG can start containing LGD to one kind of lane, I think that works out very well for them, where they can play around Mark Elts and Jace Shock Blasts. So taking down those kind of extra plates and side lanes will help them do that in the future.
Oh, good damage here from Decade. He looks to try and trade back just a little bit. Level 11's hit by both top laners means they are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with the amount of damage they can put out in their ultimate forms. And we wait, Nightmare.
We do.
We wait for more action. Potentially in 37 seconds.
Well, that is true. Second Herald, Tristana still on the Rift, and you've got Maokai ult to help with the siege coming in from Second Herald for EDG. If they were to get it themselves, that's probably an objective which both these teams will be angling towards. We just talked about EDG. Once they start taking down outer turrets, it feels like LGD start getting removed of a couple of options, because it feels like they're kind of constrained to the less lanes. The Shock Blast can reach more people because everyone stood in the same lane, and that kind of sucks for LGD. And LGD, despite them being a team where we've often praised them for having strong strategies coming into game ones, this one's been a little bit harder won from them. They're still fairly even in the game. They're walking up towards the Herald though, maybe they're looking for a contest. Cassante has teleport, will have to find himself an angle into this fight.
He's going to try and push in that wave though first. Right between the sticks is the accelerated Shock Blast as they try and confirm this. It's very hard to get back on top of this. I agree with LGD on this sense. You're not really in a position to fight this. Just take the tower bot side. It equals out to roughly the same thing. As Ala doesn't know the Meteor stuck himself into that brush. Fofo now getting a little bit of an engage on top of him, and Decade immediately goes all out. Flash forward because he knows he might be able to get the kill. Decade very confident on this pick right now, as Ala in a bit of a 1v2 himself will probably be able to keep himself safe and not really worried about the kind of damage that comes out from this Tristana in general. And that mid lane should be going down as well. And before anything else happens, before I need to recap anything, I would like to ask you a gameplay-based question.
Okay. Why do you need to qualify that? Because
I wanted to see if there was going to be action on top side from Ala, because he's got the moment going in straight away and Meteor's coming up top side. That's why I wanted to ask it, but it's going to be the ultimates burned. Ala is almost certainly dead. And they can just leave him to die. Tick, tick, boom. Here's my gameplay question.
Okay.
Meteor going for the Evan Shroud. Talk me through why we're seeing an awful lot more junglers, the Poppies, the Sejuanis, even sometimes the Maokais, go for these more kind of, supporty builds rather than what you would traditionally see them go.
I think particularly in this game, Sejuani can share the frontline duty a little bit with other members on the team. Jinzhao might have to do a bit of that frontline. He pops the ult. That's going to be the end of that, but mid lane outer turret has gone down. But I think when you have multiple tanks on the team, and you are a single target-based damage profile, you have double AD carries. If those two AD carries hit the same target, and then that gets amped up by the Even Shroud as well, it just adds a lot more to your gameplay, right? It's less about something like the Radiant Virtue, which is, oh, everyone's health bars need to be topped up. It's a bit more about AoE team fights, because that's the nature of the game. But you look at both these teams, they really want to be hitting the first target, and as it happened, Decade was the first target in this 2v1. Sucks for him. Didn't really get that opportunity to get that clean solo kill, as Fofo's teleported down towards bot side and sadly loses that in the extended play.
See, what I was actually trying to do, I was trying to jinx the fact that we're not getting action all the way. We usually get it when we start talking about gameplay aspects, but
I think it was the old LCK kind of charm where if you start talking about ice cream, plays start happening, because at that point it's like you have found nothing else to talk about. Surely eventually you'll be rewarded for your patience. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Think that one will definitely be more towards our flavor of gameplay though. That'll be third dragon for EDG, soul point for them. Mid lane priority, very important to get into river from LGD. That's the ult cast.
And a flash burn. Fofo gets himself away, but does cost him a summoner. Difficult, though, for the side of LGD to make anything else happen. I talked about it. Their only real form of engage, kind of instant engage, if you will, comes from the Sejuani. Yes, they can put Jinzhao in there, but without that ultimate, he's going to struggle to stay alive. Once he goes in, I don't think there's going to be a way out. Decade on the side here, trying to go straight in on top of Uzi, who kind of puts his feathers in a bit of an awkward place, if I'm being totally honest. Not really the ideal situation for it. There's going to be the Moonlight Vision, an immediate flash from LPC. Ala runs in after TPing down, trying to put down a little bit more DPS, and it's all very, very scrappy. It's all very all over the place, but Ala's on the Renekton, and in the mid-game, he is huge. LGD now recognizing they just cannot take this fight. Their health bars are so low, even lower after that accelerated shock blast, but not to be finished off for the moment. And that means that EDG will get themselves a kill and the dragon.
EDG have been getting these slim advantages around objectives, which are starting to really pile up at this point. First Herald, second Herald, both of them gotten for free at the end of the day. They're going to get themselves to Soul Point fairly easily as well. And what feels like a fairly low action game has, in the small skirmishes we have seen, all been benefiting EDG. Now they're going to take down this bot lane outer turret. They've already taken down that mid lane outer turret, which is EDG so much control around River and into the enemy jungle. You can see the amount of bot side vision EDG have. They are really putting LGD in a very difficult spot. When you're playing a double AD carry composition, you feel like if you don't get an early advantage, you can get outscaled quite early, and you can see that the damage is just not quite landing from them. Fofo, Uzi, completely safe from the initial engage. You've already wasted the big engage tools which you have, and now that Moonlight Vigil, it's something, but it's not there for the rest of the team fight. You only have one of them, and it hasn't done enough. The damage profile is just not there from LGD in this fight.
LPC got to auto attack twice, I think, including that, and you know, on top of that Moonlight Vigil, just not really able to do it. And honestly, we talked about how EDG and LGD have both built up very... Oh, excuse me. I'm going to stop here for a second as Fofo just kind of waits and be a bit of a spectator for the moment over the side of the wall. Decade using the Maokai to get himself out of danger. But talk about how AD heavy they are. I love the build path for JJ. It's gone for Imperial Mandate, which if you don't know, does extra magic damage on top of anyone who's slowed or impeded. And again, like you're probably thinking, oh, it's not going to be that relevant. It's not that huge of a thing. But again, it kind of leans back into what we were talking about of like having support items for the sides of, you know, when you already have so many tanky frontliners. So really like this from EDG. Really like seeing them kind of go for a little bit of a different move and question whether LGD should be putting down some magic resist or not.
That's it. This is the first Imperial Mandate that I've seen on Maokai. I mean, I do somewhat understand it. Of course, when you add in those extra bits of CC, will put the mark on them and allow a bit more damage to come through. Maokai, however, has always been a champion which has managed to flex their build a fair amount. So we'll be tracking this one, see if that one crops up anymore. We're back onto the map. It's still a slim gold lead for EDG. It's not at the point where EDG are exploding in terms of gold, but again, you look at these compositions, you just think that the Tristana and the Aphelios, they're not really hitting the targets that they need to. It feels like the Jace and the Xayah, they have much more access to the targets they want to be hitting than the carries on the other side. And that, to me, adds an extra bit of weight to something like that gold lead, because it's not a huge gold lead for the double AD carry composition of LGD. That's kind of what they needed. Instead, they're sat in a deficit.
Yeah, I think that's the problem right now, is that slowly but surely EDG have been kind of bringing themselves back into it. Like I said earlier, just kind of slowing down the game, calming themselves down. Uzi's had a little bit of a quiet one, but I will say he has also been hard targeted by the rest of LGD, which, you know, again, it's Uzi. I'm totally, you know, fair in the assessment that you should probably be hard targeting this guy. Hi, Chow. Yeah, he is probably dead, almost certainly confirmed. Mako gets that kill for himself. Very rightly earned. And again, this is the problem with LGD. They have great starts, and then we get to this point in the game, 22 minutes in, we're 2 minutes away from a Hex Soul, and a Hex Soul for things like a Jace and a Xayah is invaluable.
This team just needed to have that early advantage. They need to be perma-pushing with the Tristana and Aphelios and be able to keep EDG pinned back so they can't get value out of the Maokai and the Jace. They've not been able to do that. That kill happens past 20 minutes. Baron started.
Well, we're going to see what they're going to go for right now. There's a TP coming in from the Cassante. That will be a resource burn. They're going to jump straight in onto the rest of LGD. Good Moonlight Vigil puts out decent damage. Flash away to make sure everyone kind of stays alive for the moment. No accelerated shock blast to hit. But in a 4v5, LGD did not do badly, and it all comes down to how they utilize their ultimates.
Yeah, LPC bailing out his team. That was a huge Moonlight Vigil. It gets enough damage onto Uzi that EDG aren't convinced about taking the fight afterwards. We're seeing some teleports back onto the map, so EDG are not completely left alone, but they've got a lot of resets, and now they've left the Baron alone. LGD, this is their time.
There's a double TP potential coming in, but they have got the Hex Gates, remember, so they know they can get here and fit plenty of time. Uzi is kind of in the mid lane, not really in a position there. JJ needs a flash over, but he will not be able to confirm. Now do you look for the fight afterwards? A Hex Blast from Jin Zhao just to try and separate everybody out. The Maokai is dead. So plenty of good health bars here for the side of LGD. They get the Baron. They may just be able to get out as well. And honestly, this is such a huge momentum swing if they can survive. You can see EDG do not want to let this one go for free, but I don't think they've got a choice.
That is exactly what LGD needed. EDG, you can see how desperate they are to try and get some kills back. Mako has flash, has ult, but again, going into these turrets from the Aphelios, so annoying on the retreat. Those extra autos coming through at 2 items. We saw how much damage LPC did around the initial Baron start from EDG. They can't go towards him again, and this is exactly what LGD needed. EDG, they haven't set themselves up really around this Dragon now because the Baron setup took so long. LGD, they need to hammer home this kind of fight though. If they give up the Soul, all of their hard-won Baron fights will be just nullified.
Oh, Meteor. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he was hoping to happen there, but not that particular example. Now we go straight back in towards this fight. I will say, though, you've lost a lot of summoners here on the side of LGD. EDG, do you want to just kind of maybe leave this one go? They would love to try and get this Hex Soul to try and nullify the advantage of the Baron. Here we go. There comes the Nature's Grasp to try and jump on the Jin Zhao, immediately cleanse it. There's the feathers to go flying. Knockback onto Uzi, who has got a flash available to him. They've killed the Aphelios, the Alistair as well. Decade is trying his hardest, but LGD lose 4 in a blink of an eye, and the Hex Soul as well. They wanted it too much, and EDG knew they could take the fight.
The carries were on the opposite side of the fight to the engaged to LGD. They just couldn't get the damage down onto the right people. They didn't stick onto the objective. I feel like LGD, they should have just gone for another flip smite at that point. They were not winning that fight. And EDG, they punished their indecision. They punished their split team fight. And suddenly, the Baron, which was hard won, has basically been nullified. EDG, they spared their blushes somewhat by a good Dragon fight.
Have a look at the replay again, because Allah's on a flank. They see him. They know they're getting kind of like pushed into this. But again, like you said, the carries are just way far away from this. They just can't do anything about it.
The fact that both of the AD carries are completely shut out of the fight by one Maokai ult, they both get rooted up, that is absolute disaster for LGD. I feel like that just screams panic to me, because they were almost down on that Dragon. It felt like maybe they could have had flashes out at the back of the pit after just focusing down the objective. They didn't get the timing right, didn't get the fight afterwards, and now EDG, they have one Baron buff to deal with, but they have themselves a gold lead still, they have themselves a Hex Soul. Suddenly all of that poke, all of that ability to run forward and run down LGD gets that much more powerful.
Come back in. EDG now have gotten pretty much all of the Baron buffs off them. It's only 15 seconds left onto Haichao. Not really going to be a lot. Look at that damage just from one sapling as well. This AP Maokai, kind of support AP Maokai build is maybe something that needs to be looked at a little bit more. It definitely feels like it's kind of shoring up a lot of the compositional issues in terms of damage profile that we were talking about right off of Champ Select. So curious to see how this one kind of develops here for the side of LGD. And what do you do as LGD? You kind of need to hope and pray that someone gets caught out and you're able to let these these AD carries do their thing. But with the Maokai and the Renekton, it's so hard to actually walk up and do anything.
You're just looking to survive for now, look for some kind of pick-off where you can get one single target down. But EDG, this is the problem. As soon as your turrets are gone, you don't get that same ability to take single target fights.
Baiting out a little bit of engage is Mako, having a much better game game for the moment. We'll see if the series does continue, and feeling a lot more comfortable in the Rakan. Feels like Rakan is definitely kind of now the staple of AD carries. You know, it feels like you have to be able to play this kind of a champion. It feels like it's just natural within the LPL, but good resistance here from LGD as they know they have got the double AD carries. They're able to kind of just hold off the pushes coming out here from EDG for the moment.
Jin Zhao has flash. There's a chance for a multi-man knock-up. Oh, that's it!
Yep, they're going to look for it, but the Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide, and now Jin Zhao is left without a hope or a prayer. He goes down straight away. Ala pops the dominance after TPing in on the backside. He's looking for try and catch on to LPC or Haichao. He'll take either of the AD carries. Goes golden, almost like a trophy to EDG as they look to try and end off this game. Decade will fall down, and eventually Haichao just about gets the buster shot out, but it's all too little too late. EDG find themselves 5 for none, or 4 for none. And honestly, they're going to be able to take out the rest of these outer turrets, no problem whatsoever.
It's been a bit like death by 1,000 cuts this game for LGD. EDG have won in slight amounts in the early game around some of those objectives, racked up to Assault, racked up to eventually huge game-breaking fights like this one. Golded is now well and truly out of control. 3 items coming in towards Fofo. They'll be able to return to the map with even more force after this point. Towers continually falling in. Despite the game not being over at this point, feels like that kind of fight is kind of your last chance saloon, because you can see at this point, if Jin Zhao is the person going into the front line, even with ults, it just doesn't matter. This is with the damage reduction active. Still gets absolutely obliterated And you can see there's a bit of disconnect in these team fights from LGD. They're not really getting the damage layered on top of the engage. I get it's a little bit difficult when you're got lower range weapons with something like the FLS and you don't have an infernal, like an Infernal ult to throw over the top, but they are really struggling to follow up on these engages.
And again, it just kind of feels like this has just been LGD's problem, like, you know, lack of commitment or even just lack of communication around the commitment. And they need to kind of go for themselves. Mako gonna hop over the wall because they know a Baron is gonna be spawning here, and with EDG having so much AD damage and even just the Maokai as well, that they will shred this because of the team comp they've kind of built for themselves. Jin Zhao already so close to being put down into the slaughterhouse. Being turned into some minced beef for the bolognese later, and EDG straight onto the Baron. We are going to see Jin Zhao over the top here. I mean, he's going to look for a flank, but now he's completely separated from his team. This is a 5v4, and Jin Zhao is nowhere to be found. He's kind of like, a bit awkward. Sorry, guys. I'll try and make a move now as he flashes in to make something happen, but the AD carries just haven't been able to set their feet. They haven't been able to move the moves here. JJ will fall at the end of it, but he's only sacrificing himself for a full ace in favor of EDG. The TPs are going to come out. They're going to try and barrel it down top and mid, and this is going to be game one over to EDG.
I mean, the steak's been delivered to the wrong table. It's come late. It's a little undercooked. I think I'll be sending that one back to the chef because Jin Zhao was cooking with the engage, and it does not taste particularly sweet for LGD. Awkward moment around that Baron. Yes, it was a desperate last fight. It was always going to be a difficult play for them, but EDG grind out. Fairly dominant game one.
It was a bit rocky in the first few minutes, but slowly but surely EDG found themselves just too far ahead, too clean and composed, and LGD now one game away from being knocked out of playoffs.
Got to keep our eyes on that, of course. If they are to lose this series today, LGD, as we will keep reminding you, cannot make playoffs. EDG on the other side, they're at 6-6 in terms of series score right now. They're currently in the playoffs bracket, and the teams which could displace them from playoffs would need to catch up 2 series wins to them. So a win here gives them a really good safety net to fall back on, even if they were to lose a couple of series later into our penultimate and final week.
Yeah, I mean, look, good for EDG. Definitely looked a bit rocky, and that's kind of what LGD need to do. You got to kind of throw things at the wall, see what sticks. But unfortunately, that's kind of the caliber of teams who are dealing with the LPL. Yes, you rocked the boat, but you never tipped it over. You never capsized it. You never really gave, kind of panic stations for EDG. They were, calm, cool, collected. They constantly kept making sure that, even after that first blood on the bot side and no summoners, they kind of said, cool, let's get some fun, as you said, strange jungle path thing, and let's throw down our, JJ with the flash over the wall to make that happen. So little adaptations from that are good to see from EDG, making sure they're not just losing on the sides of the map that they want to be trying to win.
That's really important to go towards as well, because that's something that we've missed a little bit from EDG in regards to how is JJ generaling the team, like really leading this team and having the strategy, because it felt like in spring on stuff like Wukong, on stuff like Vi, and of course the Maokai as well, right? He was always present, he was always in the right place, and he'd make sure he could set up his team for success in the right kind of lanes. After that first blood, we're thinking, oh gosh, is Zyra Khan going to be able to be Zyra Khan and have that early lane pressure? Well, yes, they can, because JJ is there.
Yeah, that's literally it. I feel like for JJ, he does feel like, especially on this Maokai, he feels a lot more comfortable than we've probably seen him so far this summer split. Feel like he's maybe trying to, ramp up. And what a time to do it. Again, if EDG can kind of throw in a couple of wins here, get themselves a nice scoreline going into the, back half of the, this weekend and the start of next, that's a big momentum swing for them maybe into playoffs. So would love to see them kind of continue that move and just kind of, as you say, like, keep yourself calm, cool, and collected. Don't be panicking. You can see just the damage being put out from JJ as the jungler. I mean, this AP Maokai does hurt a hell of a lot, and we saw it in full fruition in this game.
Yeah, JJ being an impact from start to end. Also, it's a good reminder as to why we keep seeing the Maokai-Jace combination. It's very often these two are picked together because the ability to corral the enemy team into like these tight corridors where they clump up, where they only have to have one person rooted, means that the shock blast does huge damage. Also, the damage on top of it with the Imperial Mandate means that, again, the Maokai is significant damage in their own right. Fofo walks away with the most damage in the game, as you kind of expect from something like that Jace, but the mid-jungle combination, which we've had questions from EDG in summer, especially when compared to spring, has a solid game one here today.
Yeah, really, really solid game one, and we can see there that for LGD, I mean, I liked the start. I just didn't like anything after that, to be perfectly honest. It felt like they got the solo kill on top side for Decade. They got the 2 kills bot lane, after the fact. And then after that, it just felt like they just let EDG take Dragons, take Rift Heralds, walk it. We saw actually that first Rift Herald where EDG just kind of walked in and took the Rift Herald away from them. LGD didn't really know what to do. So just a little bit, just not quite coming together, you would imagine, for the side of LGD. Definitely want to see them kind of bounce back and have a little bit more life for them coming into this next game. But for EDG, you want this to be a clean 2-0. You want to try and make sure you keep that momentum going into your final 3 or 4 series of the regular split, excuse me. But we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we're going to have ourselves game number 2.
Sandbox is just saying, well, you guys aren't going to go on Elder? Well, I'm going to win this game.
Well, that is going to be a Glacial Prison on Dewilla. He's taking a lot of damage, or is he? He's a pretty tanky boy. He's dead. Oh my god, he Gale bosses them. It is just destruction.
The show that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out. They flocking to me like I won the lotto.
It's all going to be about Light, what he's able to do.
That's Infernum! They're all grouped up, he's got Infernum and he's gonna burn through the whole team! Care though, pop it off on the opposite side, trying to end the game, jump straight on towards Light, but Light turns it around, no!
It's over!
Finally falls in the end! Care's got 1 HP! Wei doesn't have any damage to the Nexus is bare! Wei is buying time, Shahu's up in just 5 seconds, and Care doesn't have the damage to actually finish the game here! Shahu respawns, home guard, flashes forward, and finds Care! He saves the game!
Back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves, I shows they binging.
まだ3コアというところは到達してないですから、ここのちょっとダメージ差というのも気になりますね。さあ、バックラゲのテレポート、前からはグレイシャルプリズン。さあ、まずはナップへフォーカス集めていきました。空の反転上のマジ完璧だ。さあ、リッキーが到達した頃には3キル獲得成功。クレストゲーミングアクト、家臣がボイドラッシュで追っていって、ホグレット。リッキーが空こそ取り返してキルするものの
I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it. I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals.
스피드만 받았고요. 그리고 전령은 아직 마무리 지금 이제 되고 세주안이. 예. 아 날리지 못했습니다. 실비. 메이커가 살짝 했고. 나랬다. 저항임상 살기 바쁩니다. 동체 이미 히트가 됐기 때문에. 네. 근데 썸디라이. 추가적으로 쫓아가다 든든을 잡았다. 상황을 보고 지금 전투력 몰아붙여 에이스 띄우자. 저 위험한 상황에서 초식의 타이밍도 너무 좋았고 계속 구매라 아이고 팀.
I gotta get it on my side.
Gonna spot the players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumps on top of him and tears him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
What a huge play coming out from the Shy.
You ain't gonna go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace.
Arsene TPing down. Can finish for the flank. Has the proto belt. Is a minion. Larson looking to secure groups as a melee minion. From Larson on the flank, knocked back Astralis' hopes, torn to pieces with a single press of his R button. Just running out of time.
Oh no!
Top comes flying in. What a way to achieve 1,000 kills in the LEC.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever. Feeling could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We just came off of a slow but steady win here for EDG in game number 1 of our first series of the day. We're going to be going into our pick ban very, very soon. But before we got to talk about our MVP, we got to talk about our MVP. We always have to talk about our MVP. It was JJ on this Maokai. Love the AP build coming out from. A little bit more supportive than, maybe you generally see the AP Maokai's go. No Leandri's Anguish coming out this time around. But did his job, had the engages, and honestly, just doing 23% of his team's damage, definitely not bad for a Maokai.
Funny you mention that, Leandris. It was going to get built if the game got any longer. JJ didn't really need that completed to really have significant damage, though, in this game. This kind of replay, it kind of happens after LGD have found themselves in a very difficult spot. This is just after they'd got themselves a bit of a miraculous Baron steal, or Baron sneak, rather. EDG, they'd been forced off the initial Baron. They don't have great resets, and then LGD lose a dragon fight immediately after that point. EDG never really fell under threat as soon as it came into multi-person fights, and LGD, they needed to be ahead with the Tristana and the FLs. They never really quite managed that. Felt like that happened as soon as the Herald went down to EDG. Another close run objective fight, which could have gone their way, and it felt like after that early game, EDG just never really saw any issues with LGD's team composition arrayed against them.
No, I think that's the big thing, is that EDG never felt uncomfortable. I think that's the best way we can kind of put it, is that even though LGD were trying their best to, make things happen, to move forward and get some kind of advantage for themselves, it never really felt like they were putting enough pressure to really test what EDG were trying to do. And this last fight kind of tells it all, really. The AD carry is completely isolated. No one really able to kind of come out and, get that advantage. But we'll see how they all kind of want to go for it there. We'll see how LGD want to change up their draft. If they do want to change up their draft coming into game number 2, we are going to have a swap of sides. We're going to have EDG on the blue, LGD on the red. So, coming into this one here, it does feel like now EDG have a lot more kind of, I suppose, comfort with knowing that they can just leave open so many of those OPs and take their pick of the litter.
I wonder what's going to be used for the counter pick as well. We saw in this game it was last pick counter pick support from EDG, which helped Mako a lot. I think that Jinjo had some okay moments in early game. We saw that Alistair had value at removing flashes and getting some of the early kills for LGD, but Mako had a solid game on that Rakan. We have been talking about Mako as a player who's been very, very consistent for a very long time. But we were kind of waiting to see, okay, can you return to that spring form where we saw some of that awesome Lulu play and some of the awesome engaged play coming out of the support role as well. The Rakan was a good return to that in game 1.
Yes, very, very good return of form for game 1 here for the EDG support, but now we're going to see a couple of different changes coming in. The Tristana gets banned away, the Jace gets banned away, but a Renekton straight away from Ala saying, look, you know what? I took the Cassante matchup. I'll just try not get solo killed this time. Hopefully it'll be just as successful.
Sejuani raises up in a lot of priority now because you don't have the Jace Maokai combination coming through. You've got a melee top laner and that Renekton, and now with Renekton Jack, Sejuani is good on both sides of this matchup. It wouldn't surprise me if Meteor locks that in right now because it can really flip what is normally quite a well-understood 1v1 top lane matchup.
They're going for the Jax, and then see the Wukong being locked in here for Meteor. As EDG now, I was going to say, the Poppy being left wide open here does lead to a really easy kind of nullifying setup. You can see the shake there going to go and from Fofo going to saying, look, man, you kind of setting yourself up for failure here. We know exactly what you're going to be drafting. You'd love to have the Ahri here for the Wukong kind of Ahri combination, but it does feel like with the Azir and the Poppy, you're kind of hard countered if you do.
You're looking to outrange that Azir or be able to dive on top of him. Those are the two ways to deal with him. Now, your Akali's going to get locked in, so it's going to be more of the dive option. It is, however, another series of dashes rather, into the Poppy. We haven't had a Sejuani lock-in, despite that 1v1 top lane matchup benefiting on both sides of it from that Sejuani. It's a very different jungle matchup. It's much more about the AoE team fights and the ability to deny some of those AoE team fights on the side of the Poppy on the other side, who says, okay, I don't really need the Sejuani now. What I need to do is be a blocker for a long-range backline, which is starting to get built up with that Azir locked in. Interested to see if they will get their hands on something like an Aphelios into the back half of the draft as well. Maybe something like a Varus could fit for Uzi. You really want something that can stand in the back line alongside that Azir and be warded for, really, by the Poppy.
Yeah, you really do want to be trying to, you know, basically as you're going in, okay, staying away or as far away from this Poppy as you possibly can if you're looking at all of the dashes that are available and the jumps and whatnots. But I like the AD carry kind of focus coming in here from LGD. Again, it's Uzi. Still plenty of respect to be put on the name. Wouldn't mind even maybe a Nautilus ban to come in here, kind of like, you know, just get rid of some of that dive or potential that can come out from LGD. But they're going to go for the Rakan. Similar kind of vibe. The Rakan can go for that dive, kind of follow in with the Wukong. So like that they're focusing in on those hard engages. Because again, if EDG get themselves the Aphelios, they're just a straight front to back team fight. They're not going to be unhappy with that.
Varus will give a form of engage which isn't a dash, importantly. I look at this composition, I'm like, oh yeah, you can lock in Leona or Nautilus. Oh no, that's another dash into the Poppy. So the Varus is a good takeaway from EDG, plus that ultimate can really help LGD find picks which aren't necessarily going to be blocked out by something like that Poppy. So LGD still committing towards that fairly fast pick style. The Varus is not really going to be able to commit to the skirmishes quite as easily as another AD carry though, because even with that ult and that long range, sometimes this engage range from the Akali and the Wukong can get a little too far.
Yeah, there's the Aphelios locked and loaded there. We kind of expected to see that one there. Not really surprising. Fun fact, not including that last game, which obviously a lot. Aphelios has just under a 50% win rate. He's 85 wins and 86 losses. Now to 87 losses coming into this one here. So he's kind of in the perfect place when it comes to the LPL AD carry meta. Gets played over 170 times. You know, makes it definitely a little bit skewed. I think he's actually the most picked champion in the entire league by a long margin as well. I think he's just above a Cassante and Wukong and the likes of that. So definitely feels like he's just kind of become the AD carry champion. And there's the Nautilus that we did talk about a little bit there, but not for LGD. This time it's going to be on for EDG. And honestly, EDG have built themselves a very EDG composition, front to back. Get yourselves some small little advantages with the Poppy in the early stages and just kind of scale with the Azir and the Aphelios.
You are absolutely correct in the fact that Aphelios is the most picked champion in the LPL. Do you want to know how far ahead he is of second place? Because currently, this will be the 107
picks or something.
It is exactly 40 picks ahead of the second place,
yeah!
which is Cassante. So this is a game 172 in LPL Summer for the Aphelios, and as you said, it's pretty much bang on the 50% win rate mark. It's pretty close to it. However, in the hands of our top 80 carries, you can really see what this champion can do. It's a bit of a team effort to get the most out of the champion, to know what you're doing with the weapons you have at hand and what's coming in next, to arrange your fights and choose your terrain accordingly. In this game, it is going to be very much about choosing that terrain and choosing your position accordingly for the backline of EDG. It's long range, stand your ground carries in the Azir and the Aphelios versus a bit more of the dive and pick potential from the Akali and the Varus. You can see this is a very different sort of game compared to the strength matching strength of Game 1's draft.
Yeah, and I think that We'll see how they're going to go. I will say, small little thing that I noticed just before we go into the game. Everyone picked in order. Top laners picked top laners. Junglers picked junglers. Mid, ADC.
Right.
They all picked in the order they should. No swapping needed, so we weren't going to have any kind of... It's the little things, you know, especially at 9 o'clock in the morning here where I am. You kind of like to have little small things to help you with your day.
You know that meme of like the standard deviation graph where you've got like the two sides of it. We've got like the low IQ of like, I'm gonna pick an order, and then in the middle it's like, no, but you must pick the perfect counter pick and draft in the correct order, and then the top with like high IQ is like, I'm gonna pick in draft order. It's exactly the same thing.
It feels
we all
good.
return back to the same place.
Yes, we all come back here, and of course, Decade. Don't know if you know, on the Jacks, can go fishing and pick up 1 gold every now and again, and it's silly.
I love that. I love that so much.
It's amazing, but it's silly. Do you know some other interactions? Do you know other interactions with champions?
In terms of other interactions with champions, I mean, you got the Samira Gold one. In fact, Hysterics was mentioning a couple of these yesterday. We used to have, when Zyra was hit by Leona, her model size would grow very slightly larger because it's photosynthesis. There's also an older meme in terms of like when there are multiple ninjas on the same team, they lose power because then they become side characters.
They lose 1 attack damage.
They lose 1 attack damage, and it used to be they gained 4 attack damage or something like that when they were the only one on the team. Oh no, that's TFT. I was completely wrong about that. But yes, they'd lose 1 AD when you had multiple ninjas on the same team.
Yeah, because ninjas aren't supposed to be on a team. They're supposed to be solo operatives. Speaking of solo operatives. Double wards in this bot side, making sure they have vision there, but I do feel like LGD definitely feeling a little bit worse for... Actually, it's a bit even, to be perfectly honest. He's going to have the several now to heal himself up, so shouldn't have too hard of a time, just kind of, you know, dealing with LPC.
I get that's all important, but the ninja thing comes from Kung Fu movies, and I really got to finish this point, because when you had 100 ninjas on the screen, you know the main character was completely fine, because there are 100 ninjas. It's when there's 1 ninja, they're a main character. That's why they were more powerful. I remember now. That was it. Kung Fu movies.
There you go.
I never even watched that many, but I knew that one.
I was going to say, I don't think I've watched any Kung Fu movies.
I watched a couple of Jackie Chan movies back in the day, and I watched a bit of like
Jackie Chan
as well.
Adventures.
Oh, yeah, that was a classic, though. Holy
Yeah.
moly, you've just unlocked, like, some core memories for me there.
I tried to rewatch that recently, and I was like, man, this is great, but, like, it did not age that well in terms of animation.
Never rewatch Beyblade. If you watch Beyblade growing up, it has not aged well. So Pokemon has, Yu-Gi-Oh has, a lot of those have. Just keep Beyblade in this, like, solid box on the wall and just say, we're not touching that one again. Great at the time, maybe not now. The original series, I hear the new ones are actually okay, but I
rewatched. I'm in the process of rewatching Yu-Gi-Oh, but in the Japanese dub, so English sub.
Okay, that's gonna be so weird.
The context of like certain things is much scarier. And speaking of much scarier, Decade, Trap Card top lane, Steadfast Presence to come out. Not quite just yet. Now we'll be able to get him up there to make sure Decade has nowhere to go. They'll donate that one over to Allah. Very nicely done here from JJ.
There are no weak top laners in my deck, Kaiba. Hey, Ale loses the solo kill in game 1, but comes back with a vengeance in game 2. It's not the Sensei, it's a different matchup, but Renekton getting that early lead still important nonetheless. And when you get these advantages very early on the Renekton, you get that first blood, you force away flashes, it really warps the next couple of minutes of the game. This is before first Dragons, before first Herald. Renekton's already really strong around those kind of first fights in the game, particularly once you get towards that first ultimate cast. So EDG in a much better position around that top side than they were in that first game.
A bit better. Bot side, though, is getting engaged upon, as you see Mako trying to trade back as best he possibly can. But I mean, of the laws of physics, there is always an opposite and equal reaction to every action you take. That means bot side does have to play that little bit of a weak side. We can see a regang coming up from Meteor, but again, it's hard, really, to make this one work when you don't have that level 6. You'd love that Cyclone to come out just to try and trade back everything and, you know, get that CC down.
Okay, so bot lane going very in the favor of LPC and Jinja. And I remember back in spring even, LGD, they really indexed towards this Varus. I mean, everyone was playing Varus in spring, don't get me wrong, but LPC was a notable player of the Varus, thinking back to it now, and you can see that Fellas really hates playing into Varus a lot of the time, because you're outranged, and you don't get the same ability to just sit on the wave and lifesteal up, because the Varus is continually harassing you and forcing all-ins. You're also slightly longer range as well as soon as that Calibrum is gone, because Varus has, I think it's 575 attack range. It's fairly high for an AD carry when you think about it. And LPC making good use of it.
Very good use of it. Nala making very good use of that first blood he was able to get for himself. Already has the Iron Spike whip and a bit of boots as well. Woohoo, Decade. You do not need to be taking any more of those kind of trades. Minion block OP there as Ala misses a minion, but Decade trying to see if he can go for something now. Just clean up these minions. Got to be very aware that he's just in a very, very scary position here. It's all about the timing of the counter-strike to try and stop the stun. But yeah, just jumps in, jumps back out, and gonna have to reset.
I love what Ala just did there, because he just presses the W so Decade sees that the stun is armed, and then he pops the counter-strike, so he just doesn't auto and presses Q instead. You can see that Renekton will often want to, even in that case, trading a turret shot for one ability, it's kind of okay, because it means that your rage isn't going to start decaying. You need to stay in combat.
Flash over the wall.
Flash over the wall on bot side going to be very dangerous here.
Yeah, they're looking for something here. We are going to see Jin Zhao getting engaged upon, who has to flash away immediately. So all it needs to do is a flash for a flash. But JJ already making good use of the full build Poppy. Got 3 levels, ready to gank.
Yes, we've reached late game Poppy, 6 minutes into the game. Yeah, I mean, you've got your 3 levels. You're completely right. This is exactly what Poppies do. You hit that level 3 and you're just such a menace across the map. And helps in top lane, helps in bot lane. JJ was already kind of like marshalling the troops in game 1 in a way that was very reminiscent of Spring. Uzi, good flash away.
Yeah, great flash, and they can turn that one right the way around. Even with the Ignite ticking, LPC looking to try and trade this and will be able to get it. No ghost in the world is going to be able to help you there from that. Now LPC putting in serious work. You cannot flash an auto attack. And LPC getting a 2-for-1 trade. Definitely worth it for the side of LGD.
Flashes the white flag emote as well. LPC's got some cojones on him today. Pulls out the Varus, which he's found success on earlier in the year. And as you were saying, the fellows kind of hates playing against Varus, particularly in early. See how this one works out. Starts as a 1v2, trying to behind the mid, but there's nothing really to do here. You know, I mean, you've the flash away from the Alistar. You've walked into Varus with all his cooldowns, gets a double stack, well, like gets a triple stack his W on 2 different ability casts. He gets the lethal tempo, and the flash is late from Mako. Really well played from LPC, who just stands his ground and does the damage.
Oh, we're going to see the counter-strike coming out. They're going to get the steadfast presence to stop him from getting any kind of CC in. Decade flashes away. They're juggling this aggro very nicely here on the side of EDG, but they will not be able to confirm the kill as the Jax just kind of eats up all this yummy, yummy farm.
That's another good moment for LGD, and much like game 1, we see an early advantage being built up by one of these teams, but not really be able to capitalize 2 times in a row. Very interested to see what happens around this Herald. It's something which we talked about the implications of with Renekton getting an early lead when that first flood came through. Poppy's gone into the enemy jungle, hasn't swatted on that ward in that Raptor pit, which was put down by Hatchel a little earlier. See that the Raptors have now been started, see a couple of cooldowns been used.
A steadfast presence just to make sure that Meteor doesn't get engaged. Will get himself the chickens and the level 6 at the end of it all. It's plate still going over to Ala in that top side. And again, a very equal early game between these 2 sides. Only a couple of 100 between the 2 of them. So going to be coming down to that kind of mid-game team fights that we're expecting to see. And I like this for the side of EDG, recognizing, hey, we just had to reset, you know, from top side. We know that the Wukong has got level 6. Let's stay away from this dragon for the moment. And let's just get ourselves this Rift Herald to make sure we have, you know, kind of a point of pressure regardless of what happens.
The Renex makes a lot of sense. Put down that vision. They're trying to contest Meteor where they can, but you're starting to lose a lot of farm through this bot side. And we haven't seen the Varus as much throughout summer. It started to creep back with our bot lane changes, with stuff like the Zeri starting to fall out of meta and a couple of other AD carries. But you know, with Varus coming back, it does add in some different lane dynamics, and one of them is, again, as we've continually gone back to, the fact that fellas can struggle in the laning phase, and that's becoming a bit of a problem for EDG now.
Dragon finally gets started up here by Meteor, and the rest of LGD joining them in, so they should be able to kind of contest for this, or should be no contest from this, I should say, from the side of EDG. LGD picked that objective for themselves nicely. We're having, again, a very similar kind of setup this time around, though. It is great to see LGD kind of prioritizing that bot lane priority and seeing themselves, yep, we got bot lane going for ourselves very nicely. We need to get these dragons early going for ourselves.
It is another slowish game, though. It's not really been as explosive as some of other teams. I think when you think of maybe EDG and the other team being really LNG, those are our slower-paced teams in the LPL right now. But as soon as you hit those late game and mid-game team fights even, that's where they start to show their class. We're seeing a lane swap coming through. Herald for the side of EDG, and the chakrams being built up by Uzi. You have to answer this, Aphelios. You can never leave Aphelios alone with the tower, with the threat that Herald going down to help them with it. 3 plates on top side. Maybe EDG are going to do a bit of a fast swap. We'll see if they just push in the one wave recall and try and find a mismatch between themselves and the Varus and Alistar. Stay away from that Alistar lane, which the Aphelios has been going into, and then potentially give yourself some plate openings as well.
Yeah, it's just good rotations coming in here. It's kind of a tit for tat. We do see Ala just kind of tanking it up for the moment. Would have loved to have been able to get that plate there. You can see how damn
so
close
annoying.
he was to getting it. So annoying,
Please,
but not to
please,
be
sir,
there.
can I have one more shard of plates?
Well, that's literally it. It's you know, Jamada's favorite curse, Los Platos, the curse of
Los Platos, yes.
Yes, Los Platos even. Not to be cursing Ala today, as he does back himself away, but does mean that the Aphelios will probably end up getting, and they did exactly what you said you wanted to see them do, which is kind of go for a quick rotation to get this Aphelios away from this Varus, and it means that LGD constantly have to kind of go for the resets.
With this kind of back and forth, it means that the Herald goes in towards mid. If you can't get a good amount of plates on the side lane turrets and give it to your AD carry or a carry top lane or whatever, you can kind of double dip and say, okay, well, let's throw it into mid lane turret and then double dip with a second Herald, because 2 Heralds can make that full turret kill. Ultimate not going to connect onto High Chow, so really have to pay attention now to second Herald for EDG. If they get that one, mid lane turret will be under serious threat from LGD.
Nice little shuriken flip. High Chow loses nothing. Fofo loses his ults, but again, it's a Nazir. He's not really building to be getting big picks early in the game, so he's kind of okay with the way that things are at the moment. We will see Ala desperately trying to get that proc of the Demolish down. Decade looking for a bit of an engagement here because he knows that Meteor's on his way. Flash, flash. There's going to be the Cyclone coming down. Now Decade just trying to see if he can bait him out a little bit more. There's plenty of reinforcements here. Ala will not be getting out with a kill on this one. And High Chow secures that one over for LGD. So nice little catch out here by the side of LGD solo laners as they recognize there was just a lot of resets coming out from EDG.
Potential counter kill coming in from Ala to Decade, but not able to do so. Teleport back in towards that mid lane. High Chow not really able to do that much here besides a little bit of poke onto the Alistar. Sadly for Fofo, not able to get himself a plate as kind of a bit of a tit for tat across the map. And while all this was happening, LPC is built up towards a Shiv. It's going to be even harder now for EDG to stick in this Varus lane. See the CS advantage fairly significant still. It hasn't really grown that much because of the rotations around to kind of keep the Aphelios bubble wrapped and away from that dangerous lane. Might mean that we're seeing LPC going towards a bit of a different build. Looks like it's going towards, of course, the on-hit with the lethal tempo. Very interested to see if it's going towards... It is the Nash's 2. We are going to see a bit of that hybrid build coming out of Varus.
A bit of hybrid Varus. You kind of tend to see it a little bit more when you have got kind of more bruisers like the Wukong and the Jax. You're not really lacking in AD damage here on the side of LGD, so diversifying their portfolio of damage as you would. And
it's like you turn up to the shopkeeper and it's like, I don't know, I think you got to work on your CV, your portfolio needs a bit of work, get some magic damage in there.
Imagine, I like the idea of a shopkeeper being like, nah, man, you need 6 years
it was either
experience
that or
to
like
pack the shelves.
business mundo. It was either that or corporate mundo, one of the two. And I was like, well, one of
Absolutely.
these is in
Corporate
every
mundo.
game, and one of them is only when someone picks a skin on a very specific champion. I will say, mundo on the 2v2 mode, incredibly strong, so maybe we'll see more of that in that case. Maybe that's where he's going for, like, maybe that's like his private tutoring sessions. Like, okay, gotta work on your portfolio here.
Just giving everyone free advice here. Work on your portfolios. Don't worry about it. But now with Decade having that Divine Sunderer, you can see he's just having a much better time of these trades. Even when Ala goes in, not really honestly getting any damage down whatsoever. And this is where the Jax Renekton matchup does start to skew very heavily in the Jax side. You do need to start kind of seeing that Renekton look to jump onto backlines in a flank more so than anything else. As you can see, Decade now maybe in a little bit of trouble. He recognizes he needs to walk away from this one here as JJ is also in the vicinity. But LGD not to be outdone, also making a quick rotation top.
So Alex heading down towards bot side. Hydra does not have teleport on the bot side of the map, so it will be 4 people from LGD, at least in the setup of this objective. Hydra just scanning into River to see if he was getting cross-mapped on. Indeed, he's not. Spots that one out. LGD not able to take anything in top River because of the lack of teleport, I feel like. EDG going to be able to take that second Herald, and as we said, that likely means that mid lane outer turret is going to go down from LGD. As kind of an opportunity cost for this, though, EDG say, okay, second Herald, we'll get both Heralds this game, take down that turret, potentially allows them to make a big play. Decade now actually caught out.
Fofo not willing to pull the trigger on that one yet. Didn't have JJ or Mako there. And interesting enough, they're not going to try and burn down that turret in mid lane, like you mentioned. They're going to try and just immediately turn it into a turret top. So EDG just making sure they're keeping themselves in tow with the turret takes for the moment. And getting themselves, again, a trade-off on the other side. So it was turret down bottom lane for LGD, turret in top lane for EDG. And honestly, I still think that this is still fine for EDG. We talked about how their composition works. They want a front-to-back team fight and let their carry scale. That's kind of how this composition works the best. For LGD, I mean, they're looking for picks. They're looking to try and catch people out with this, you know, Akali, Wukong, and Jax on the side lane. Maybe overload like we saw with the Ala pick on top lane. So for the moment, I still favor EDG coming into this because they're getting up to level 11 without really having to expend anything, really.
On that sense of things, I completely agree in terms of the gold and the items built up. I still think this is a big mistake not using that second Herald in mid lane because you're against a static Shiv Varus. Mid lane waves are not going to exist. Good luck ever taking that turret now. Varus is going to set up shop. You're going to have a very hard engage. So LGD, as long as they're aware of where the engaging members are on EDG and they keep good vision up on both sides of mid lane, look at this. I mean, how are you ever going to contest this wave at this point? The CS advantage continually being a thorn in the side of that AD carry matchup for EDG, and despite yourselves opening up those side lane and getting that top lane out of turret, I don't think that's the biggest win, because you don't have a side lane win condition in this game, right? You're playing against the Jax, who, as you said, is going to start taking over the Renekton matchup after a certain point. EDG, yes, they're farming on multiple waves, but with those, with that mid lane outer turret being still up and available, they can't really force into the enemy jungle that hard and secure vision.
Still about 30 CS or so down as Uzi, so the Varus having a much easier time, as you mentioned, with that static Shiv and just having the piercing arrow to outrange something like Uzi without really the caliber available to him. So we'll wait and we'll see. Nothing else really happened. It's been a slow game, Chimera. It's been a very slow game.
Got any more childhood TV series to talk about?
Honestly, not really, no. I've caught up to Demon Slayer. That was pretty good. Season 3 was fine. Yeah. It was, I mean, it was okay. I mean, it is very much ramping towards the, like, because, like, you know, Demon Slayer ends. It's not like your typical shonen that goes on forever.
Yes. Well, my favorite anime is Gintama, which has 500 episodes, so I'm aware of this.
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't go on forever, so it's interesting to see that the Demon Slayer is kind of slowly just kind of, you know, ending. Which is nice.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, though, because there are some shows which, like, they hit a certain golden streak, and then it kind of gets eked out in the way that anything marketable gets eked out. And you're like, look, it probably shouldn't have had an extra season. In the same way that there are a whole load of series which you think, okay, they brought it back because it was doing really well in terms of numbers, but they didn't really end up figuring out what they were going to do after that point. I rewatched Avatar: The Last Airbender recently. That was a great experience. Ooh. That show has aged incredibly well. I think it speaks on multiple levels.
Season 1 is kind of bad.
I'm
not a fan of Season 1.
The thing is, you got to remember that the main characters are like 12 years old or something.
I know,
and there's a lot of characters
on Nickelodeon, and I understand.
But
it's just like Season 1 is very Monster of the Week.
Yeah, to a point, but I think it really does a good job of giving a bench line for the character development to happen. Yes, book 2 and 3 are absolutely better. I completely agree with that. But I don't think you deserve to have that payoff of 2 and 3 if you hadn't done the bedrock of book 1 at that point. But anyway, I really enjoyed rewatching that. That was good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's actually one of the few Blu-ray sets I own.
Oh, that's a good one.
Speaking of owning, yeah, Decade's going to be owned in a second. That's going to be Uzi coming in, trying to jump onto him with the Counter-Strike. Not going to happen. And that's Uzi picking up his second kill. I mean, honestly, that's just a really bad mistake from Decade. Not recognizing he just had no presence in mid and nowhere to cross-map.
The 3 lanes lived in harmony until the Jungle Nation attacked. JJ gets in towards that lane again, and JJ, I mean, credit to him, player of the game in game 1, and despite having a more difficult summon than he did in Spring, he's had a good series today. LGD haven't really asked him a lot of very difficult questions. It has felt like JJ has been in control of this jungle matchup besides a little bit of that early game 1. And that's an important win for EDG. Now both these side lane outer turrets are down. Flash away in the mid lane from Mako.
Yeah, he's now kind of getting chorus here. They're going to flash it on top of him, but the steadfast presence is way too late. And that's just another good little pick off here. A couple of seconds before this dragon spawns, we could see LGD going up to Soul Point without any real contest here from EDG.
EDG are also very lucky that JJ is not the one to die there. It's past 20 minutes. We're in Act 2 of the LPL. Baron's alive, and that changes the way that everyone displays the narrative in this game. So,
lazy back.
It's a lazy back, which is partly why it's such an easy kill. So they're going to lose that one for free, lose the flash and the ultimate. Dragon is up. That's probably going to be soloed out by LGD. EDG, you can see their mindset. They see their dragon spawner, but as soon as they like lose one member, they decide to take some vision on the top side of the map, because you can never really let this Baron get off vision at this point. If you're trying to farm on multiple waves, especially because you've been trying to scale up on something like the Azir and the Aphelios, you can't let that Baron go dark.
Well, there's Chem Soul Point now for the side of LGD. It's been tit for tatting for the moment. It's about 1,000 gold, a little less than that in favor of LGD. And it is still pretty much the exact same game state we were in, but this time around, as we come back into the game, people have more items. And this is something that I always love to see kind of later on in the game. Not because we get more items, but because we haven't seen anyone fight for so long, you kind of forget just how powerful people are. I mentioned it a couple of times.
Forgive me,
like,
Master. I must go all out just this once.
Yeah. But it's true. It's like LPC or Uzi or such haven't really kind of... Yeah, they're looking for it. Cleanse has to be broken. They're going to see a hook on the Jinja who has to ult away as well. They're just kind of burning through him. This is what I'm talking about. You just were not expecting that kind of damage to come out. And already Fofo getting up to the Crown of the Shatter Queen and the Nashor suit, he's scaling up very well as well. So this is where the game gets a little funky. It's a little weird because we don't actually know how strong either is in a 5v5.
But one thing we do know, though, is that EDG are still really struggling to take out this mid lane outer turret. That kind of play can eventually break open that kind of turret. I was going to walk into Decade. I don't know how well he does in this matchup. 2 items to 1.5 definitely sees him into the advantage. But, you know, LPC has continually had this mid lane on lock, which is why we questioned that second Herald being placed down. You can see the ramifications of using that Herald on the side lane instead of mid lane. The game has slowed down, luckily for EDG. It hasn't cost them as much because... they haven't really had too many plays forced onto them themselves. But LGD have really controlled this mid lane.
Now, last skirmish did only cost a Ignite for a Cleanse, so not exactly unhappy with that. Meteor.
How?
I mean, this Azir's getting scary, man. It's really starting to hurt in right now, and this is starting to get a little bit shaky for the side of LGD. Similar enough to game number 1, where LGD just didn't really do anything. EDG took the game in their stride and just decided, okay, cool, well, now we're going to fight. Now we're going to look for flanks, and now we're going to kill you.
And because it's only the Chemtech Soul as well, it might be an early Elder fight. LGD potentially setting up for an engage at this point. EDG, first time they walk forward in this mid lane in what feels like the entire damn game. Not been able to get towards that tower very easily at all. That's going to be a diffusal once again. Neither of these teams really able to land very hard engage onto each other, particularly with Alistar ult available, and then of course the Poppy protecting their own backline.
Namera, I'm very tired.
Yes.
Normally in the morning. So I'm not a coffee drinker, not really a caffeine drinker in general. So when games are a little slow, when you've had 7 kills in 24 minutes, it doesn't help that I'm already tired and I'm already kind of looking
Surely
at this
you've developed
going,
some techniques to keep
guys.
yourself awake. Maybe a Baron start, we can give you a shot of caffeine from that one.
This is what I need. A little bit of a team fight jumping in as LPC gets caught out. No cleanse, and he is dead. Meteor going into his Beyblade form. He hasn't aged very well, though, so he has to flash away. Now immediately EDG have to go straight onto the Baron. Thank you for waking me up. Decade has not TP'd in just yet. Now looking for it, but they're going to try and back themselves away. Maybe they look to try and kill off the Jack straight away. They haven't landed any CC. How the hell did they miss everything? Not quite sure, but Decade gets the TP out. EDG maybe go back towards this Baron, but I mean, they got to deal with their waves, mid, top, bot. They're all being pushed in against them.
But like, how does this end up in just being a 1-kill trade over to EDG and a couple of summers blown? I mean, they don't get mid lane turret again, even though they get that one play. Yes, they get over towards that Baron and started up very briefly, but from LGD, but they don't get to force anything either. It feels like they were feeling a little bit tired too. This is the shot of caffeine straight in through an IV drip. This is just not good enough vision from LGD. You don't have any vision into the enemy jungle. It's not even that deep to go into that one brush in the river. Would have saved LPC a lot of trouble and potentially his life. The setup just not quite there from LGD. And I think that's been what's missing from them as a team. We've talked about it in terms of EDG in this game, in terms of, you know, well, they've been taking it slow, they're scaling up, but LGD, at least they have control of mid lane. They've not really done anything with that so far. Yes, they're getting up to items of their own, but that was a very dangerous play for them.
Now we come back in, 40 seconds to the Chem Soul. I will say, for someone like a Jax, it is exceptionally powerful, and even an Alistair, to be perfectly honest, as well. So, of course, that extra tenacity you get, I will never say no to a bit of extra tenacity. However, if EDG can stack that up, they get 2 or 3 dragons of their own, that's when the game starts to get a lot harder for LGD, and now you can see them still equal on gold, but just not feeling confident to walk forward onto this. There's a good shirk flip from Haichao. Make sure he does not get hit by the Dreads line, but this game is starting to tilt again in favor of EDG. It is dead even apart from those dragons, but it does feel like EDG are the ones in control.
Yeah, but they still can't do anything about this mid lane, man. That's the engage.
There's the engage, the flash over the wall as Jin Zhao gets the flash out of Fofo. Uzi still has his, but this is the steadfast presence. How do you engage? You can't! Poppy stops everything! There we go, flash in onto Decade as he gets stunned up against the wall. There's Fofo using his ultimate. Uzi now has to flash back over towards the Dragon Pit as Haichao finishes off Fofo. Finally, LGD pull the trigger. Steadfast presence does stop anyone else from moving forward here. Uzi has nowhere really to go. No ghost, no flash, and no real hope of getting out of this one alive, you feel. Decade's going to be at the top on his face. 3 kills for none, and finally LGD find themselves a fight.
They do, and eventually JJ realizes the problem of playing Poppy into comps which look really good for Poppy to play against. You can't block everything. If you can win the fight with the first kind of dashes being blocked, that's awesome, but can't stop all of the dashes, the entirety of that team fight. So that's Soul going over to the side of LGD. They're going to get themselves a reset. Have to see what happens after these resets come through, because ironically, despite this mid lane being such a pain in the ass for EDG for most of this game, if they reset too heavily after the Dragon, they might actually have a chance to take that one themselves. As you can see, it's all been about this push and pull in this mid lane. W goes down. EDG, they see themselves in engage, but engaging onto the counter-striking Jax is really not the plan. They just overdo it a little bit more. Now these resets have come through. Baron Star has come through. It looks like another fight.
Yeah, Haichao didn't even TP. Haichao still has that available to him. We will see Ala pop out the Dominus and make sure he does not go down. But now the Baron could be a very real option here, but LGD don't want to go for it just yet. They've noticed that their mid and their top needs to be tended to, and there is still potentially a TP onto Ala. It wasn't quite up yet, but they weren't going to risk it because they didn't have the exact timer.
Yeah, and the MVP for LGD has gone down. Mid lane out of turret has finally fallen in the line of duty. The resets after that Dragon, and that EDG can finally take down that pesky structure. That might change things a little bit, because standing under that turret is so annoying for EDG to deal with. Haichao's going to teleport back out to the map. Looks like it is once again, though, going to go back towards a bit of an ARM. Baron starts potentially on the table.
Haichao has been spotted out, though, here, so they know that he is trying to flank his way around into Oblivion. There's going to be the Poppy kind of pushing in first. Jin Zhao takes so much damage. Sheji flashes as well. Now they're jumping here onto Haichao, who's gotten caught out just a little bit. They're going to put in the Sand Shoulders. Now Haichao is dead. Uzi gets jumped on, but realistically, I don't think that the cyclone's going to be enough. Never mind, a bonk of the head is good. Jin Zhao jumping in now. LPC trying to take down Fofo, and he will. Unfortunately, though, for the side of LGD, it's a 2 for 2, but you lost your jungler. You can't go for this Baron.
The setup of Vision this game has been so strange. LGD force really hard into the topside jungle, and it feels like they do it way too fast. EDG, they managed to find a good pick onto the Akali, finds the first kill of the game onto Haichao, which was really important in that fight. I felt like this was a well-timed engage, though. Haichao caught out on one side, but at least EDG can't get that one for free. JJ flashed out very, very quickly, and that means that suddenly you don't have that same ability to deny dashes going in towards the back end of this team fight. And yes, the Akali goes down, but we're starting to see why this Wukong is one of the strongest scaling champions in the game. Gets the double Cyclone onto Uzi, and then the Chemtech Soul comes in really bloody handy for that point. Gets the double bonk as well to finish off the kill.
LPC still putting out serious amounts of damage right now. Really kind of just showing the power of this hybrid, kind of, you know, hybrid potential of the Varus, getting those AP and AD builds in, but the ward does sneak out a bit of a what's going on here. Haichao on the backside, they don't know exactly where he is. Mako's going to look to try and maybe look for him. There's going to be a TP. They're going to assume that's going to be the Jax there. There's going to be a flash in from Jin Zhao. Haichao tries to make this one work. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely wide. Mako not quite down just yet. Ala on the backside all alone. Goes into the G8, so he's going to be able to respawn in a couple of seconds. I mean, he's going to respawn and immediately die afterwards. Meteor in the back of the pit, but is fine to kind of just jump his way out should he need it, and it's exactly what he does. And now, I mean, EDG are in such a weird position right now. They don't really know where anyone is. Their vision control is not that great, and the poke that will come out from the Varus is significant.
It is. That burst threat from the AP Varus, it has so much percent HP damage, is utterly wrecking EDG's first target if they're hit by the Varus ultimate, those Chains of Corruption. So LGD making good use. LPC having a great game on this Varus from laning phase right the way through to these team fights. Varus has hit absolute critical mass on this AP build. EDG sticking around the Baron area though. They know they can't let this area go dark. Mako might die for an engage, but he has a flash. If he hits someone important, that could be the sign which EDG need.
I mean, Fofo is still pretty big. Jin Zhao is dead. They're going to see Haichao just too late to try and find the flank. The flash in to get the stun onto JJ. They will confirm a kill. And they'll get Decade on the back of it as well. How does Mako survive that? I thought he was being a martyr, but he was actually being an innovator. That's a 2-for-1 trade. And I mean, how, after all that happened, does EDG come out the better of this trade?
LGD walked over a Aphelios turret, so to get absolutely blasted. Jin Zhao also didn't cast his ult. Varus all around this pit. Not going to do enough either. Oh, it's one kill.
Gets one, but will he get out alive? He will not. Baron secured. Now Meteor has to run away, but can he run far enough? I don't think he can. And it's all gone wrong. LGD, it looks so good. It looks so clean. And then they just got their hands caught in the cookie jar.
Oh, LGD, you'd really hate to see this split end in tragedy for them right here. Also, if they lose this game, they are out of playoffs mathematically. There's no possible way they could get in. Jin Zhao has second tier of ultimate. Doesn't get to cast it though. I'm not sure if it was off cooldown because it's ticking down just as he goes down. It's off cooldown. It's on cooldown rather. So that's why he doesn't have the full tank stats. Goes in a couple of seconds too early. And look what happens here, right? You have that extra kind of auto reset coming through from Uzi. Had the mark on one of those players and gets the 3-item and fellows really starting to rack up some damage.
I mean, look, yes, they're still doing good work here as the Varus. You can see there that the Hail of Arrows does enough to kill off Mako, but Mako had already done his job, already done his duty to his team, and this is looking like it's going to be a 2-0 because we come straight back out. There is an Elder potentially here, and you've got Baron for another 2 minutes, so you're actually totally fine with this setup right now. Turn back, try go for the Elder, and this is the problem with taking an early Chem Soul. You leave that option on the board.
Yeah, and LGD, they're not far enough ahead of the game to keep forcing the issue and get priority around that bot side of the map. Meteor is on a wild flank on this Wukong. He's in the complete wrong area of the map. He might have even just been spotted on the mid-wave. I don't know whether EDG spotted that one. I mean, essentially could have pinged that one out, but Elder's been started up. He's going to get behind this mid-wave. Meteor, he's cooking up something, but his team's now getting engaged onto.
I mean, the Akali's on the flank, the Wukong's on the flank. It means that nobody's there to actually kind of defend this. You've lost so much HP now on top of Jin Zhao, which means that you're not really going to be able to kind of go for this full 5v5. JJ is going to be able to heal right back up with this Honey Fruit, the improved Honey Fruit. They now know where Haichao is. They do not know where Meteor is. Should be just an easy blast cone over to try and make sure there's no confirm on this one here. But here we go. Here's the fight. Decade already has to go into his Zhonya's to try and stasis Jin Zhao. Gonna fall along with the Varus. That's a double kill for Fofo. Meteor, last grasp effort to try and kill off Uzi, but I don't think anything's gonna happen from it. Ala will pick up that kill, and Fofo, big plays around this Baron and Elder pit mean we are gonna see a 2-0 from EDG.
Fofo shuffles LGD out of playoffs. That was a stunning combo from that Azir. Hasn't really had much to say in this game, but he's scaled up. It's been a slow one. 34 minutes. It's taken EDG a couple of games to grind out LGD, but they win nonetheless. And LGD, they couldn't quite make it work.
Nope. We say a big old salute, big old kind of see you next year to LGD. They are officially out of playoffs for the 2023 summer split. A scoreline of 2-11 means they are literally impossible for them to catch up to anybody in that top 10. But for EDG, Congrats to them to get them up to 7 wins. It puts them just below WE on 7 and 6 now, or WE on 7 and 5. And that should just kind of, again, like we mentioned earlier, just solidify them that little bit more, get them a little bit more comfortable with making sure they make that top 10 and get to play in the playoffs.
It's an important win for EDG, but they have a lot of ground to work up. I think we're still seeing a lot of impreciseness around their vision setup, around their macro. It feels like a number of games they've just been content to scale up, sit in mid lane and wave clear, just hope that they can find a good fight. That's not going to see you through to the deep stages of playoffs in LPL, particularly with how many strong, proactive teams that we see at the top of the table. Your JDGs, your BLGs, even your top esports and OMGs are very good at forcing fights on the right kind of timers. And it does feel like EDG, they walk away with a couple of victories, which, they got the job done, they ground them out. But even then, I think they'll walk away from this with a couple of points of concern for their own team.
Yeah, I mean, look, the previous series that EDG played was a 2-1 loss to TT, so you're kind of always kind of thinking to yourself, like, if you're losing the teams below you, that's when you really start to kind of have question marks on this roster. But they got the 2-0, it's all they kind of wanted, but I'll be totally honest right now. I do not have high hopes for this team should they make it the playoffs. It's looking very likely that they will, because it just feels like you look at some of our top teams and they're very fast, decisive. OMG, JDG, BLG, they will make an inch turn into a mile. And yet you look at EDG and you're kind of saying like it's slow, it's methodical, it's very easy to kind of pick apart if it doesn't go exactly how they plan it. So we'll see how they go. I would love to be proven wrong, but again, still plenty to be proven in the last 3 series here for EDG.
I think we're seeing kind of like 2 camps right now in playoffs, where we have like most of our teams in the one camp of being very proactive and very good at snowballing games, the teams you mentioned. And then we have kind of like the other teams which are very good at kind of finding a winning game pattern and just like not chancing it at all. You've got LNG and EDG really in that group. They say, look, if we get to a certain amount of items, you can't beat us. So why would you ever try and flip that? And I'm not putting Weibo in that group because they're so inconsistent. They're in their... Then we have the third group, which is the Weibo zone, which is just whatever the heck happens there. But yeah, I mean, EDG, not to be completely too down on them as well, because they are probably going to be getting towards playoffs with wins like this, right? And if they do manage to get in towards playoffs, I mean, at least they're there. And we have seen so many stories repeated over LPL history where you'll have a team getting into playoffs and finding something to make it work, whether that's a patch change, whether that's just the practice coming in, being able to prepare for a best of 5 instead of for a best of 3. And also you get some players which really turn up on the big games and the big stage. Uzi's one of those players. I think JJ has been one of those players too. And I look at EDG now, and despite coming into this year completely changing away from so many of the players which have brought them success, like Scout in the past and a lot of their previous Worlds-winning lineup, they're starting to find some new character to work around coming into 2023 as well.
Yeah, look, absolutely. As much as I am being very kind of a negative Nelly off of a team that just won the game, it does, it does feel like, again, you look at that goal graph, very, very even against a literally bottom of the table team. It does feel like you're going to struggle against some of the bigger boys in our league. But again, like I said, once you're in, like you say, you can just see a massive momentum swing. We've seen it from the likes of LNG, WE, OMG, BLG, even the most recent splits, those 2 teams there. So we'll see how it all goes there. 41% of his team's damage. Uzi, only 20%. Really not kind of having the Aphelios carry performance that we kind of, tend to see here in the LPL. But Fofo was able to do a lot more.
And you look at the gold efficiency, the damage over gold, like that second off the bottom there. 254%. I think that's the highest I've seen on these graphics. Now, obviously, like, I haven't seen all of the graphics because it's kind of hard to catch them sometimes at the end of the game because of all of the games that we play. But that's a hell of a high number. Fofo, it felt like he hadn't had much to do up until the late stages of the game, but I mean, that's just a 0 as a champion. And you go towards that late game Elder fight, and Fofo had some strong impact in this game.
Yeah, well, we're going to send it over to Christina, who's standing by with JJ for an interview.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Jie, the jungler for EDG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. The regular season is coming to an end, and now every match matters a lot. And we all know that coming to the end of season, you cannot never underestimate LGD. So the first question for you, what was your mentality and how did you adjust your form before this matchup against LGD? 欢迎Jie来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 EDG 在这局比赛当中2-0拿下了对手。那么现在我们的常规赛已经接近尾声了，并且每一局比赛都至关重要，而且我们知道永远不可以低估在赛季末的老干爹，所以想问一下，在这场比赛之前，队伍的心态和状态是怎么样的呢？
因为这个赛季输了太多的比赛，所以心态会有一点波动吧。但是我们还是要赢下来接下来的所有比赛吧。
So maybe before this matchup, like that we lost some games in this season. So maybe our mentality was a little bit shaky, but we're sure that we have to win this game and all of upcoming matchups. Now, speaking of some in-game contents coming to game 1, you got MVP, and you did a really great job in controlling all of mutual objectives. Especially, you got so many drakes, which make you guys play very comfortably. So, from your perspective, could you please elaborate, or could you please generally tell us what was your idea or insights coming to, especially in game 1? 那么从今天的第一局游戏当中，可以说起我们的杰杰拿到了 MVP， 并且你在掌控中立资源这个方面上做得特别好，几乎是控掉了所有的小龙，包括后面的龙魂，可以让队伍在中后期打得看起来还是比较舒服一点的嘛。所以会给我们大概说一下你在第一局的可能关注的重点或者思路是放在哪里呢？
杰斯大树的话，这个中野选出来的话，就是围绕着龙和先锋去进行的，所以我们在有优势之后，我们控下了所有的资源，就赢得很简单吧。
Because we got Jace and Maokai, this mid jungle composition, which make us we need to play around the mutual objectives, around like Rift Heralds, around Drakes. If we can get leads, and we can snowball the game because of this composition we have picked. And coming to game 2, LGD also played very proactively, especially in the early to mid game. So coming to very late game, how did you guys manage to bounce back from the last Baron and last Elder Dragon team fights? You guys did a perfect job. I'm wondering how was your mentality and the team's communication coming to the very late game? 那么在第2局的时候，老干爹这边也是比较积极的主动了，在一些点上去进攻。而那我们想知道，在最后一波，一波是大龙团，然后以及那一波远古龙团 ，EDG 这边处理的非常好。你们是怎么样在大后期这2波团确定胜势的呢？
等到大龙的时候，我们阵容的一个强势期就已经成型了，所以我们围绕着双 C 去打对面的冲阵体系会很舒服吧。然后击杀了对面1-2个人之后，拿下大龙就觉得这把游戏很简单。
Because that we got a very late game draft, especially coming to the last Baron team fight, we farmed pretty well around our draft. As long as we played around our mid and bot laner and tried to kill 1 or 2 opponents, we can just crush them by the team fights coming to the late game. Final question for you. You still have 3 games to play in regular season. So what's your expectations? I know that you really want to make the playoffs. So in order to make the playoffs, how will evaluate your playstyle or your performance in the next coming very, very important 3 games? 那么想问一下最后一个问题，其实 EDG 这边拿下这一场胜利之后，常规赛仅剩3场了。刚才杰杰也提到了，你们会赢下来接下来所有的比赛。那你会觉得具体来讲的话，对于接下来的3场，你们的心态状态上，或者觉得应该怎么样去以什么样的竞技状态迎战这3场比赛呢？
首先还是提高我们队伍的一个整体实力吧，最近有点不太稳定吧。然后当我们真正做得更好的时候，我们会赢下接下来的比赛。
So from my perspective, maybe our form is not very stable recently. Maybe it was a little bit shaky. But as long as we need what we need to do best and manage all those things we need to best, we can absolutely win the upcoming matchups in regular season. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢杰杰来到我们的赛后采访，也期待队伍之后更精彩的表现。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you so much for the interview and, of course, the nice little insights there. And again, just kind of slow and steady wins the race here for EDG. Wasn't JJ who was the MVP, though. It was Fofo coming into this one here. And again, can't really blame it. The Azir was kind of the defining difference between these 2 teams in those big team fights around those objectives.
You could see the damage towards the end of the game, particularly that damage over gold. The gold efficiency was absolutely nuts from Fofo. It did become a bit of a slugfest, but when you've got Azir in the late game, does come up on top of the pile, it can actually do some damage into that late game. I think that LPC on the Varus gave a lot of issues towards the side of EDG, and you can understand why that game started to extend because of the wave control that Static Shiv has with that AP Varus build with the Shiv on top of it. But, you know, EDG, they walk away from this game having a couple of awkward moments in regards to the setup around these objectives, and they're very lucky that Fofo did have such a powerful game to see them through over the finish line.
Yeah, and look, for LGD, it's a little bit of a sad moment, obviously, for them. They are confirmed not to be playing in our playoffs, so they will finish off this week and next, and then we will not see them until 2024 It is a little bit of a harsh pill to swallow, and look, for such a legacy organization, for a team that's had such high highs and effectively low lows now, it is kind of the way League of Legends goes, the way this game is played. It kind of feels like you have to just kind of go with the tides and hope and pray that next year is going to be better.
It's not a year ending in a 5 or a 0. It's not divisible by 5. LGD, they just don't have that same kind of level of power. So it was 2015, it was 2020. Those were their years. And it ain't one of them. You know, LGD, they're a team which, again, they would show up very well in game ones, and they would have very good preparation for a lot of even our big teams. And yes, you can have the counterpoint of saying, look, this team isn't that strong in regards to the LPL. Maybe that preparation wasn't there from the other side of that matchup. But I think it's sad to see them bow out like this, considering some of the games that they've shown. Yeah,
absolutely. But that is all the time we have on this particular series. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we won't be here, but you'll be taken care of by Hysterics and Alt Battery. So we'll see you soon.
我会给你看几个游戏内的操作的片段，那么你需要给这些片段里面的这些主角的操作打分，从0分到5分。
OK， 可以。
Be a kill. He should easily be able to get.
Apollo has to flash this.
Oh, I will dominate with the sick flash of the body slam. Here comes Quas as well. Knocks him in. Completely earned.
给个5分吧，5分吧，满分。 실수를 하긴 했는데 결국 잡았으니까 상관없지 않을까.
满分5分就打5分啊，这波挺帅的这个一闪。
你得给他满分。
在去gank前就能把所有的事情全部想到，并且做出相应的操作，我是比较喜欢这方面的操作的，我可以给他5分。
酒桶的意识很好吧，提前预判到了，第一时间就跟上了闪现。4分呗，操作还是挺帅的。
我觉得没必要这样操作，我感觉走过去他就死，不过操作很帅，满分5分我给4分。
1到，然后跟到寒冰的闪现嘛，然后炸回来，但他的 Q 丢的有点可惜，给他打个4分吧。
打个4分嘛，这挺好的，但是就是空了个 Q， 美中不足。
如果你觉得你来这波，
我来肯定满分。
但是我来玩的话，应该可以杀得更快。3分吧。
这酒桶我给他0分啊，他一点都不懂观众到底想看什么。我说实话，
这酒桶绝对是0分啊！他这个一闪 AR， 这爱惜有闪交闪就跑了。
他还操作还不够完美，
他这操作拿的是不是完美啊？他就纯操作啊，0分啊
6。
Dragon advantage as well. Ready to take the fight. Flash over. How do you?
这样的 ED 4分，这反应还可以。
我觉得 ED 这波这反应还可以吧。
那必须是满分，反应人快。
如果那边没那个。 马尔扎哈的视野的话，感觉这 EZ 有点像脚本，
反应挺快，但就不知道蚂蚱第一时间能不能。这个是评价蚂蚱的操作还是 EZ 的操作？
给对面的打分吗？
给这个马尔扎哈打分。
闪现期被解了，然后沉默3个，看一下。
我们来看看到底是发生了什么样的操作。
哦，自己打断了，
自己把自己的打断了吧？我就开始以为这个什么脚本水银嘛，然后发现他自己把自己打断了。 挺好的，给满分这个操作。
哦，看到了，最多给1分啊，这个是低级失误。
这个马尔扎哈是应该太久没玩了吧？技能投放顺序错了。
那这不是要打负分吗？
那你给他打个分。
这只能打0分了。
那只能0分啊！厉害呀，0分，1分吧。
你知道他做了一个什么样的操作吗
？2完取消了吧？
打断了自己大招呗。 对，闪现1R，然后感觉是按快了，对，
确实挺凶，把自己大招打断了。
你给他打几分？
某种意义来讲，这个是满分。
节目效果5颗星吧，节目效果上面肯定是炸裂级别的，我给他满分。
4分吧，就因为总会有失误的时候嘛。
其实可以给个3、4分吧，虽然看着失误了，但是我感觉可能开到也赢不了啊，这是为了让队友不打嘛，让他洗一下，给个3分吧。
就看着是有点意思，但是打他队友我觉得有点折磨啊，所以只能给1颗星吧。
Connects on first, cleanse, instant again. It looks like he's trying to bait it. Flash forward. That dredge hit the wall, didn't it? That was a face plant of note. The box comes down from the limit as the curtain is called back and Perks.
这赛场不会是我吧？我觉得2个都是1分吧。
为什么呢？
都是有想法，但是没操作出来。
感觉1分吧，有点抽象。
这已经可以入选饭堂 top 1了。
这个野辅的配合是到了满分呗，我都没想到 Q 闪。
就我不知道泰坦能不能 Q 闪，脚个能 Q 闪不？那不能 Q 闪的话，就应该是纯失误了，打3分吧。
这个我绝对得给满分，
也是5分，感觉他整的不错啊。
2个卧龙凤雏啊，
这个就是卧龙凤雏了，这2个人的操作就是
给5分嘛，
最多1分吧，他们2个人。
마이너스 5점.
为什么呢？
딱 봤을 때 그런 일이 일어날까 상상만 했던 일이 진짜로 일어났어.
挺好的，挺下饭的。就观众们一定会给他打5分。
我觉得5分，就没有人可以再复制这个操作。我觉得。
你知道这个盲僧的操作者是谁吗？
我不知道。
不知道，我不想知道。
是 G2 的打野 Yankos。
牛我挺喜欢的。他，
那我觉得他应该是在搞节目效果吧。
他们玩得挺开心的。这是比赛吗？这不是吧？rank 吧？
这是比赛。
好吧。
我一般队友发现这种操作，我就疯狂点表情了，给个2、3分。
你知道这个盲僧是谁玩的吗？
这是比赛上的。
对，G2 的打野 Yankos 玩的。
那我只能给满分了。
第一波盲视野大招接 Q 的话，我是认可的，非常漂亮，我可以给他打个满分。然后后边的话，感谢一下对面，
给个3颗星吧，因为这个操作确实，我觉得纳美该有的操作。
炮丢的准，没什么其他的吧
？1分吧，因为前边的2兄弟的发挥才配拿5分，他只能拿1分。
还不错，就是卡视野给的技能给的很好，给4分吧。跑得很好吧，也是满分，就每个技能都放得很好。
满分吧，这纳美的操作。
纳美5分吧
，5分吧，我觉得他技能释放的都是特别的准确的。
完美，不用秀手，完美的。
大招接 Q 啊，包括他的 Q 的命中都是就是挺准的，应该能打个5分。
综合评分吧，打得这么认真干嘛？
那纳美4、5分了，他玩的好狡猾。这个纳美嘛，感觉玩的很好，就是他每个炮都炮到2个吧，然后就走也很逼近的了。
跟你比起来怎么样？
跟我比起来嘛，应该就这波操作应该比我猛很多。
Change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. It's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away.
try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. Your life. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that.
UP 上队的话，感觉比较核心的选手可能是打野宁吧，然后他们的上单的话，在这个版本里面的表现还不错，然后下路也玩的英雄池也比较，算是那种比较这个版本比较强势的英雄吧。面对他们的话，感觉更多的话可能会针对他们上野吧。相对多狗说的话，可能就是得从他这里把这一分拿走。现在可能还是就对版本还没有那么熟悉吧，还需要花一点时间去熟悉一点。如果输下的话，我觉得我们应该会打得更好一点。
就在夏季赛刚开始的时候，我觉得大家可以很明显看到我们 UP 比起春季赛时的，不管是运营啊，还是游戏的各种走向，然后还有稳定性都很大的提升。但我觉得我们在就是赛季中期的时候，我觉得我们有点丢失掉原本的优势吧，就是有点回到了春季赛的那种感觉。我觉得这点是比较可惜的点了，所以我觉得最主要是要好好的调整好我们每个人的状态，还有团队的沟通。这样的话，我们才能够在接下来比赛赢回来。
Kind of a last haul here for Ultra Prime as we welcome you back in a very different casting duo. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Olg Battery for the first time here after a pleasure of bringing you onto the split. It is nice to see you paired up with me. I am the only one I think at this point you haven't casted with so far this split.
I thought you were avoiding me. First, it was like, oh, well, I have a wedding to go to. You know, maybe I have to be a part of it. Then, you know, there was week 5 where, hey, everybody was coming back into full swing. We got Lyric and Jamada back in here. So I'm glad we got one in before playoffs.
That's right, man. And especially since it is ramping up to that point pretty soon. With Ultra Prime and Weibo running into each other today, we are feeling the strain of that schedule getting faster and faster, especially when we're locking in teams. Ulk last series, LGD, the first team confirmed out with EDG finding another win. Hopefully here in this series, we can get a better idea of where Weibo are at. And if Ultra Prime can make the miracle run as well, I think there's a lot on the line to cover in this second series of the day.
Yeah, especially because, funnily enough, when I look at public sentiment for Weibo, it feels like everyone's now on the downturn. We were super excited coming into the beginning of the year, and then coming into summer, everybody was like, okay, we've had time for this roster. We've even have Weiwei stepping in for Karsa. I think that this should be an exciting roster when you look at the names, you look at how their previous performance on other rosters have been. But now coming into summer, now coming into week 6, off of the FPX loss, off of a couple of other series not really putting a lot of trust in this team, I'm looking forward to what they can do against Ultra Prime in the back half here of this weekend, because this should be a layup. We're talking about going up against WE, now Ultra Prime and anyone's legend. This should be their way to lock into that playoffs and fight for 6th place.
I love, again, the word you used was trust, and I hold on to that because for Weibo, it's, as you were mentioning, like the loss against WE, the loss against FPX, even the fact that they almost lost against RA. This team has been something to ponder about, and 6-5 is not a comfortable score. at this point for Weibo, I think ultimately, I've just been told in the back of my mind as we transition to UP, we're going to have to talk about a new player, but just quickly to round this up. Man, this team is interesting as, hey, on the other side, Ultra Prime, shifting gears a bit. We were ready to talk about Forge, but the debut of Dream coming in today is a very unexpected pleasure.
Yeah, especially because Forge, I mean, mostly throughout this split, I think has kind of had a mixed identity. And so bringing a new player like Dream should kind of reinvigorate this roster, hopefully for a back half split. I mean, you look at the future of their roster, they're going up against, obviously, today, Weibo. They then finish off the weekend with TES, or they start week 7 with that. So they really need to make that gauntlet. They have been the 11th place gatekeeper. They are just outside of the bubble for playoffs, and they have been everyone below them in the standings.
Well, I just want to quickly elaborate as we look towards Ultra Prime to make the miracle happen. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, Dream's not played a single game now. We need to elaborate on this a little bit because Dream is a bit of a legend, I will say. He covered Rookie when Rookie unfortunately had to go back to his career due to his father. Now, when he was on that V5 roster, that was the top 4 roster of 2022 summer. Dream has been someone we've been hyped about in the past, but even in recent LDL throughout the split that's come through from V5, or should I say NIP's B team, he hasn't done amazingly. There was a placement on NIP in 2023 spring as well. So Dream has been in the LPL before. We all remember him. But it's just a question as to why now for Ultra Prime? Why take Forge out? I think you, Ultra Battery, had something interesting to say about Forge, about his recent performance, how he's been playing in mid, maybe as to why Ultra Prime want to make this transition.
Yeah, at the beginning of the split, it seemed everybody was really set on just having these Gragas, having some Annie in the mid lane, the Ahri as well. And Forge, I think, was a very good player, especially on the Gragas and the Annie, but fell apart when we saw him start to pick up, I mean, even his signature pick in the Akali, I think definitely had a bit of mixed identity. I think there was a bit of identity crisis in the mid lane for Ultra Prime. So hopefully with Dream stepping in, hopefully he can set up Ning, who we've been talking about already. Definitely wants to try to take another crack at the Shy. I think it would be a really fun matchup. And he has been the driving force for this team in the early game to set up players like Doggo, who is supposed to be the late game insurance.
Supposed to be, but aren't. Again, a lot of negatives I have about Ultra Prime because of what we've seen so far. And while we look towards Weibo and while this matchup gets a little bit more interesting, I also have to elaborate. It wasn't the Weiwei roster that Dream played under. It was the Xiaolongbao, the Casa roster. So unfortunately, we don't have a crisscross going through too much there. As I'm trying to find one, though. I'm trying to find one here because, of course, Invincible and...
You're in the threads right there. You're trying to find someone, something
to all connect it, but we'll wait and see for the time being, because the majority of the roster, again, NIP, still on NIP, as 2023 spring was the last time he played, but it's still nice seeing him go up against old V5 members in Weiwei, of course. Going up against people like the Shy, where he played alongside Rookie, remember when the Shy had already left, Rookie stayed, or rather went to V5, so was still playing alongside that roster. It's just exciting to see him back on the rip because, again, he has huge potential. And Oak Battery, this is a more spicy matchup, considering that we are looking at Xiaohu versus Dream. These guys have played against each other before, and this is more of a hype matchup, in my opinion, because I think there's a high skill caliber on both of these gents as well.
Yeah, especially for the broadcast, maybe for all the audience. They'll be learning alongside. They'll be like, okay, let's see where Dream is at now. We talked about it in spring. Well, now it's summer. It's week 6. This feels like you have got to be the best substitution for Forge in the entire world. You need to be able to bring this team to a couple victories, and it starts now. It starts up against Weibo. Can Weibo kind of hold that candle? We've obviously already talked about the fact that this is a team that has been some flippers. They've been flipping some burgers. Sometimes it's cheese side down, sometimes it's up, and I'm kind of like I'm up in the air because you're going up against Xiao, who when you look at the history of this player, obviously legend here in the LPL, but this split, the meta, I just think has not fit him.
It's just so funny though, because now that you use the word flippers, like I can apply that to either team here. Ultra Prime have also been ultimate flippers too. Weibo, especially, like Xiao, who might be a legend, but Xiao, who has been a bit of a dolphin in some of the games as well. On the other side, like, don't forget the Shy. He might have some grand games, but the Shy is the Shy. Like, This series is going to be chaotic. This should be a 3-game series because if it's not, someone is performing out of their right mind today. And even though fans might favor Weibo, remember, FPX, the WE loss as well. This team is not consistent, but to make playoffs here against Ultra Prime, they damn better well shore up their consistency here today.
Look, new player in the mid lane, maybe trying to do some spicy stuff like we were saying. And hey, if Weibo, if we catch them on a bad day, then it's definitely Ultra Prime's game to take. But we need to see them in form and we need to see them prepared. I want to see some other players step up, obviously moving away from the mid lane. I need to see Harry kind of bring a better performance. Going up against WE was not very inspiring. And he has been, I think, someone who can be a very good top laner here in the LPL, but his positioning, I think, is the biggest issue, especially on tanks. I need to see him in a little bit of a better spot to be able to actually access backline minions, and I do think that sometimes he does tend to overstay, try to overplay his hand, and suddenly he's waiting in a bush, he's like, oh, I can find one person, comes out of Fog of War, there's 3 people ready to fight him, and he's like, ah, well, we just died, and there's a Baron spawning. That's not great.
Yeah. Inconvenient. I mean, the Shy can be the same again. We can keep drawing parallels here. As I just remind you, you also reminded me that Ning going up against the Shy today as well is another side tidbit. You know, even Sword Art going up against the Shy. Like, remember, this was a suiting roster that I believe actually knocked out IG in 2020. I'm gonna have to go back and fact check on that one because, like an old man, I'm starting to lose some of my information. But overall, there's a lot of back and forth between these two teams because there are a lot of legends in the scene. If they're returning like Sword Art and Doggo returning as a duo lane, or if they're people like Ning that came out of retirement this year, going up against people that have been in the scene and been in the top tier, like the Shy, like Xiaohu now, for the past couple of years at least.
Especially for Weibo, I think they obviously are a team that we were more than likely to see. I don't know if we touched on it for their playoffs, but obviously winning here, it confirms them for playoffs, as well as for our next match, which will be OMG versus Top. If they are able to win that, they immediately qualify actually both of those teams for playoffs, which is really cool. We'll get more and more of our kind of postseason start to get locked in. But even Weibo now, like you're coming into the back half of the split. I think the end of their spring season, you know, you talk about the playoffs, wasn't very inspiring. They got knocked out by OMG in a 5-game series, and they want to be you look at this team, you talk to anybody who's across the world, you're going to tell them that Xiaohu and the Shy are on a roster. How are they not making Worlds? How are they not making internationals? Right. We need to be talking about, hey, how is this team going to level up now going into the post?
The fact that they're 8th at this point in the split is embarrassing, right? Again, I had this in top 4. I didn't do power rankings this split, but I put them up there above teams like LNG, even above top esports, because when you have Weiwei, who, you know, has been showing us how he can play towards topside, how he can really be, you know, like a dog to his laners, we expect this team to level up massively, especially after Caster's rough performance over spring. So, again, a little bit sad on how they're doing, but it continues here with the last couple of weeks to show us that they can be a firm playoff team, that they can try and make the top 4. It is a harder journey here, Ulk, but still, considering this team can finish 11-5, a lot of the time in splits, that has qualified for the top 4, barely out on the outskirts of the top 5 as well. So it is still doable for this team, but every single series has to be a win.
Yeah, their end of season is not particularly, in my mind, very difficult for Weibo. It's anyone's legend after this, IG, RNG, EDG. So a few bangers in there. I would expect that Weibo will probably drop one of those series just due to the nature of how this team tends to operate in a best of 3. So looking at that, if they're going to go potentially 4-1, that does put them at that threshold of going 10-6, which is more than likely obviously going to probably grant them about a 6th place. I am worried for Weibo, however, because you look at the teams around them, they're fighting versus OMG, WE for that 6th place spot in my mind, and even below them, RNG, EDG, with the win that EDG just got, are going to start encroaching upon that position.
That's right, EDG's remaining schedule as well, not too difficult from what I saw. It's OMG Weibo, of course, which might fight it out, but FPX in there makes it very manageable to at least finish on something like 9 if they continue that form against OMG. So it is an exciting playoff race, but as I was saying with Nymera the other day, the way it's currently set up with only Ultra Prime and maybe RA, TT, FPX, but it's still so hard. making it towards that top 10, there's this big jump up for teams like Ninjas in Pajamas and RNG. There's a big jump up to the top 10, rather. And that's what's making the top 10 right now look like the top 10 will take into playoffs here in the penultimate week. And I don't think we've had that before. Ulk, I know you just joined the team, but like in previous splits of the LPL, it has been to the wire, to the very end. But right now, there is a massive gap between that playoff race and not, and it's a rare thing to say.
It's definitely like, okay, we've now put ourselves a cut above. I think one of the interesting things is how many games some of these teams played. Obviously, WE took a week off to do the Road to Asian Games, but you look across at like BLG and JDG, they're off season. They've played 13 out of anything. Like, it's pretty nuts.
I mean, again, so many games. That's just LPL way, isn't it? If we get into pick and ban, Weibo, Ultra Prime, it's still 13-12, folks, so still expect that priority on things like the Nico, the LeBlanc with Static Shiv, of course, here in the LPL. No, Mira, I will... sorry, Ulk Battery, I will say... Dude, too many casters as well, apparently.
There you go.
I will say on top of that, like things like Tristana for Xiaohu also have been picked up before. As Wukong gets banned away, let's just see what the first priority here is for WBG.
Oh, I wanted to say, when we looked at this meta right now, Tristana is just so powerful as a flex, as someone who can go to those side lanes. And you were talking about it before for Xiaohu as someone who is so proficient at specifically going into the side lane, drawing pressure on the opposite side of the map, and then moving towards plays. I think this is the perfect champion. We saw it actually in the last series, Ziggs being banned. This is a potent combo that's actually been happening over in the US, in North America, over in our Challengers League system. We've got the Ziggs Tristana flex. That is such a dangerous combo, and hopefully we get to see more of these teams explore it.
Light has played it already, and it's been getting more popular in the LPL. I like that you bring it up with how many Tristanas we've actually seen mid, and the Ziggs actually just usually going towards bot side. As Renekton is a takeaway here by Ultra Prime. As a side note, the Shy has been spamming that, but you know what's been more interesting? The fact that Ivan was looked over, glossed over in so many different drafts, but now, only just now, the LPL is raising him in the priority, as it's a Tristana mid, but it's a Kai'Sa bot straight away. 3 OPs for WBG.
And depending on what Ultra Prime take, this could still be Kai'Sa mid. If we're gonna get a little spicy, there has been a lot of Kai'Sa mid starting to come back into the meta. I remember last year when Faker first brought it out and everyone was like, oh, we gotta play Kai'Sa mid, and it was incredibly fraudulent afterwards and no one picked it and immediately dropped it like 6 games plus. That's really cool. The Ivern thing I think is so interesting because they buffed it on 13-11. It was incredibly busted and almost no professional region was actually playing on it at the time. And so 13-12 came around, they nerfed it for Daisy, and now everyone's like, okay, well, now Ivern's back. Like, they brought it back to the forefront of people's minds. Jungle already has a bunch of buff sharing. You're going to have a lot of gold being funneled into Ivern, and if no early players are going to be done, this is a very good way to punish greedy junglers.
And I love it again as well, especially since LPL's full of them, right? Greed is all we see is good. So it's such a relevant point when we see players like Ning, Weiwei as well, if we do end up swapping the matchup in Game 2. But for now, I just want to point out, as Ziggs actually gets banned away from Ultra Prime, that we still need to see topside here for the Shy. And the Shy in the past has been something like a Quinn player. He's played very explosive matchups into the Renekton. I truly wonder with this Cassante down if we're actually going to get a tank frontline, a role player from the Shy, or if this is just going to be an explosive Game 1 of snowball the hell out of your lanes for WBG.
I think I will lose my mind if I have to watch the Shy play Gragas Armel fight. I'm gonna be. There was the one Gragas play I remember like a couple weeks back. I was like, the Shy, I'm so sorry. We may need to we may need to reinvestigate this this champion for you. So it is possible. It's something that would play away from the fact that if you have Tristana, she will be able to grant you priority from the bottom lane. And now you have to think, not only did they have to pick top side, what are you going to be going support? Because now, by getting rid of by showing off the melee, I'm glad that Sword Art has taken some charge, like, this is what I really want to pick. I would love to see more engage, more disengage now here for Weibo.
Okay, well, with the Nautilus as well, building a bit of space is going to be important. For Ultra Prime, just a side note, we criticized Doggo and Sword Art quite a bit, and on those engaged supports, Sword Art hasn't been the cleanliest. And so Chris is going to show him how it's done, apparently, as the Shy, meanwhile, carry on. What is it going to be? because that's really the only tank frontline. He plays outside the Malphite as, okay, it's a little bit different this time. Ulk, it's a little bit different. The Shy on has been a lot of fun to watch in the past. I'll give him that.
Oh, man. All right, well, I'll take it, right? Like, it is someone that's going to be tanky. I love that we get the Leona out from Chris because right now, this team from Weibo, they have a lot of tools to be able to empower both of these marksmen, but they did need someone that was actually going to be able to stand in front of them. Otherwise, I think Ultra Prime kind of just, like, push them over and they fall. They immediately fall down. So Ultra Prime now, they're going to finish out with one of the most picked AD carries here for Doggo in the Aphelios. He has been so consistent on this, but it is in the 15 to 20 minute mark where I think Ultra Prime do tend to falter just a little bit as Swordart is like, okay, Doggo, I need you to stay alive in mid lane for like 10 seconds. I need to go and hit a ward or put down some vision for an objective. And Doggo, for one reason or another, there are just 3 people in mid lane suddenly and he's down for the count.
I mean, it's interesting you pull that out because, again, yeah, as you look at Ultra Prime's comp, as soon as Weibo gets some items on them, look at the damage, look at the engage, and of course, Ivan by their side. You raise a pretty core issue that for Ultra Prime, they're going to need to explode, especially through these solo lanes here, Ulk, because this is how they shut the game down before it's even begun. For Weibo, then, you're also telling me that a bit more time, a stable game state is going to work perfectly for them, right?
Yeah, that should be the case. If you see Weiwei, he's going to probably go for the supportive Enchanter build like we've been seeing from many other junglers picking up the Ivern. And definitely when we're looking at either Xiaohu or Light, if one of them falls, guess what? We have a backup marksman as well. So, should be interesting. Also, I wonder if this is going to be the static Shiv Kaisa. I know that you look over at Ruler, and he has just been avoiding this item. He is just going straight up damage, straight up the 80 carry build. So, whether or not Light is going to kind of focus on that or go back towards the AP style will add a little bit of poke to be able to match someone like Jace.
Well, means if he doesn't go AP as well, there's no AP in that compound side of minor Ivan damage. So, food for thought here as we roll into game number 1, a game that for Weibo means everything. They might have an easy schedule coming up, as we've talked about, but if they don't win any of those series, they are screwed, and it would be a massive upset before we've even gotten into playoffs. Ultra Prime can play Disturbers. They can also play the Miracle Run in the LPL. As coming into game 1, some old rivalries to take us in to the rest of your glorious Thursday. And Weiwei jumping on the Ivan to start. A perfect fashion here for WBG as they try and get some points back on the board.
Now here for both of these teams, they have unfortunately lost their first matchup of Week 6. Touched on it a little bit, Weibo losing to Team WE earlier this week, and OMG actually for Ultra Prime on the other side. So wanting to turn their luck, this is the last game that Ultra Prime will play this weekend, or this week in general, so definitely want to try and at least go even. They have had a few weeks where they haven't been able to actually pick up a win. Back in week 2, actually going against WE and BLG. It's a pretty tough matchup, especially when we saw WE actually going 3-0 and then disappearing into the mist. But week 5 as well, EDG versus JDG, they have been on a bit of a string of losses, and they obviously a win would do great for them. And if they're able to kind of bounce back, maybe we can see that run that we've been talking about.
I mean, it would be a dream. Again, Weibo still have the opportunity to hit 11, but as we've seen, nothing is for certain. As this game around, we already talked about it. Ultra Prime going to need a bit of an early start to some of these lanes. Maybe bot side's not the place to be focusing, as we know what Kaisa does in the 2v2 with a bit of engage. As Zenith Blade lands on top of Doggo, there's Ignite. He cleanses, but a second skin would put Doggo down to 1/4 of his HP. I mean, we talked about it. Ultra Prime have problem with this bottom lane game after game.
Man, it's just when Doggo and Swordart are able to play their game, when they're able to play counter to the opponent, it feels so much better. It obviously leads to Ultra Prime being able to generate some of these wins. Doggo coming out of laning phase, however, he's not the best. He has some of the lowest goal difference at 15 amongst AD carries, and so it is all about being able to survive in the early game. And I kind of like this. We were talking about being some greedy gamers here in the LPL. Doggo, instead of going for anything that has to deal with lane, he knows that he has the Severum, he has not even the Fleet Footwork, actually, I just noticed. Going for this call early on will mean that early game impact should go over to Weibo. You see how dangerous this Kaisa and Leona can be. It's an old combo. We've seen it multiple times. You just want to go in and send everything, especially now that the cleanse is gone.
And it's one of Chris' best champion on the Leona as well, by the way. Like, outside of his Thresh in historical events, outside of some of his great Nautilus games, like, I think of Crisp as one of the best Leonas in the LPL. As for some reason, as we go topside, we are looking at an Ornn stat in the LPL. 70% win rate after 23 games. I mean, I'm kind of surprised, actually.
Man, champion's good. Glad to see that Ornn is getting some good love and representation here in the LPL. Especially when we saw the early part of the split with how dominant Cassante was. It's actually pretty surprising because that Cassante matchup is not fun. This is one of the worst Ornn matchups. So getting rid of it, we saw it in the draft. Coming into this game, though, you already see there's a bit of a split map here as Ning is a very sad gamer right now. He went back to his top side. Weiwei had already stole a few of his camps, and so a lot of protection, and it allows now for Weibo to set up this continuum map state where their bottom lane is winning. Mid lane, Xiaohu already getting the TP out of Dream, and will have a pretty favorable back already with this teleport coming in. Needs to be very careful. I mean, it is a recurve bow to a tier here for this chase. This is one of the best starts you can get.
Looking at bot side, meanwhile, though, just to pause, the Sword Art gets the dredge line in, but it could be tree difference towards the mid lane as Weiwei thinking about jumping in, but that root caller out of range. Meanwhile, the fat tree is looking towards a bit of a scuttle play, but it's already marked up by Weiwei. The friend of the forest incoming, but Ning are able to get it, and there we go. Maybe the aesthetics and the athletics of Weiwei is just not enough at this point.
Ning is screaming, I was here before you were even available, okay, Weiwei? My champion's older than yours. I'm a veteran here in this league. I came back out of retirement just to show up, you know, show some of you kids how it's done. I love the video, actually, from LPL that came out like a couple days ago about having the players rate some really unique clips from personalities around this space.
Dude, Ning literally, like, good dumpster Dom. Like, what a rude man. He literally gave Dom a 0 for the play. So much flame.
I love it too because listening to Ning, he's just like, he didn't do anything special. It was a stupid play. And then I go and I see Dom's reaction to it. He's like, first of all, Ning, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, back then, Gragas ult was like super instant. You could not do anything. So we see a bit of a trade here. Good for Doggo, but they are now baiting Weiwei in here. He's now a 3v2.
He's been spotted out. Doggo with instant flash away. Sword Art has his own, but Weiwei going into melee range. Root caller in. Light fully committing. The W connects, and Weiwei gives him a little tap of it in as first blood goes over to WBG.
Oh man, he gets the first blood as well. Xiaohu's got to be careful.
Whoop.
Ning is in the area. Ning could flash here and find it. Xiaohu also has this flash, so it will be a trade. You know, doesn't get the summoner out from Dream, but still a plate. We'll have to take a recall here. Should be a miss of experience. Weiwei could come mid and try to collect on this, help protect mid lane. Fantastic play from Weibo all around. Gets good action in mid lane as well as setting up their bot lane for success. There are no summoners yet again for Doggo.
Oh my god, that was a flash burnt for the shock blast. I mean, hey, I would have done the same. Damage so close from Dream. You got to pay respect for trying to make that play because Xiaohu was about 40 HP away. He's smiling. He knows he got away with murder there.
You know what? That's exactly what we were talking about, right? Like, we want to see exciting stuff from players like Dream. When you're having this call up, when you're having the ability to play on the LPL stage again as a substitute, there's going to be so much that maybe other players are not going to be expecting. Maybe they have already like mentally prepared to have to play up against Forge and some of his tendencies. But now you're playing up against kind of a new player. Hey, they could pull out anything. They could be just as spicy. And while it doesn't turn into a kill there, having that mindset is always really nice to see.
And on the note of Dream as well, he's, you know, kind of new in the sense that he hasn't had many splits in the LPL, but he's still experienced. And I think Dream has had massive impact. A lot of people remember games like the Lysandra on V5. Even Dream, I think at the time, were we Renekton midding or not? But either way, we were seeing so much great gameplay from someone like Dream. His lane as well was quite impactful. So I'd like to see Ultra Prime taking a bit of a risk here, but so far, outside of that flash forward, we're not getting too much out of him. Bit of a CS discrepancy towards mid. And speaking of CS across the Rift, with a 1k gold lead, Weibo definitely taking advantage of bot side as Daisy's coming in. It's called the Forge Goblet. Flashed well by Harry. Root caller there. So the Shy gets a free grass proc as Weiwei in the right place, the right time. Seeing the Shy getting ganked is definitely a kink for many fans.
That is one of the favorite things. They wanted to see it from Karsa last split. They're going to get it from Weiwei this split. Everybody's super happy. All the Weibo fans, they're like rubbing their hands together like, yes, yes, we're getting Giga Shy back. We're getting all the resources for him. Good job from Weiwei. That wave was crashing for Harry, and so definitely wanted to get a recall before that. And it was just a great punish coming out from them. For Ultra Prime now, you're down 2 kills, potentially looking onto the bottom lane here.
Zenith's blade doesn't connect though. Sword Art going to get poked out. Ning is trying to get in an angle with Nature Scratch with the depth charge. Great ulti from Sword Art. If they get the lockdown with the ulti from Xiao, who's even better. He's rooted up forever and a day, but Crisp still doesn't die as Weiwei's Daisy gets sent back over to the court. But for Weibo, they survived after getting pushed out and Ultra Prime finding a good disengage. Or rather,
MVP of that fight is Daisy, 100%. She actually knocked up Ning before he can get into that fight and delayed a lot of the damage that I think Ultra Prime were looking for. And while they do stop the Rift Herald, a winning play for them, it is now giving alone time for Doggo to at least get a plate. Unfortunately, overextends. Doggo.
Okay, W melee rage. Look who's here again. Weiwei is everywhere. Severum used as the root caller doesn't connect, so Weiwei is running out of tools. Again, Daisy's down for a little bit longer. So that is an ult coming through from Light. Doggo burning his own, but still surviving. Is good news knowing that Harry can push top without a jungler nearby.
He knows that Ning is on his side of the map. They've now shown. That was just a really good way and a strong sense of survival coming out from Doggo. Otherwise, they lose out on all sides of the map. Now, Xiaohu into Shy. Can these solo laners pop off?
I mean, W away, Sword Art getting close here to getting a dredge line down. Chris now in, he's level 6, but that ulti not up and available. Zenith Blade will still connect though. Into the back, Ning wants a smite, but he's knocked up. The damage there, and Weiwei steals it anyway. Ulti from Xiao not even needed. He's just autoing to death. With the steal comes the kills, and comes the Ultra Prime dismay as they lose it all.
Ultra Prime, they just didn't have Nautilus Ultimate in that case, and Chris did. I mean, Harry, look, you don't have the most amount of damage right now. This is not the top lane Renekton that we were expecting. When you have a Renekton, you want to be able to play for priority around the Rift Hill. They started this up. This was Ultra Prime's priority to go for. But, I mean, this hook just does not land, and the play is just over at this point. Crisp has now arrived, and even if this fight had extended, the Shy's ultimate was coming up. It was doomed from the start.
Harry not getting that W down. A lack of coordination in the fight here from Ultra Prime. And unfortunately, the Renekton, as you were saying, damage is not there because it's kind of useless in that one. And the Shy suddenly is 2-0 on this Ornn. Like, everything's going fine here. It's for the Forge God. Hello, Dream. Knock up. Xiaohu kill number 2 for him as Herald gets the charge. And now suddenly Ning has decided to defend. It might be if they stick around, but under turret, it's dangerous to the Shy. Going to get himself a knock up here. Dredge line avoided. Zenith Blade connected. A 3rd kill for Giga Ornn in the top side. And WBG are 6-0. This is exactly what we wanted to see today.
Someone check on Pedro right now. He's losing his mind. We're getting Giga Shy on the Ornn. He's popping off. He even TPs to catch this wave. They are giving no quarter to Ultra Prime. It feels more like a nightmare for them, as this game 1 has just been nothing but Weibo wins and a few Ultra Prime losses to boot. Like, they can't get the Rift Tail. There hasn't even been a first Drake started yet, so there's no hope of potentially trying to go for a win condition through the Dragon Soul stacking. Xiaohu has completely dominated this mid lane matchup, which did need some attention from the junglers, but it's completely backfired now. The Jace won't have that same advantage of playing through range and trying to poke out some of these carries. Ivor now finishing his first item with the Moonstone, so it's going to just be continuing to be a menace. You thought you didn't have lethal before? Now you have to deal with extra tank stats, extra enchanters as well. So there's an additional bar for them to cross.
As we said, Ultra Prime really needed this early game. The fact that they've got nothing, no first item outside of the Demonic Embrace makes it hard, as Ning, speaking of, doesn't have the ulti up for this dragon, but they're starting it regardless. Weibo coming in is at 100. Now going down, Sword Art with a good engage on top of Xiao, who locks him down, but they haven't killed him. He stands in front of 4. Sword Art dies in the trade. As Crisp is now in the middle, he flashes over the wall, but a 1-for-1 trade afterwards, despite losing dragon. How was Xiaohu allowed to just auto for so long?
Everybody thought, like, okay, he's dead. Like, someone else is going to auto him. He was able to get a few off and even go for that 1-for-1 like you were saying. What this means, however, for Ultra Prime is they're going to continue to lose plates on the opposite side. It's going to be more jungle camps for them. So Ning is going to have to play on Ultra Economy mode at this point. almost no camps for him to actually take. May have to start stealing some of his laners, but Dream hasn't even finished a Mythic. Neither has Doggo at this point. And they're playing so perfectly around the fact that Xiaohu on this Tristana needs to have priority. They've already taken down the mid-tier 1, and just moving across some of the cascading effects of these lanes falling apart thanks to the mid lane dominance here out of Weibo.
Let's just see if Ultra Prime are able to get anything. Oh god, cameraman. Great timing.
No.
Yeah, no.
After the Care Kiana replay package that you guys got the other day, I just knew these observers were playing a different game. They know. They know what they're doing.
They literally did that perfect timing. Of course they do. Is jumping on a turret. Xiaohu's playing with fire, but Izzy flashes. Oh my god! Dodges the Nature's Grasp as well. Ultra Prime want to get on top of him, get revenge, but buffers with the W. Chris now with the Zenith Blade in. Xiaohu with his 4th kill. That was sexy. Oh, chef's kiss.
Oh man, Xiaohu, that was just incredible, man. Like, what great mechanics coming out from a legendary mid laner here in the LPL. You know, we're getting away. I think the mid laners have to be happy with the meta right now, because we've gotten away from Ahri every single game, Annie, a lot of the champions that aren't mechanically the super flashiest, but definitely get the job done. Now we're getting Tristanas, we're getting things, even like the Kaisa. I'm excited. This is getting to a fun part of the meta, and it's definitely more exciting as we get into playoffs for these teams.
World's better, man. Better be like as enhanced or more enhanced than this, right? Different champions through mid that we look at as a priority. Like the flexibility there is huge, as you were saying.
Oh,
we get
yes!
the POV from Xiaohu. I mean, this was ambitious under turret, knowing full well the enemy team has 3.
I just love with how much trust Xiaohu. He knows his damage, maybe even getting surprised here and there, but you know that Dream can't do anything. And you have the flash, that's for him to make the outplay. He knows that at least Maokai's in the area. Maybe wasn't expecting for Sword Art to show up. Either way, still makes his way out of the play and just plays perfectly now. I mean, there's 15 minutes. We have we have the Rift Herald now spawning. There's not much for Ultra Prime to do, and with Weiwei here, Harry.
He just W'd in. Xiaohu doesn't care. Ning now spotted out. As you said, Weiwei makes it so much easier with that Moonstone Renewer, as the damage is too much to bear. Xiaohu is taking names. The Shy wants a piece of that action. Onto Harry, knock up there, double knock up, and getting the passive with so much to follow through. Light is a dirty kill stealer, but 10-1, and Weibo are showing off in this first game.
So what we wanted to see, I think it is the bar that we need to expect from Weibo, is this level of play, how dominant these players are in this map, because otherwise, you look at a Weibo coming out of spring, coming out of the regular season, the playoffs, people were very disappointed. We talked about it at the beginning of the show, but this is a team that everybody was expecting, yourself included, to be very high up, be a top 4 team playing for it. And when we get to see them operating, this is the kind of level that we see from Weibo, where they just absolutely shatter a game. 6,000 gold at almost 18 minutes. I mean, Xiao is just playing with zero fear here.
Absolutely. I mean, again, using Weiwei so well, this Ivan pick, I feel like we haven't talked about enough, has been so proactive on the early part of the map. And you can see the support that he provides for Xiaohu to jump in like that.
Ivern's such an annoying champion. I actually got to play some of him today. We played like Ivern, Rengar, mid-jungle duo. Just disgusting. That champion is not okay. It's really cool. I'm glad that we're seeing more of it. This champion is essentially unchanged from when it was even before a lot of the changes that we saw in 13-11. So glad that people are starting to pick it up now, because we're starting to see everybody choose this champion. We've moved away from our Wukongs, from the Vi's. Now we're getting this kind of stuff. Like, I mean, we were talking about it the other day with JDG, but Kanavi's pulling out the Belveth. We're getting Rels as well in the jungle going into playoffs. These are a lot of champions that are very spicy and a lot different than some of the most ubiquitous champions I think you would think from the jungle over the past couple years.
Dude, Vi Wukong has been stuck with us for like 4 months, so I completely agree. Even the Maokai is falling a little bit down the priority list here in the LPL, but having said that, as we keep our minds stuck in this game, we're talking up Weibo so much already because they are dominating, despite a couple of trades on turrets and that 1 kill from Ultra Prime, and you can say the Dragon. It's been nothing here to really pry on about and talk about, because Weibo are taking the name. As Xiaohu, the turret pushing pressure is so large. Every time Ultra Prime have to connect, you just see the AoE damage is enough that Ultra Prime have to pay respect. The Solar Flare comes through as well. Just like that, UP have to stand and watch now with an 8k gold disadvantage.
The way this team composition is supposed to operate is Ning gets a bit of extra damage by going this first strike and a bit of AP on this Maokai, and you also have the Jace to be able to assist with the poke. But now that that's all fallen apart, they need to overforce. They need to have Sword Art and Ning flash themselves in. Harry on this Renekton, until he has flash, is not going to be a credible threat onto the backline. So they do need to change how they operate in-game. The drive that they're in is a little too slow. They're stuck in first gear. They need to start kicking it in, because this game is getting away from them incredibly fast. Almost 10,000 gold here at the 19-minute mark. Now they've got the second dragon to worry about. I mean, Ultra Prime, it feels like the game has kind of gone and passed them at this point.
And so what do you do? How do you set up pick potential here? Because, again, if they need to really put this game in 5th gear, it feels like Ning's job, right? Harry's job on a flank here in this teleport Renekton. Like, where do they find these angles?
It's going to be on wards. They need to take the time. Anytime that Weibo have gone and recalled, that is your timer to move out onto the map, clear vision, get some flank wards, and you need to make a single pick. It needs to be on one of these squishy members. Maybe it's onto the Kaisa. Xiaohu with both his summoner and the flash, as well as the ultimate available, I think is a very difficult target to bring down. So the options are slim. You really need to catch someone who's maybe not super paying attention, or maybe who's someone's overextending. Definitely something that will happen in a Weibo game here or there. And it has to be on Ning. We've already talked about it, but even Dream now, finishing the Miramana soon. With this completion, I think this is as strong as Ultra Prime are going to get.
Well, they might want to take the fight now then, or at least throw it in the air. Doggo caught out. The Gale Force does nothing. Even the flash, it's just matched out by the Killer Instinct. Meanwhile, Harry, not as tanky as he wishes, as light as a burner flash on the back end, but now the follow-up continues. 5 versus 3, longer death timers. Daisy on a mission. They want to end right here.
It's the AP Kaisa. You can keep firing. It's going to be Dream going down. 13-1 here. They've got a wave in top lane if they really need it, but they've also got Ivern. They can have the Shy TP in. This should just be the end.
Well, let's see. At least with Doggo's 10-second timer, maybe it pauses there. It depends on Sword Art. As he dredge lines in a little bit early, it means Light's going to get free damage. The flash away in the end as well shows you the state they're in. As double TP, you nailed it down.
Doggo's up.
Ultra Prime, now even with the revive, are going to lose one next
Harry has
turret.
flash.
Harry jumping in, but he doesn't have ulti, so it doesn't matter. Sword Art getting bopped away as Xiaohu once again. Say his name. There's nothing small about him this time around, as with the respawn, Dream is just cannon to the fodder. And waiting for the next wave. Weibo are just playing with their food at 21 minutes. It's so easy. Dream is going to die again. And with a 21-minute win, with a 17-1 kill score, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we should have a bit more faith in Weibo after this solid game 1.
Just a great game 1 from them. One that it didn't look like there were many avenues post the first couple minutes. You saw how Light and Crisp were trading in the bottom lane. Felt like Ultra Prime, before the game could even start, really, they got zero ability to play in this game. So, hey, chalk it up. Like, it happens. You're going to lose a couple of games, especially games like those. At a certain point, you start thinking, what's game 2 got to look like as a team? You're like, okay, we can stall this out for a little bit, but we need to start thinking, what does our second draft look like? Because this was not it coming in.
I mean, again, it's just crazy to me because we saw how the tools could work together. Many other teams have shown us, but there was just no... I guess there was little to no jungle presence from Ning in the early game. We saw Weiwei appear bot a couple of times. We saw that topside gank as well. Like, this Ivan was everywhere. And then as my headphone decides to break in the strangest moment, all I can say is... all I can say, oh man, biggest rip bozo, is that this is... you know, kind of sad from Ultra Prime when, you know, sometimes in the early game they have hit some strides. That game, there wasn't even anything to talk about.
I will say part of it was the way that Weibo actually opened up. We didn't get to talk about it too much because there was a lot of bot lane trading. Weiwei actually crossed into the topside jungle for the first clear, stole some of those camps. And so Ning immediately, has only a few options. He either has to like completely psychopath gank one of these lanes and try to get an advantage for his team, or kind of reside himself to, do I try to go for a risky invade? It is Ivern, but his team can very easily collapse onto one side. So very few options, I think, for Ning on this. Maokai just got tracked very early on. We'll have to see if Ultra Prime can invest a little bit of vision to help him out, because I think that would go a very long way when saying, okay, now let's change up the game plan. Can Ning go for another lane? Can he maybe sit in the river? I kinged him the River King just because he's so good at playing for his lanes, but he has to actually have that first little bit of ramp up before we see that.
I mean, he absolutely does. I mean, you can't call him that if he performs like this. Most damage in his team, because look at the spread. Like, Ultra Prime just didn't hit enemy champions. I mean, Harry into a Renekton lane. That kind of just shows you how limited his impact was. Almost sad. The fact that Xiaohu is probably going to end, by the way, with, I don't know, like 45% of his team's damage? 43! Oh, man. Well, there's your MVP.
Yeah, that definitely, I think, comes with the territory of my jungler walked mid, we slammed Dream, and then we slammed enemy jungler, and then we got into every single fight, and Xiaohu was just popping off. This feels like the most well-deserved, most, like maybe 15 minutes in, he said, all right, I'm getting MVP. I'm getting the Pog, because there's just no way to get around how strong this Tristana was.
Again, Xiaohu on this pick, it's only been picked up a couple of times, but for valid reason, it's 100% win rate with a pretty high KDA. I feel like Xiaohu, while he has his champions, also exports that to some wide pocket picks, and this is definitely one of them. It's nice to see him on a carry-style position, because Xiaohu historically has always been seen as a supportive mid, especially the Uzi days on RNG. It's always nice when we see the individual skill coming out. As for a game one, Weibo, that individual skill was all over. A 21-minute win against Ultra Prime. We're going to take a break and hopefully see something more out of UP. Otherwise, Weibo will walk over them right after this.
Oh, we're getting a
on the
dive.
tower here. What is going on? JDG! They're just trying to flex all over NIP here. Kanavi goes down for a second time as Shadow has arrived. You get 2 kills for Ruler. Angel's here now too. And we got chaos early here, Kitty. As Knight's trying to make it away, does get Vault Breakered in the end. Angel has died to Ruler. One more auto. No, he heals. It's not enough. The fadeaway shot, and Ruler now has 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere. A magician with his hat. Can Shadow shut him down? No! Give him a 4th kill, because why not?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
Are kind of in a very similar boat where they have to wait. Oh boy. For a long time. I'm just going to get brought back there. There's nothing really he can do, but he's still taking up a storm. Is going to get the flash out. Not able to get it is Uzi, but Hope is going to take the brunt of Uzi's ire. And Uzi comes up big. We got to get him cut out here, though, as Iwandi's trying to take him down. He's healing a lot. He takes out another, and that's huge for EDG. He can't get the 3rd, though. Mako on the other side of Dodge, but it doesn't matter because WE have crumbled to dust.
The players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumps on top of him and tears him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Cassante, but Cube has still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. As LNG forces TP from WE to get around this dragon. It's going to be dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind arc to Salt Hung. Gets into the backline, though. That's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in. Needlework. Number 1 doesn't connect, but it's an AoE. The kinematic fusion scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kills. Gala flies in. Flushes over. Quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business.
The world's coming after me, but I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name.
这个赛季对自己的表现打分的话，可能觉得就是打的可能还是比较太普通了吧。寒冰这个英雄，其实对线就是挺不错的吧。然后他的 E 技能可以探全图视野嘛，就是可以让游戏的更简单的进行下去。今年夏天的目标，现在的话就是先进季后赛吧，进季后赛就还有希望了。
Still have hope if they can make playoffs. That makes sense, and especially since Weibo were a little bit down in the dumps, especially after losing after FVX. I feel like that's granted. I'm Mysterix. I'm joined by Ulk Battery here for Game 2 ahead of us after Weibo dominated. And Ulk, this is so easy to give MVP over to the mid laner. That Tristana was such an easy game for Xiaohu.
Yeah, he kind of showed up. I'm really glad because Xiaohu is, you talked about it at the end of our first game there, but Xiaohu typically more regarded as a support-if mid laner, especially back in the day. But now, I mean, we've always kind of lauded him as such a smart laner. We talked about even how, even in his role swap, it was always his ability to actually play in the side lane that was really, really good. And so here again, giving him the tools like the Tristana, where you have an additional mobility spell, it gives him so many different ways to outplay and come into fights with different approaches. I love when we get to see players like these really show off some of their stuff.
True. And again, like Xiaohu, we're talking before the break about how he can be a supportive mid laner, I guess historically. It is nice seeing him in splits like this, where he's willing to pull out champions like this. 1v4. And it wasn't even the only time. I think it was this bot side player we're about to see, Ulk. That was insane in essentially a 1v3.
it feels like he's let loose, right? There's no more Annie, there's no more Aries. We're not playing to support our junglers or to set up our bot lanes with any kind of CC. I'm playing Tristana. I'm going to take care of this game, and I'm going to show how it's done in the mid lane. It's just beautiful to see.
It really is. And again, while Xiaohu got the MVP, like, let's give credit where credit's due. Wei throughout his ganks in his first 15 minutes of the game was everywhere on this tree. This Ivan pick was massive for him. On top of that, you know, they're Shy having a great solid game on the Ornn, what you'd expect, or rather what you'd want from your Ornn player. And then bot in the 2v2, this was pretty easy because, you know, Doggo and Sword Art, once again, the 2v2 just has not been their strength at any point in this split.
It's been very tough. There has been some good moments. I think I've caught some of those games where they're, you know, for the side of Ultra Prime, they've been looking good, but it is a consistency issue for not just them, but I think most of the league. I think we even look across. We were making the jokes before the game of like both of these teams kind of being flippers. I think it's very cool to see, but Ultra Prime, they really have to get it in. When you look at Doggo, like, there have been some very down moments, but every single time we have seen this team come together, it is Ning in the early game, getting some plays, being there for his lanes, and then Doggo slamming it home in a team fight. That is where we've kind of seen them. Weibo didn't give them any quarter. They said, nope, laning phase, you have to play this out. You're not going to be able to skip it. You're not going to be able to get around it. We're going to slam you, and then let's see if you even bother or even want to try to take a team fight versus us. We have such a humongous gold lead. Like you were saying, Wei, a fantastic addition. Coming in, people were still wondering what this roster was going to look like coming into summer, and Wei so far, I think, has been hitting every single beat that we've wanted from him.
Well, I mean, again, when you're looking at the caliber of these laners, you're not too surprised. I was going to say on the other side, you know, Ning, when he does take direction, that's why we get like a higher damage percentage out of this player, because Ning is the carry in a lot of these cases as well. But let's see what they change. Ultra Prime here on the blue, Weibo on red. And I want to see if that Ivan gets taken away, because it feels like for Weibo, that was a very simple pick. Maybe Weibo think that Ning will pull it out first as well and just want to take it themselves.
I have not seen too many blue on Ivans. It is a champion that you definitely have to consider banning, and when you are on red side right now, it's been so interesting to see the differences just between 13-12 and 13-13, just like how different the meta is, especially when you look at the Holy Trinity getting nerfed. All of our enchanters, Milio, Yumi and Lulu, all of them gone suddenly. Milio, I think, being the one that came out least affected from the nerfs. He still is just a strong champion in general, but getting Zeri gone, like, we're getting the fact that blue side right now has Nico, Jace, and LeBlanc banned, I think would shock some people 4 months ago.
Yeah, I think it did as well. Just a side note, Tristana's been banned away against Ultra Prime just in case. You know, we were talking a little bit about this here still on 13-12. Dream's going to pull it out and make sure that Xiaohu doesn't have the opportunity to do it himself.
Okay, so definitely a great neutralizer in the mid lane, someone that will have good range to be able to interact with Xiaohu. We'll see what Weibo end to pick up. I still think that there are so many flexible AD carries, Kaisa being one of them, and being able to have that available to play on both sides up against the Annie, I think is much less likely we actually see that champion. And you have to start thinking, are Weibo going to be more than comfortable with an Ahri? Is that what Ultra Prime is trying to set them up for? Because now you have this Sejuani available here for Wei. You have to think Casante's still up. That is definitely a higher priority between these two.
I agree completely. Weibo will pick this on 3 if it's left to the Shy. But Harry wants to take this himself. Just a side note, you know, even though the Shy has played Jax for the first time or one of the first times in his career, this split, he does not really like the champion. I can tell you that from the Shy apologists over the years. So now that we get the Azir towards mid, we hold our breath for what can be in that top side. I do hope it is something a little bit more explosive from the Shy, as Ornn was his game 1 choice.
Maybe he goes for an AP Gragas. You have to imagine that for Ultra Prime, they're going to be getting rid of the very obvious things like the Gwen. Taking that away from Weibo. They would have a lot of magic damage, especially now with that Azir that we saw picked up for Xiaohu. Again, one of these teams for Weibo. I actually have it written even for TES, but this is a pretty interesting one. The fact that a lot of some of our teams here in the LPL are a lot more mid-centric, specifically LNG, where they will play for their mid laners advantage. And if Xiaohu's going to rip go on a rip yet again, I am definitely okay with them being this kind of team. I love seeing when Xiaohu's able to pop off and have those really dominant splits of performance.
Yep.
And here with the Azir, gives them a lot of late game team fighting. We already see here from the side of Weibo, they've got some good tools. I think they are a bit confused in terms of identity, and we'll see how they kind of round this out.
I just want to see again, what is that support pick as well? Chris hasn't been banned out. It's the Shy for the Renekton. On the other side, Weibo getting rid of that pick that Light was just talking about in the interview of that Ashe being strong in lane and stopping Doggo and Sword Art from having some tools themselves. We are going down the pool. We're going down the pool of 80 carries. I feel like we're going down the pool of top laners as well. Everything slimmed out nicely. The Gnar as well, a classic The Shy champion. So now, what does he have? Looks towards the coaching staff. I hope it's something spicy as counterpick for top side to see what the comp does. I like it.
All right. Well, now there's so much dive coming out from Weibo that Ultra Prime need to be careful. Doggo, I really hate talking about hovers, but this is definitely a champion that can do very well in the bottom lane, but it has not been very successful, I think, for Ultra Prime as a whole. Varus has been incredibly strong. I did want to kind of say that we're talking about all the 80 carries being gone, but Aphelios is still up. Xayah is still available. It seems like they want to try to be as lane dominant as possible. Varus has some of his flex builds. We'll see what Ultra Prime actually end up going for. If it is going to be that AP build that we've been seeing from a lot of bot laners, is it going to be the on hit? Can we get lethality? So many different kind of modes I think that you can play with Varus, which just kind of opens you up a little bit.
I think Sword Art, though, on the other side, let's just quickly talk about the combination. Setting up the 2v2, more engaged potential. But we do have a big focus on Doggo for damage this game, maybe alongside Dreamers. What's happening topside? We all want to know. Oh, he's flexing his champ pool. No, not the Jax, the Shy. Forget the Jax, brother. You don't want to play it. Anything but the Jax, I'm chill. And seeing a Poppy, you know what? I'm still chill.
Yeah, it's definitely new. It's something different that we've been getting. I was wondering at the beginning of this split, where are all the Fiora GP players? Like, if tank top laners are going to be the thing, let's try to abuse that. We saw Renekton come back in to try to play around Rift Herald. Poppy now should be able to abuse the fact that Ultra Prime, outside of this mid and AD carry champions, very low range, going to have to definitely be walking in, and we'll see what the Shy could actually do, because if we're going to get more of what we saw in Game 1, I don't think Poppy's going to have as much of an influence, and we'll be looking more, again, at our mid-jungles here.
Well, Game 1, I mean, that was what we were doing anyway. Like, Light and Xiaohu, even throughout the split, Light especially has been the most solid player of WBG. He's been the old reliable, and I think if we're looking at how Light's set up in this game, we are expecting this man to be set up to pop off again. Xiaohu too, on the Azir, as Wei playing towards those lanes in the early game is how they got themselves such a clean game number 1 win. Here on the Sejuani, let's see if Ultra Prime can survive the onslaught in the first 15 this time around, or if Weibo are back on top, can move to 7 wins, and their chance of playoffs continue to be high and mighty with the schedule they have ahead. They've got to prove themselves here today. A 2-0, I think, would do exactly that, as we're about to head back onto Summoner's Rift to see if Ultra Prime can keep their playoff dream, however small it may have been coming into today, alive and well. This team has such a hard road ahead, but a game win, a series win against Weibo would be insane for their split run, and it would put them right back into the conversation yet again here in the LPL 2023 Summer Split to make a miracle run.
In the Jiaoyos. Always love that. For Ultra Prime, Doggo is going to have to be man of the hour this game. We've been setting him up all series long to try to get that done. But here on the Varus, he has such extended range. His ability to actually interact with the Azir will be very pivotal into whether or not we see Ultra Prime be competitive in this game. Going for the on-hit build, going for the lethal tempo, so we should see something more of, you know, the longer fights are going to go. It should be better. But you look at what Ultra Prime have, they have abilities to kind of pick apart a team fight at will. Not much after that. I love that the Shies, but you didn't even notice. There was no actual reaction.
But hang on, Ning's coming in. Hello, old friend. Just a bit of damage onto the Shy in return. He's still walking in. The hammer shot keeps falling down as... Look, he does get the ward down. And as the buckler comes out as well into Ning, he just keeps on walking, trying to make a bit of a pain for his ex-Worlds jungler, but will go to lane eventually. as Ning spotted on the top side for his start. Wei not spotted as he has actually started on the Raptor camp and is continuing to path up for a 3-camp start himself.
Both junglers looking to path down bot lane here. I like the kind of nod to whether or not we'll see Wei actually go and try to affect this top lane early on. We'll have the red buff available to him, but looks like instead, if these two want, they can full clear all the way down, maybe look for a play. Probably just going to be full clears across the board. We are looking at our solo laners here to really get a lot of that early action done. Again, Xiaohu now on the Azir should be able to utilize some of that range up against Annie, and it'll be not only up to them, but kind of to see whether or not Ning is going to get active. Being early spotted, you see what Weibo's bot lane are doing, getting priority, getting vision. This is all to stop Ning from getting away with some of those dastardly plays we know him for.
And we know that his bot side, I mean, Weibo do at least, right? Again, that vision from the Shy helps out Weibo know that his pathing has to lead him down to this bot lane, as that ward will spot if he tries to come through Tri-Brush. The Sword Art is just trying to clear one, but they're like, okay, where did they put this ward? A very sneaky here from Light and Crisp, as it's not cleansed away. Sword Art getting a bit of engage in the meantime, though. The engage on the Doggo speaking, everything lands. He flashes away and cleanses. Rel and Kaiser are just an insane 2v2.
As soon as you lose your Alistar Headbutt Pulverize, that's the go button. Those things should be used to try to stop Chris from getting in. And when you use it so aggressively, you get punished. It's more like you save them to be able to stop Rel, and the minute you try to play proactive, that's their punish. Weibo getting so many plasma procs onto Doggo, and this wave is pushing away from him. So good job from Wei to come to this crash. Ning, unfortunately, is going to have to get pulled away from his clear and needs to be here now.
All in flip. Sword Art has flash. Permafrost close to hitting here, but Sword Art still without a summoner. 3 out of 4 now down, as all it took was Crisp to again burn that flash himself. Ning trying to come in now, but I'm not sure what they can do with the, as you said, the state of the wave pushing so slowly with lane vision as well hopping out. But meanwhile on the top side, Casante versus the Poppy, the Shy dodging away. Harry's got a bigger wave though, makes it hard. Flash Hammer Shock, no! He misses. Buckler's out the Iron Ambassador, he wants a shield, he finds it. Knock up now back again for Harry.
Wait, in mid,
remember
though.
he's got the flash available, as you said. Dream has to flash off our screen.
That was Wei visiting mid, surfing right on through after going for that bottom wave. Ning has got to be a man on a mission. We get the replay in the picture-in-picture. They thought they were going to get enough damage. Nice. Flashes over the wall. So now there is no longer the ability for Dream on this level 6 to flash over and get that ultimate. Good job from Wei cutting this wave very high. Harry should be fine. Probably going to have to use the summoner spell.
It depends. W, no, he holds onto the summoner spell. Wei with a gank, and look at the timing as well. If we want to keep talking about wave state this game, top wave state not in a great place at all for Harry.
All of the Ultra Prime players right now are probably like screaming, hey, we need our jungler to break the freeze. Ning is like, I have all of my camps up, brother man. This is not happening. Wow. This is just not something that's going to be available for us. Like, bottom lane, they needed Ning to help get that crash so that their bottom lane could get the resets. Harry as well, fighting to the death up against the Shy and Wei. Turns into still a better state. We'll be able to TP back into this. Still, we'll have Harry overextending. And with no punishment, should be okay for the side of Ultra Prime. But again, it is that kind of possibility in the back of their mind. Where is the Sejuani? We haven't been able to get too much proactive vision. A lot of this has been Weibo and just really good placement of these wards.
Again, we need to see Ning with the proactivity in nature as well. Maybe waiting for the 6 as Hammer Shock down again. Harry getting low, but even though the Shy has ulti, there's not enough damage for now. Bullying him out of lane, while remember that back timing meant that Harry could shove the wave in. It's reset, but still as it catches towards the middle part of the lane, Harry's zoned out. And the Shy on this Poppy having a bit of a game of it now as he continues to exert dominance.
I love it. It still has tools for him to play in typical the Shy fashion, where if he really wants to go for a solo bolo, if he wants to go for a 1v1, has every single ability in his kit that should be allowing him to get away with such plays. Now, you get to see Crisp coming off of a recall here. They want to play for early Dragon. About a minute and a half before the Baron here. Ning has a couple of options. Finishing this now, probably won't be able to actually contest for this. They need to be making plays around top side. The Shy has no TP, he has no flash. This is their timer, especially with Harry having the ultimate. For them to be able to get away with something, the wave is coming into Harry. And so if they want to be able to get that punish, I think this has got to be it. Otherwise, I think this is going to be another game where no early action from Ning means that Weibo get a free early game and they can continue to look towards the late.
And this time Azir mid as well. Like, the main source of AP damage on this team is going to have a free lane, which means could be a free game as well. Ultra Prime, as you said, need to get something happening, especially with a mid-jungle duo that we know is so strong with skirmishing. Especially with Varus, Alistar, like, this is a skirmish-heavy, pick-heavy composition that can 100-0 someone. I feel like ultimately, Ultra Prime, we have been talking a lot about their proactiveness here in this series and how much they've been struggling with it. It is early days, but as Herald comes up and as Dream just drops Tibbers in the mid lane, that might be a good timer considering Herald 20 seconds from being up as the Shy stops the engage. Ulti as well. Harry gets bopped a little bit. All out is available, but good damage again. Hammershock dodged away from as Ning now invaded on. He doesn't have 6 still. This Sejuani so annoying. Glacial Prison also there. And I mean, the Shy's got the wave on lock. This is going to be a hard push, and this just gives Weibo another avenue to another objective.
This is so a couple of things. We saw that play earlier with mid lane. That is one of the annoying things about Annie, is she does this really cool part where she simply presses the R button and enemy mid laner usually loses about 40 to 50% of their HP because it's a great champion. But even in that play, Weiwei steals the Gromp, steals the Gromp to prevent level 6 there for Ning. Ning eventually has to tax away from his top laner. And with all of that, it does mean that for the time being, Ultra Prime will have this, will get spotted at the very end. Harry, no teleport. Sword Art is here. Doggo's moved up. They need this objective to go right.
That scrying ward so OP from Xiaohu. Even though Sword Art gets the engage, there's the ulti from Xiaohu himself. It's because Doggo and Dream are here first. As you mentioned, bot lane moving up. The one mistake of Weibo not paying respect is now without the Emperor's Divide, is the fight manageable? We're dancing around.
Oh god, this is such like this is a clumsy like high school waltz right now. We're just going past it at this point. They're testing each other. They're like, oh, am I supposed to step here? They're stepping on each other's toes just a little bit, but without any action, without a proactive foot from Ultra Prime. What are they to do? They lose out on this objective. Xiaohu on this Azir gains so much ability for them. The small win for the side of Ultra Prime is the fact that Harry will get alone time with his bottom tier turret as the Shy is left to respawn. Other than that, it'll be a small objective. It'll still be a gold lead here for Weibo, almost 1,000 there. And now they have a Rift Hold that they can play for 2 minutes before this dragon spawning. You have to imagine that they'll drop this before then, get early plates for maybe someone like Xiaohu or Light, and then come into a team fight rocking with a pretty big gold lead and continuing some of that item advantage.
We're expecting Light, to be in control, especially with that early CS lead. We keep looking at the Shy, the Observer. Very biased at the moment.
They know.
He loves this poppy matchup. They know something's going to happen. Of course, with the Shy, I feel like you always do is Xiaohu getting ganked here. Good timing from Sword Art, but the stun doesn't hit. Maybe the trample. He flashes. He gets the shifting sands out of there. But Dream, unfortunate as the spacing from Xiaohu ran past his hitbox.
All right, respect to Sword Art right there. Good use of the headbutt pulverize. Headbutts first, waits for Xiaohu to be able to try to get out of that CC. They stun him up with Dream. I like that. That play is, I think, just a win-win. Doesn't get a kill, but it is a flash out of Xiaohu. We still have that minute before the dragon, so now that is a vulnerable target for the side of Ultra Prime to look for.
Well, with Ultra Prime, more plays like that definitely needed then. A minute, as you said before that dragon, that is infernal for the stats. Weibo picked up the first one as well. And to stop this team stacking up, especially with the Azir, the Sedge, the Poppy, with so much disruption in the comp, with so much consistent DPS that's going to come through as the game goes on as well. Feels like Ultra Prime definitely need to be in the face of this next objective. But Herald is the problem here, because we're still waiting for this to come down. It's being held specifically by Weiwei to sync up with this next objective timer and give Weibo an edge.
Right now, Weibo, they really want to play on these next two waves, specifically in mid and in bottom lane. The second that Light, now with the static shift, he'll be the first to this mini wave. He'll be able to clear it out, and that'll open up space for them to clear a little bit of vision. You already see Crisp starting to poke and prod, trying to see where Ultra Prime's soft bots are. They haven't cleared out this board, so they know Weiwei's here. Dream's able to set up, but he doesn't have stun.
Whoa, where did that go? At least Dream flashes over the wall, so we call that a win-win as well, as Weiwei now forced to get out, as well as Crisp. His Magnet Storm was used. These ultis being burned before the objective. Weibo being a little bit clumsy and paying the price.
And to get this dragon anymore, they have to completely sack for this mid lane. Gets Xiaohu some plates. You will not have this Azir. I like how greedy Xiaohu is. He took Demolish in this lane, so he's going to get 3 plates because of it. Split gold now between the mid and jungle. Yeah, oh my god. And that comes from Weiwei, so they're trying to milk as many plates out of this turret as possible. It'll be the second Drake going over to Ultra Prime, and Infernal will help with some of the gold that they are missing and being able to amp some of that damage. But Dream just didn't have flash. There's just not a position you can walk up in as Annie. Small mistake out from them, still able to get something out of it.
And still, I mean, gold is in their favor. It's still a 2k gold lead. The fact that Dragon was traded for quite a bit of gold in the back pocket, maybe might benefit them massively, considering that we are hitting first item power spikes on people like Light here with static shivers. You know, that's a brother. I can't believe Weiwei just gave the Shy blue buff on Poppy. He didn't want to take it himself. He literally just gave it over to the Shy.
Who else are you supposed to give it over to, man? There's no one else? You think Weiwei needs it? No. Give it to the boss. Give it to the king up in top lane. Gotta give him the blue buff. You know what that means? It means that the Shy now, with a refillable pot and with some extra honey fruit in the river, he can stay here and constantly harass Harry. That's literally that is the way that the Shy wants to play top lane. There's no other players. There's no other teams. It's just me and you in the top lane having an intimate date. We're gonna be hitting the 1v1s.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean, it's been this way all game long. This Poppy, I will say, the Shy feels like he's definitely in form today. Some really good kiting going on, and Harry struggling to land an ability. As that every time that hammer shock feels more influential so far. But in our killless game, as turret plating ceases to exist, let's just take a quick stock. Again, we already talked about the gold lead, the Dragons. A static shift picked up for both AD. Sunfire for the top laner in Harry. You got a bit of plating that helped him along, but ultimately it's been a lot slower. So, I could ask you a couple of questions about where does the slowness benefit? Is it Ultra Prime? Is it Weibo? I mean, we know there's scaling on both. We know Static Shiv, AP Virus, by the way. So I need to know, what direction are we sending this game in if it goes long?
Well, considering that Light has a range advantage thanks to his W over the Varus, this should be, you know, kind of an opening for Weibo as the game goes on. We've talked about Azir. I think everybody, as soon as they see Azir, their eyes are going to glaze over. They know what's going to happen. We're going to get into like a 20 to 25 minute fight around Baron or around one of these dragons. And the game is going to either be hard won around the Sand Soldiers, or Azir's not actually going to be able to play the game. And so that's where I'm looking for Ultra Prime. When you have stuff like the Wukong, when you have even this this Cassante, being able to take one member out of the fight, maybe use the Cyclone in a really good manner around some of these chokes, that's where I think Ultra Prime can set up. This AP Varus build doesn't work in the same way as the Lethality build. You are looking to try to stack up as much Blight as possible and then chunk them for 40% of their HP. That is what you need. It's typically off of the ultimate. It's going to take a lot longer for these fights to go, so they need to be able to find picks, find stalls wherever they can.
Well, Ultra Prime, if we're talking about execution, and I know it's a bit of a meme these days, but definitely being a more execution-based comp, I'm a little bit concerned. This team has struggled on the execution part for the whole split. It feels like if Ning's not in control, then the whole team just crumbles. And so far, Ning hasn't been that proactive, but I'll hold my tongue because we are getting set up for Second Herald. Teleport coming in, and Ultra Prime do have priority for the time being.
I think the Shy is kind of waiting to see where his perfect angle is. It would be on the top side here. Light will be able to take this, and at any moment, as this Kai'Sa can join this fight, Ultra Prime, I feel like they're going to be very, very trapped. They need to be able to fight out of this position.
Ulti flashed away from, but they've got a pick. Sword Art was looking for a flank, but he's isolated. Meanwhile, Crisp jumps on in, gets a knock up with the Magnet Storm on Xiaohu. 3 hits. You think he's isolated, but the rest of the health bars from Ultra Prime are telling a different story. Crisp to the first to go with Green as well. Xiaohu struggling to get out on the backside. Emperor's Divide comes late, and Harry comes in clutch. They get the Herald as well. And at the end of the day, Ultra Prime trade up.
I've been waiting to say this. Harry Poggers, let's go. That's what I like to see. He gets in there, he gets right into the back line. No one was hitting Doggo in that fight, so got able to unload with all of his abilities. Light, unfortunately, not able to find much. Is starting to grow that bounty, but let's take a look at this fight. Kind of a comedy of errors, all things considered, from Weibo. 2 ultimates going missing. Light with split focus here. So much damage onto Sword Art, and that is not onto the relevant frontline members of Ultra Prime. UP going to come up in this fight with a Rift Herald with a couple of kills. The Dragon should have already spawned by the time we get out of this replay. And I have to imagine Weibo should be able to grab that. It is their turn to get an objective. But yeah, it seems like instead they're going to kind of try to finish this off. There's no space for Ultra Prime to walk up.
As you said, that top liner, he is a wizard. I mean, Harry finally coming into fruition in this series, it feels like. And for Ultra Prime, despite still being down in gold, getting that fight equalized from what was a 3.5k gold lead, thanks to Light getting first turret blood in the midst of setup. While we do watch Weibo fail a little bit with their hands, they do get Dragon as we return to live. So it is a Cloud Salt, it is a setup there that Weibo have control of for the time being. But Ulk, as we know, this is it needs a bit more time. We know that right now, Ultra Prime have the tools available to find more of these picks, and with longer lanes, with harder vision to get a hold of, you're hoping for the best. As wrong time to talk about it, isn't it? I think Harry could be dead here. Crashdowns there. Depends. His Magnet Storm also committed. It is Cassante though, but Light's damage is massive. Oh my god! With Nash's and with no MR to speak of, apart from the Merc Treads, Harry is just extinct.
Alright, well, that's one way to go down. Harry just not necessarily respecting the fact that Chris could be there. Good job from them to find that. It opens up another turret here for Weibo. So they're just kind of playing on sides. I love what they're doing with this rel right now by having Light on this Kai'Sa. It does give him some survivability.
What?
Good job from Thashai to
Hold
survive.
On. Turret is still there. I mean, it's dying slowly as Thashai is in a 1v3. He's not surviving this. Tries his hardest, but Tibbers helps out as Ning picks up his first kill. But look at Weibo on the other side. In a turret is actually just going to drop down. This is a better gold trade.
A very long lane. We'll see if Weibo can actually come back to this lane. When you open up the lane so early on, 19 minutes, it does make it very difficult to come back to. You are saying this is a bunch of standing gold. It will lead to a small objective win for them, as come Baron time, when we've talked about it, is definitely a good place to be if you're Weibo. Losing this mid-tier 1, however, equalizes the map so much. It makes sure that Xiaohu cannot sit under this turret. He cannot be safe as an Azir. Probably going to have to use more of his passive. We're going to replay of this. I want to talk about the fact that when you have a Kai'Sa, you can play split push. It is something that is similar to the Tristana like we saw in game 1, where it's super self-sufficient. And when you have stuff like Rel bouncing between the lanes, picks like this just open up so much for them.
And because of that kill as well, I mean, Light was able to get his first. And more importantly, able to push himself up to almost that 3 item point with the Gwinsus closely behind. And that would mean that Light is ahead of Doggo by a significant amount of gold. Right now, a full item's worth. And this is what we were saying in draft, right? This is what we were saying at the start of today. Light has been the most reliable part of Weibo in more games than not. While people like Xiaohu have been faltering, well, Weibo's been questionable in some games. Hell, even Crisp has had some moments. Okay, the Shy as well, let's be real. I feel like
I was going to say, you were avoiding that, man. I was like,
yeah.
We've seen some of these games from the Shy. He had some happy games, but that's the Shy in a nutshell.
It really is. And again, as Ning actually caught out by his old top laner, they all dive in. Magnet Storm, the pile driver right into the throat. As Sword Art pops the ulti to survive this onslaught, but the Shy zones them off while Baron is now a very real possibility. They're like, hey, forget our bot lane turret. Let's just go for it.
You can have this. Harry should be looking for a teleport, but there are no wards. Going to have to go straight to the minion wave in top. Ning not alive. They need to be able to find something. Doggo here, though, on a flank from the Shy.
I want to see what happens here as Baron goes down. He gets him into the wall, sort out without the ulti. They all flash over the wall. They're running for their lives as spotted out. This is not over. Weiwei's angle is going to burn and turn them. Ultra Prime for their miracle run into playoffs. Weibo, say no! Harry running for his life, but he doesn't have much of it left to go as Light's damage is insanity. Now into the base, the Shy, has he gone too far? No, the all out, maybe not worth it as one more to the list. Ning dies to revive to die again. Weibo are back.
It's not quite 17-1, but a 7-3 scoreline is what you'll take as Weibo. We get a replay of this. I mean, Doggo is just doing 0 damage at this point. They take this Baron so fast when you have a Kai'Sa, when you have an Azir. And Doggo in that last fight, he landed a full ultimate 3 stacks of Blight onto Crisp and did about 150 damage total to this Rel. We get to see this massive re-engage. Wow, the Shy small MVP there, using the Vanguard's edge there to just stop the re-engage from Sword Art to stop Crisp.
Yep.
What a beautiful fight from everybody, and what we come to expect from a team that has so many great names here in the LPL.
And again, like, it might sound like we're really hyping this team up, but when you watch their recent series, they don't really look like this. It might just be Ultra Prime, and people might be like, oh yeah, they're beating Ultra Prime, they should. This team could lose against the Catfish at this point, and we wouldn't be surprised as Magnet Storm. Ultra Prime walked into it as Light gets the ulti in. Oh, it's a massacre. Xiao comes in for the final kill credit, but Crisp is crisp on this Rel.
Oh man, he is just fighting every single engage. This Alistar counter pick is just not working as intended. And I think we're actually starting to see that just across the board. When they did change some of how the abilities for Rel works, now she has so many extra stuns in her kit thanks to that Q change. It's very difficult. People around the world maybe having to find a different counter to the Rel, because right now Alistar is not it. As Weibo, they're going to try and finish this game. All of these turrets are paper mache to someone like Xiaohu on this Azir, Light on this Kai'Sa. They can just tear these apart, and now they'll be able to play around 2 different lanes, and as soon as they're done with this Baron push, they can kick it right back to the Dragon. Weibo, they should be looking to close out this game and bring us to a 2-0.
Sword Art close to dying though. Before that even happens, Xiaohu moves back to mid inhibitor. That goes down, but because of the health bars here, Ulk, it's an easy double push. Whether they go to the Dragon or try and end, I mean, fair game at this point. They won in 21 minutes in game number 1. Now at 24 minutes in game 2. This team that we were doubtful of how they'd perform today against Ultra Prime are on the doorstep to hell, or at least sending Ultra Prime there. A Static Shift doing the work. The poke's still huge, and Light with his W's might not connect this time, but it's only a matter of time at this point, as Harry underneath the turret is not safe, and Weibo with enough health bars here to continue the onslaught. The Shy zones off to Weiwei, another, and as they jump in onto this Poppy, he cares not, as even against the wall, look at him go. Xiaohu's hitting from behind as they're just trying to kill Might Shy, but Weibo just won't die.
Oh god, even like, it feels like a little bit of Fiesta. They're gonna finally back off. They've been in this base for the entirety of their Baron buff and a little bit more. 2.5 minutes before it spawns. They want to end on this wave or even the next one. Just a constant assault here from Weibo. Ultra Prime, what do you have for us?
Nothing, because this team that was hoping to make a miracle playoff run can't even get away from the fountain. It looks like with the teleport after the fact, Ning's going to try.
What is this?
But the thing is, Weibo are waiting for you to re-engage. Light, with low mana, still has enough to pop the ulti as Chris doing it yet again. Light flooding in. Chris will sacrifice his life, but Ultra Prime have been dismantled in a series that has taken under 47 minutes, which has to be some kind of a record this split. Weibo have shown us that they're back with fire, that this team still has what it takes to make playoffs, and then Ultra Prime will not get the miracle run that Weibo were holding on to for all series long.
With that win, Weibo, congrats, you've made playoffs. A little bit of weight off their shoulders. Job's not done, obviously. They still have a ton of games left, at least 4, going against anyone's legend sometime earlier or later in this week. We get to take them, see them take their bows. It also means that OMG are now confirmed for playoffs. So we're starting to fill out the rest of our bracket. That's 6 teams out of 10. And the slots are just getting smaller and smaller, especially for teams on the cusp. We're talking about EDG, RNG, NIP, even Ultra Prime, Rare Atom. Teams that have been playing recently gotta be sweating just a little bit. Those playoff spots are getting few and far between.
Man, again, it's just such a hard race for playoffs, but I think a hard race when Weibo obviously want to be in a higher tier, up in that top 6 at the very least, where they do get a chance. They do get a closer chance of making it into double elimination. You know, they start in the second round or third, depending on what happens. But this against a team like Ultra Prime kind of shows us the difference in where they're at. You know, Weibo have struggled a little bit, but today they made that gap between non-playoff team and playoff team look quite large.
We talked about it at the beginning of the day, like our top 10 looks so much different. Even our top 6 specifically looks so much different than the rest of the league. The rest of the other 10 teams feel like they're playing a little bit of catch up. We are on a new patch, so maybe there's some time, some learning curve there for them to be able to pull out some curveballs. But right now, Weibo, they should be 18. You look at this coming into this split as a team that needs to be looking for 6, needs a little bit of a bye going in. They don't want to have a repeat of their spring. And even if they don't necessarily make it to the end of playoffs because of how stacked the LPL is, especially our top 2, they need to make a very convincing run yet again in the regional finals where, I mean, I know Ricky's probably looking forward to it. Like, is this going to be another run? Like, maybe we're going to see a rematch between these two?
Oh, yeah. Or maybe the because that's how it's panning out, right? Like, you could definitely see a world where Top Esports and Weibo are fighting for a 3rd or a 4th seed. Considering that BLG and JDG right now are the 2 best teams in the LPL, that's not even under question whatsoever.
No,
they are the best teams in the LPL. But hey, ultimately, like, Weibo have shown us today that this team can make the run, that this team can, of course, make playoffs. I think we would have been surprised if they didn't. But the fact that they can, you know, maybe make it up to those 11 wins. This is a team you don't discount, despite being skeptical of in most of their series.
I want to make sure that we're obviously keeping ourselves in check and the audience is making sure that they're in check. Going up against Ultra Prime, I think this is an expected result. Going up against 2-0, the result in which we got there may be a little bit different, but people in the future, they're going to be looking back, they're going to say 2-0, expected. Gameplay, we're not going to necessarily be in check with, but we need to look further in their schedule. Anyone's Legend, that should be a win. So automatically, we have them going up to 8 wins now. IG, maybe a win that they should be taking. IG currently 16th in the standings, so that's another one where they're going to 9. It's those final 2 games up against RNG and EDG, who are bubble teams that are currently in 8th and 9th and are looking to go forward. Those are the teams that they need to be worried about, as those are the ones that can kind of upset them and bring them down into round 4 of the playoffs.
God, it would be so fun to see Weibo make a giant run, but still, I guess I need to kind of sign off on Ultra Prime today. This team, we're seeing a lot of issues where if Ning doesn't hold the candle here, Ulk, then no one does. Like, there's no proactiveness in this team, and it's really sad to see. Unless Ning is the one engaging, initiating, or making the call, Ultra Prime just are really nothing.
It feels weird because when we see Sword Art on Engaged Champions, he does tend to leave the lane a little bit more. And we just didn't see that this series at all. Not making too many proactive roams. It was always Crisp making the first move, going out into other lanes, trying to find vision, maybe overcompensating for the fact that Doggo and him have not had the strongest laning phase so far, and so having to really over-index into that part. But it does leave the rest of your map really open. And when we have seen this team succeed, it has been Ning and Sword Art moving together, linking up, and trying to find kills.
Man, it's just been so nice to see, at least on the side of Weibo. We've got Weibo standing by, in fact, who's been pivotal this whole series. So we're going to hand it over to Christina to hear from him.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Wei Wei, the jungler for WBG. Congratulations on your very dominant 2-0 victory. You have already qualified for playoffs because of this win. So how do you feel right now? 欢迎微微来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 WBG 2-0拿下了本局比赛。那么今天的这一场2-0非常的干净利落，有统治力，并且是能下这局之后成功的进入到了季后赛。现在感觉怎么样呢？
2-0赢下比赛挺开心的吧，然后能进入到季后赛也挺开心的。
I'm very happy to be able to take down this victory with a 2-0, and also I'm very happy to make the playoffs. And coming to the game 1, I'm curious about why you pick Ivan in game 1, because since mid-scope, I'm still looking forward to how to see the Ivan especially appear on the LPL stage. So from your perspective, could you please share me about how to play these champions, especially to suit for your whole draft in the game 1? 那么今天我们说到游戏中的第一局，看到微微选手这边是拿出了艾翁这个英雄嘛。其实自从他的中型调整之后，我们一直期待这个英雄到底该在职业赛场上会有怎么样的表现。所以你觉得第一局整体来说拿下这个英雄打野的契机和原因是什么？并且可不可以跟我们分享一下玩他的一些技巧呢？
艾文的话就是打团是一个很强的英雄，然后队里有一个特别强的 C 位的话就会很厉害。
I think Ivan is very strong in team fights. If you have a very strong, the other champions in team fights, he can perform pretty good with this Ivan champion. And coming to game 2, maybe from the very early game, the game pace was a little bit slow. Until the 60 minutes with the hero team fight, you got some kills. So from your perspective, why the game pace was very slow in an early game, and you still managed to snowball the game very smoothly and took down your opponent very quickly. 那么在第二局的时候，可能跟第一局相比来说不太一样的点就是前中期的节奏非常非常慢，直到16分钟那一波峡谷先锋团才爆发了一血和人头嘛。但是之后呢，队伍感觉好像还是很快的就拿下了比赛。所以你觉得你们在前中期的一个思路和点可能会放在哪些部分呢？
因为我们中路是沙皇嘛，所以整体节奏是比较偏慢的。然后对面安妮、悟空前期比较强势，所以我们越到后面是越好打的。
So first of all, because we got Azir mid, so we may take a very late game team fight, late game draft, and our opponent got Wukong and Annie, this very aggressive draft. So maybe coming to late game, we are very strong because of our draft. And final question for you, coming to the playoffs, I know your goal is far further. You want to make if you want to make the higher places in the standings. So what are you going to do in the next rest of 4 games in regular season? 那么最后一个问题，微博这边在接下来的常规赛还有4场比赛会打，我们相信对于微博来说，你们的目标应该是更远的。所以想问一下，你觉得如果说为了在这个季后赛排名争夺战当中拿到一个更好的次序的话，你们会以怎样的状态和心态迎战接下来常规赛剩下的4场比赛呢？
就保持好队里的状态吧，然后保持好氛围，然后尽力赢下每一把吧。
We will try to win every single matchups, try to win every coming matchups as long as we keep in a very good form and keep our atmosphere, so that we will try to win. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢微微来到我们的赛后采访，也期待队伍之后更精彩的表现。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christian and thank you to Weiwei after a very promising win. And of course, Ulk, you already covered me for it, but playoffs now locked in by WBG as well, due to the fact that RA can't catch up, due to the fact that Weibo have some good head-to-heads there as well, and their game difference is actually +8. So, of course, the way the format works here is series score, then game difference, then head-to-head. So the fact that we can never, ever possibly have tiebreakers at the end of a split. Weibo locked in, and it's kind of good after this game that came off the back of some of these engages from this man. Crisp in game 2 on Rill was absolutely brilliant.
I could tell that the production side of the broadcast was definitely wanting Crisp to get MVP because of all the little zoom-ins. We got to see him re-engaging a ton of times. And they talked about in an interview, this game 2 was a lot slower. This was not a game that was decided within the first 5 to 10. And so it did come off of how engagements were going to be started, how smart they were looking for angles. And I love that Crisp on this rail, every single time, I think just completely stopped every single thing that Ultra Prime wanted to do. Good engage onto Ning to get him out of that Rift Herald fight, and this one was just the icing on top of the cake afterwards.
A complete utter shellacking with some beautiful ults, and you know, not just Chris, but the champion itself. There's a reason why people are banning this away. The amount of times in the LPL people have been given Rel, I think, is just, it's got to stop, and the priority for banning this in the first phase rather than the second will continue going up.
There's going to be stuff like Crisp on this rel. There's things like, I still don't understand how Yagao has gotten Nico so many times. I feel like people just give him this champion way too often, and then they get stomped, and they're like, what happened? Why did we end up losing?
Yep.
They're not going to be playing today, but still, I mean, congratulations to Weibo for making it. We talked about it before the interview. We need to see this team step up and make a deep run, not only in these playoffs, but coming into regional finals.
That's right. I mean, again, Weibo going to show us a lot more. Another side note, though, thanks to Weibo beating Ultra Prime, OMG are also confirmed to the playoffs.
Yes.
So that is pretty simple, despite their game coming up next against Top Esports. OMG already locked in, but this is going to be important for placements. This one's going to be important to see if OMG can climb up to the top 4 themselves. You don't want to miss this. As we go to a break, Ulk and I will be back right after this.
我会给你看几个游戏内的操作的片段，那么你需要给这些片段里面的这些主角的操作打分，从0分到5分。
OK， 可以。
Be a kill. He should easily be able to get. Apollo has to flash this.
Oh, I will dominate with the sick flash of the body slam. Here comes Quas as well. Knocks him in. Completely earned.
给个5分吧，5分吧，
满分。 실수를 하긴 했는데 결국 잡았으니까 상관없지 않을까.
满分5分就打5分啊，这波挺帅的，这个一闪。
你得给他满分。
在去gank前就能把所有的事情全部想到，并且做出相应的操作，我是比较喜欢这方面的操作的，我可以给他5分。
酒桶的意识很好吧，提前预判到了，第一时间就跟上了闪现。
4分呗，操作还是挺帅的。
我觉得没必要这样操作，我感觉走过去他就死，不过操作很帅，满分5分，我给4分。
1到，然后跟到寒冰的闪现嘛，然后炸回来，但他的 Q 丢的有点可惜，给他打个4分吧。
打个4分吧，这挺好的，但是就是空了个 Q， 美中不足。
如果你觉得你来这波，
我来肯定满分。
但是我来玩的话，应该可以杀得更快。3分吧。
这酒桶我给他0分啊，他一点都不懂观众到底想看什么。我说实话，
这酒桶绝对是0分啊！他这个一闪 AR 爱惜有闪交闪就跑了。
他还操作还不够完美，
他这操作拿的是不是完美啊？他就纯傻操作啊，0分啊
6。
Dragon advantage as well. Ready to take the fight. Flash over. How do you...
这样 ED 4分，这反应还可以。
我觉得 ED 这波这反应还可以吧。
那必须满分，反应人快。
如果那边没那个。 马尔扎哈的视野的话，感觉这 EZ 有点像脚本，
反应挺快，但就不知道蚂蚱第一时间能不能。这个是评价蚂蚱的操作还是 EZ 的操作？
给对面的打分吗？
给这个马尔扎哈打分。
闪现期被解了，然后沉默3个，看一下。
我们来看看到底是发生了什么样的操作。
哦，自己打断了，
自己把自己的打断了吧？我就开始以为这个什么脚本水银嘛，然后发现他自己把自己打断了。 挺好的，给满分这个操作。
哦，看到了，最多给1分啊，这个是第几失误？
这个马尔扎哈是应该太久没玩了吧？技能偷换顺序错了。
那这不是要打负分吗？
那你给他打个分。
这只能打0分了。
那只能0分啊！
厉害呀，0分
，1分吧。你知道他做了一个什么样的操作吗
？2完取消了吧？
打断了自己大招呗。 对，闪现1R，然后感觉是按快了，对，
确实挺凶，把自己大招打断了。
你给他打几分？
某种意义来讲，这个是满分。
节目效果5颗星吧。节目效果上面肯定是炸裂级别的，我给他满分。
4分吧，就因为总会有失误的时候嘛。
其实可以给个3、4分吧。 虽然看着失误了，但是我感觉可能开到也赢不了啊，就是为了让队友不打嘛，帮他洗一下，给个3分吧。
就看着是有点意思，但是打他队友我觉得有点折磨啊，所以只能给1颗星吧。
Connects on first, cleanse, instant again. Looks like he's trying to bait it. Flash forward. That Dredger hit the wall, didn't it? That was a face plant of note. The box comes down from the limit as the curtain is called back and Perks.
这泰坦不会是我吧？我觉得2个都是1分吧。
为什么呢？
都是有想法，但是没操作出来。
感觉1分吧，有点抽象。
这已经可以入选饭堂 top 1了。
这个 F 的配合是到了，满分呗，我都没想到 Q 闪。
就我不知道泰坦能不能 Q 闪，脚个能 Q 闪不？那不能 Q 闪的话，就应该是纯失误了，打3分吧。
这个我绝对得给满分，
也是5分，感觉他整的不错啊。2个卧龙凤雏啊，真的，
这个就是卧龙凤雏两这2个人的操作就是
给5分嘛，
最多1分吧，他们2个人。
마이너스 5점.
왜什么呢?
딱 봤을 때 그런 일이 일어날까 상상만 했던 일이 진짜로 일어났어.
挺好的，挺下饭的。就观众们一定会给他打5分。
我觉得5分，就没有人可以再复制这个操作。我觉得。
你知道这个盲僧的操作者是谁吗？
我不知道。
不知道，我不想知道。
是 G2 的打野 Yankos。
牛。
我挺喜欢的。他，
那我觉得他应该是在搞节目效果吧。
他们玩得挺开心的。
这是比赛吗？这不是吧？rank 吧？
这是比赛。
好吧。
我一般队友发现这种操作，我就疯狂点表情了，给个2、3分。
你知道这个盲僧是谁玩的吗？
这是比赛上的。
对，G2 的打野 Yankos 玩的。
那我只能给满分了。
第一波盲视野大招接 Q 的话，我是认可的，非常漂亮，我可以给他打个满分。然后后边的话，感谢一下对面，
给个3颗星吧，因为这个操作确实，我觉得纳美该有的操作。
炮丢的准，没什么其他的吧
？1分吧，因为前边的2兄弟的发挥才配拿5分，他只能拿1分。
还不错，就是卡视野给的技能给的很好，给4分吧。 跑得很好吧，也是满分，就每个技能都放得很好。
满分吧，这纳美的操作。
纳美5分吧 ，5分吧，我觉得他技能释放的都是特别的准确的。
完美，不用秀手，完美的。
大招接 Q 啊，包括他的 Q 的命中都是就是挺准的，应该能打个5分。
综合评分吧，打得这么认真干嘛？
这纳美4、5分啊，他玩的好狡猾。
这个纳美嘛，感觉玩得很好，就是他每个炮都炮到2个吧，然后就走也很激进的了。
跟你比起来怎么样？
跟我比起来嘛，应该就这波操作应该比我猛很多。
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight. I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life.
Oh, we're getting a dive. Tower here. What is going on? JDG, we're
just trying to flex all over NIP here. Kanavi goes down for a second time, and Shadow has arrived. You get 2 kills for Ruler. Angel's here now too, and we got chaos early here, Kitty. As Knight's trying to make it away, does get Vault Breakered in the end. Angel has died to Ruler. One more auto. No, he heals. It's not enough. The fadeaway shot, and Ruler now has 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere. A magician with his hat. Can Shadow shut him down? No, give him a 4th kill, because why not?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
Are kind of in a very similar boat where they have to wait.
Oh boy. For a long time.
Hung's just going to get brought back there. There's nothing really he can do, but he's still taking up a storm. Is going to get the flash out. Not able to get it is Uzi, but Hope is going to take the brunt of Uzi's ire. And Uzi comes up big. We got to get him cut out here, though, as Iwandi's trying to take him down. He's healing a lot. He takes out another, and that's huge for EDG. He can't get the 3rd, though. Mako on the other side of Dodge, but it doesn't matter because WE have crumbled to dust.
The players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side, and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumps on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Cassante, but Cube has still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. It's LNG forced TP from WE because they're around this dragon. It's going to be dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind arc to stole Hung. Gets him to the backline, though. That's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in. Needlework, number 1 doesn't get egg, but it's an AoE. The kinematic fusion scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kills. Gala flies in, flushes over, quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know, it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business.
我觉得下场对战滔博的话，我们打野选手 AK 应该很有自信嘛，因为毕竟是老东家，他应该会200%的力量。我觉得 vivo 的选手最近打得挺好的，然后他玩地球跟我玩的差不多，然后可能我们2个互打吧。唯一没什么不足就是他最近不怎么亮表情了。我想着 vivo 的选手说，你不都有亮表情，我就把你亮过的表情全亮一遍。
在这版本坦克对于整个团队来说是比较好的，因为就是其他位置不太能出，就是前排，就是尽全力吧。
Thank you so much to Wayward for introducing this game. I mean, honestly, who knew? Ogg Battery is somewhere in a different dimension. Has decided to completely fuzz out. you're having focusing problems. Your camera obviously psyched.
We're good.
On some kind of heavy metal for this last series, because this one was almost match of the week. I'll be honest. We saw Top Esports BLG changed it, but Top Esports OMG, this one coming up, this was pretty close to getting that title as well, considering how big this should be.
This is an incredible matchup. Obviously, OMG back in spring for playoffs. They knocked them out of the bracket pretty early on. And OMG made a convincing run. Now coming into summer, we need to see if maybe TES are kind of looking to try to make that not a trend. Otherwise, I mean, the last 6 games that we've seen from these two teams, like organizationally wise, it is 3-3. OMG taking the last 2, both in spring regular season as well as playoffs. This could be an interesting matchup. TES, though, they have been surging recently, and I think that there is a case for them to kind of fight for that 4th, 3rd spot that we're kind of looking for playoffs.
I mean, again, it is such a close matchup, and as you were saying, 3rd or 4th. Remember, that 3rd spot is bottom side of the bracket, which arguably is a lot easier with teams like 7, 10, and 6 all on the same side. Remember that, you know, like Top Esports and OMG have got a lot more series to go, but this is one of their hardest left remaining with teams like Ultra Prime, AL, for TES especially. OMG, similar, but with EDG into the mix. And I think there's even a waiver somewhere there if my Leaguepedia wants to stay up. But ultimately,
I got you.
This is one of the hardest ones left remaining, right? That's the point, that this is one of the hardest matches for both these teams left remaining, and could be the difference, as we said, between getting in that top 4 or being in round 2 and having a much harder start to playoffs.
Right now, between them, it's Top Esports. LNG is in 3rd currently, but so far LNG has been having a bit of a rocky end to their split. You look around them, Team WE as well, Weibo, who we just saw take that win. All of these kind of fighting for that 5th, 6th, and for these two in particular, getting that extra bye could be the difference in potentially having a much longer playoff run, especially when we've seen OMG, who I think to most people's expectation when we saw this roster, it is a little bit of a different kind of logo than what we had from OMG in the past. But I'm actually really excited. They have such a different style than a lot of the teams around the world in general. There are top laners in other regions that are like, oh, I could go watch some 369, or I get me some Shanji VODs. Pump that right into my veins. Give me some of that Rumble. Give me some of that Shyvana top.
Yeah, both of them as great as each other. I was breaking down a little bit. We got the Balenciaga face from at least 7 of the players. Like, deadpan into the camera. I don't know, man. I don't know who told him to do that, but, like, Wayward. And I think it was Kareem on the other side. We got full Balenciaga stare mode from all those players.
I love it.
I will say, on your top point, it is going to be a really fun matchup. Like, again, Wayward versus Shanji. We have very explosive top laners, and you were hyping up Shanji coming into this one because he's got some insane stats for good reason. I think ultimately we know that, Shanji is performing out of his mind again, and he was last year as well. Even last split, he was one of the best top laners.
I love seeing Shanji perform at this level because it just means that any team you have him on, you're going to have like a player like this. Currently 2nd in damage share out of top laners. He has the 3rd highest amount of solo kills out of them. The highest gold differential was 600. So he's coming out of lane with really big stats, and it is impacting how they play. They're getting more heralds. They're getting more ability to actually contest for drakes. It does come down to their execution here, and up against Top Esports, specifically down into that bottom lane, JackeyLiv and Mark have been no slouches when it comes to really wanting to push the pace of the game.
And again, we know that JackeyLiv's been one of the most solid players as well on that note too. Worth mentioning that a lot of people who haven't watched the split will come into this matchup and go, oh, well, how's JackeyLiv going to int it again? But JackeyLiv has been really solid this split. He's been one of the most solid members of TES. I feel like Rookie's had a decent split, but there's been some games where it just hasn't been Rookie-like, especially if it's not on the Ari, which, by the way, on another tangent, 15 games in total played, 3 of everything else, if not lower. Like, this man has been a bit of a one-trick this split, and I don't think we ever say that about Rookie.
It feels weird, right? Like, Rookie's typically the guy to pick a bunch of different stuff, or at least have it more spread out, right? Like, we're having a lot of games on Orianna, Azir, maybe we get a lot of his Jace, but it has been Ari through and through. I think it's perfect. It gives him the ability to play make. We were talking about this before we went live, but TES is another team similar to our LNGs where they play through their mid advantage. Similar to Scout, Rookie typically is super consistent in lane, is always trying to look for solo kills and move that advantage, go into a side lane. And so that's why we do tend to see him play these champions like the Jace who can side lane so superbly. Otherwise, if Rookie's behind, I think it puts a lot of weight onto JackeyLiv, and that's when we start to see some of those JackeyLiv int moments that people like to come in with. It's when he has to overexert himself and really push what he can do on AD carry.
Yeah, and again, I mean, look, we know what he can do is a hell of a lot. On that side note, as we get closer and closer into this game in Shanghai, while we talk about champion pools, on the other side, let's just talk about OMG quickly, because you can't mention draft without mentioning OMG. Like, 4 games on Darius for Shanji. The Rumble you already highlighted, Ulk, has been there before. Bit of Aatrox as well. Like, what else? We've had the Kiana from Cream, his Akali. Even Kog'Maw from Abel, his Samira. Like, this team is pocket pick galore.
I love it because it means for OMG that they do have a bit of an edge when it comes to draft. Having all these different champions you look at all the other players, you look just in any league in general, there's going to be a standard pick. There's going to be standard amount of these couple of champions are going to be heavily prioritized in each lane. And when you start to get out of that comfort zone, outside of that bubble, how many times have these players really been able to play against Samira on a competitive stage? How many games have they really been able to play against Darius in recent time? You're looking at like maybe a few, not much experience. You're gonna have to go back to solo queue, and usually those environments are not particularly conducive to competitive. So
not at all.
They do have a bit of an advantage, and it allows for plays like Shanji when he is getting ahead in lane to say, I have the advantage, I know how this matchup is going, I'm more comfortable on my champion, and it does set your opponents on the off foot.
All you can say is that, you know, like, comfortability is going to be huge in this upcoming series. We get closer to draft. All I want to talk about is the bloody game. I don't care about player walkouts at this point. OMG are going to make that, but still, it's OMG versus top esports for a battle for a top 4 position. Like, you think if both these teams win all their matches, this is one you reflect on. Because, just quickly on the standings, I'm noting top esports have a good game difference, but after this series, if top esports lose out, it could be an advantage for OMG. You know, +6 versus +5. Vice versa as well. Top esports should take an edge, especially already being 9-4 if they win this series too. But we were talking about at the start of broadcast how easy the remaining schedule is for both of them after this. Outside of EDG for OMG, you say the same, like AL, RA, they've got TT. Those are definite wins with how OMG are going. Top esports on the other side already said it's AL in that mix, as well as a team like Ultra Prime, I believe. Yeah, if it would ever come up. Yeah, Ultra Prime is one of the final ones. So both these teams should be finishing on numbers like 11 or 12 conducive of if they can win this series. And that is enough for top 4. Absolutely well and truly through many previous LPL splits.
This match is so important. If everything goes to plan and we don't see any upsets, this match solely decides who is going to be getting fourth between these two. Maybe LNG have a late surge and they start to try to push for some couple games, but their schedule's not particularly deep. And we look at TES, they only have 2 more games. Or OMG after this, they're going to have 4, and they're going to have a lot to room to be able to make up. They have had 3 game weeks for 3 weeks in a row. It doesn't end. You get a little bit of break before playoffs, especially if you can grab that bye. They're looking to try to do that. OMG, I think coming into the year, especially me as someone who was a fan of LPL but definitely watched a lot more casually, I only knew OMG because of their old logo, you know, long time kind of organization. But aside from that, wasn't really too invested in this roster. I had heard some rumblings about this one Shyvana top player, and I was like, okay, that's cool, but like they're probably not making too much noise. And then they hit 4th in playoffs, which is, I mean, incredible nonetheless. They make a run, they knock LNG out of the bracket, and we're like really excited now going into summer against the top esports who not many roster changes from spring to summer. I think this should be one of our hypest matchups.
It definitely should. On the OMG note as well, remember, they almost beat BLG. Like, it went to a game 5. This team was so close to being our second representative. Like, it definitely could have happened. And OMG, their best result in, I think, 5-6 years, we were saying last split. Again, can they do the same in summer? This matchup should tell us almost anything, or almost everything, I should say, with how this team is going to go for the rest of the split, as closely we'll be getting into pick and ban for another 13-12 for another game that should show the strength of LPL. And remember that we're expecting 4 seeds at Worlds again. So with 4 seeds at Worlds again, you're like, well, are OMG going to be in there? That discussion is very real.
That'd be so cool for international fans, especially for newer fans, newer people who have eyes who are going to be watching Worlds. They'd be like, who's OMG? Like everybody who's like an OMG fan, you better be getting ready, getting all those Twitter posts, maybe getting some WeChats up of everything that they could possibly know. I'm hoping Lennon will do a deep dive, one of the people on LPL, because getting to see more of OMG in an international potential alongside maybe an LNG or a top would be fantastic. It would be, I think, a really cool kind of storyline when a lot of these players have not been able to taste an international, like been able to go and play see other regions.
I'm looking at the OMG lineup, and none of them have been able to do that, right? PP got even denied on the magical V5 roster.
Ah.
None of them have gone international. I'm just double checking PP God because I wanted to make sure I wasn't wrong, but yeah, like he has been so close. V5 roster, we remember where in summer they came third, in spring playoffs third, you know, summer playoffs, the run denied by LNG. None of OMG have had the chance to show up as against Top Esports today. It is only the beginning, but there's a reason we're hyping this one up. As Top Esports on blue, OMG on red. Let's get this party started with a Rumble ban against Shanji. Is another perfect way to go.
That has to be setting up for at least a Renekton or a Cassante coming out from Wayward. I love this. We talked about it a little bit during this preamble for this match, but 3 bans straight up for Rookie. This has been the strategy for almost every single team going against TES. You know, playing up against this team, against Top Esports, you have to be playing up against Rookie. That you are going to be faced with the might, the legend of this player here in the LPL, and just all the respect given to him.
I just love how no other teams right now are first picking Cassante. But Shanji and Wayward, their most play. They pick it up straight away. Other side, OMG set up for jungle with Arky getting by. Kai'Sa also here for Abel. Also a nice takeaway from Jackulove where his 2018 skin lies. So, with this quick draft already enhancing our vision, let's see what TES do here. Because, I'm wondering, is it a rel angle? Is it a hard 2v2 angle? Or do you pull up jungle here for TN?
Oh no, oh no. I feel... Honestly, this feels like a good rubber band for us. We got some cool jungle picks in that last game. We got Ivern. We now must return back to tradition. It's Vi versus Wukong. So, gonna be having a lot of fun. Backline threat, always got to be something we look at.
God, I mean, again, yeah, just as much as we run away from it, it still stays the same.
Oh
Rookie
God,
on Annie
oh
as
God.
well. All right, well, I guess we just continue down the path. It's funny. Ari was banned against him, of course, so naturally this is his direction, while on the other side, setting up a strong mid-jungle 2v2 seems to be what OMG are going to aim for before we get into the second ban phase.
Feels like we went into the Wayback Machine here, where TES are playing a 13-11 draft, and we've got OMG here on the new patch. They're having a lot of fun. Thought we were going to see something from Cream, still up and available in terms of the hovers, but not a lot of supports picked. Now he's here for the side of OMG. They should be looking at 80 carries at Jackulove, specifically the Draven here. I think going against Kai'Sa would definitely be an answer for them. Opposite side, however, TES, they can start to focus away on some of those mid laners, be looking out for what Cream can pull.
I just wonder if Top Esports is going to ban the Rel here, though. That's something that needs to be said. The Rel Kai'Sa lane, one of the strongest in the game right now, one of the most painful 2v2 lanes that expand into the mid game and skirmish like nobody else. Top Esports, Syndra taken away from Cream, even though he hasn't played a single game of it this far. OMG flexing it before, though, do take away 1 ban. It feels like off the table. As Draven, you pulled it out against Jackulove. It feels like a must with what's left.
I don't know if they were necessarily laughing about it, but I would love the fact that because Cream hovered Syndra, they banned it. Just a small mind game. If that's the case, it'd be awesome. Like you're saying, we haven't seen Cream on it this split, so surprising enough to see it taken away. We get the Rel and Kai'Sa we've been hyping up, and now OMG, they have a ton of dive. They can go for it in the top side, and they can do it in the bottom lane as well. What do OMG try to pick up in the mid lane? While TES still looking for something. If this is going to be that Varus, expect for Heimerdinger to be the next one. And that is very dangerous for OMG to play in the bot lane.
Well, let's have a look. Has Mark picked it up? Yes, of course. The man has played literally everything. Alistar, another option. It's also been played recently. Into the Rel, a lot of pro players seeing it as an answer. Nautilus also just a face-off as well. But Top Esports, Ulk, I think what is reality here is they might need another piece of engage. Or at least something that builds space for Jackulove here in this game. And the Nautilus is going to be it.
Ooh. Okay, so wanting some counter engage, wanting something like you were talking about to be able to actually interact with OMG. TES finishing off their comp. They literally picked from top to support here. They left blue 5 up for Mark. They grabbed this champion. And now OMG, I was wondering what the counter was going to be. What this last pick for Cream. picking up the Silas, a lot of good ultimates available to him. Almost every single one of these champions has something that he wants to be able to take. And now for OMG, they have a very short range composition, but they need to be aggressive in the early game. They need to be looking for dives, put TS on the back foot. Otherwise, we get into late game territory around that 30 to 35 minute mark. And TS, they can very easily set up in a team fight. Look for those Wukongs, get the Annie set up.
Well, again, a lot of emphasis on Jackie Love them for the damage source, but I will say for OMG, a very them style composition. Skirmish heavy, dive heavy, all in heavy. Shanji on the Renekton, giving him a strong lane. Well, that's always a plus when we talk about his stats, but Cream on something melee that at level 6 just pops the hell off, like Gizakali would. That's also another big part of OMG, and I feel like when we're going into a matchup here that could have almost been match of the week, we look at top esports and OMG with bated breath going into game 1. Explosive drafts, but we kind of expected that at least from these two teams. We're expecting a barn burner as well as they fight for a top 4 position. Easy strength of schedule towards the end of this split. This is one of their hardest matchups left remaining. And a win here in a series column for either of these teams would spell disaster for the other. Would give them that extra round of bye. Put them right next to the top 2. That is double elimination territory. And make their worlds run even easier if they could possibly do it. TES versus OMG. Our battle for top 4. Feels like this one is easy to say as we get into Summoner's Rift.
Wow. They're getting hyped for it. They're just, this was supposed to be our match of the week. We were talking about it. We changed it. We wanted to see, we had the TS BLG. We had to get on that. But now here for TS and OMG, they're getting very close. We've already talked about it enough. Top 4. This is what we're looking for. These are the teams that should be looking to make a pretty big splash into playoffs. And at the very least, teams that we are very likely to see in the regional finals contesting for those last couple slots for Worlds. And it all starts here. This is the match that makes or breaks that schedule if they can actually make it. Otherwise, they are contesting for 5th and 6th. That's a fine place to be, but it is just one more best of 5 potentially in your way.
As Shanji comes in for this cheeky invade just to annoy Tien and Wayward. I will say for OMG in a much better spot than top esports regardless. 30 championship points from last split. They're sitting in the top 4 right now. So regardless, you're saying that, you know, OMG will be in that regional. It's looking pretty likely, unless something crazy happens in the split. Teams like BLG, JG, of course, going to be there if something goes badly or, you know, something goes wrong anyway. But ultimately, these are two teams that right now people might be talking about at Worlds. Two teams that, again, sitting top in the LPL. We have to take state of the game, though. For game number 1, Jungle starting on opposite sides of the Rift. Tien pathing down to this bottom side. And it makes sense considering that Abel and PP God are on one of the most aggressive 2v2s at the moment. One of the most aggressive all-ins. That only earlier in the series that Light and Crisp were dominating on the picks.
Glad to see Tien is actually moving towards this bottom side as we look at top lane. Renekton early on, talk about it every time he's on here. The ability to gain mid or top priority very easily is a very skirmish heavy champion. And with the assist of Vi, I think they can go for very early dives, especially before Wayward has level 6. Could be something that they're looking for. Just requires Shanji to get a lot of early damage, which isn't necessarily going to be the case. When this wave is stuck like this in front of the turret, it's very difficult for Renekton to getting meaningful damage. And I think the bigger part is we will see some of how our mid laners are interacting. In a range versus melee matchup, it is up to Rookie to be able to dictate how this laning phase is going to go for him. And it does mean he will be open and susceptible to some jungle interference on either side.
I mean, it's Vi early, isn't it? Quite easy to see how it would interact with mid as Mark gets a little dredge line, but Abel and PP God are just able to walk away. But speaking of what Tien can do, early part in this game, going to rely on this ward in the bot side spotting him out, meaning he can't do too much to answer the question. And Aki's also walking down. It would be very like OMG and TS to pull off a skirmish here and try and pull off a play.
You saw that Cream was trying to move over, but instead prioritize getting damage onto Rookie. Might see a re-engage here.
I mean, Tien's in a bad spot. They just launch at him. OMG picking up an easy first blood. Well played.
That should have been a numbers disadvantage there for TES. They know JackieLove, he's trying to pick up this last wave. He was trying to push it in to at least punish OMG's bot lane for moving. But because of that, OMG immediately pull the trigger. They find the first blood onto Tien. And now it'll be double scuttle here for the side of Vi. So getting much closer to that level 6. We saw both of these jugglers actually go for a full clear.
Under turret, Mark not getting the dredge line, but JackieLove with the kill hits the turret. Oh my god! It's because Mark died, but he will survive. The kill still goes down. That's worth teleports being burned by Cream to get the wave, because look how much Abel misses out.
That is such a huge amount of gold and experience that was missing. So OMG, they have to pull the trigger on this teleport to be able to at least say someone is getting ahead of that play. Going 1 for 1 is definitely still worth it there. We'll see if they'll be able to make any use out of grabbing this teleport. It will mean there will be a small lane swap, and in terms of the actual priority for the lanes, it does mess with OMG's timers just a little bit. We get a replay of this. Yeah, JackieLove is literally trying to clear out this wave and let it crash on the next one. It doesn't fully crash, so that's what set up for the dive onto Abel. This play right here, I mean, yeah, Tien, you just don't have your W. Flash is going to be a complete death sentence at that point, so good find for their OMG.
Nice layering of CC as well. On top of that, we did see the play bot. Not going to get a replay of JackieLove finding the kill. Almost dying, but holding onto his summoners. Quite important to mention, because even though CS was caught up a little bit by Abel, that wave is pushing in. JackieLove has a lot of minions to catch. And he picked up the kill, which means Noon Quiver, which means he does have a bit of an individual lead over Abel. So, despite OMG having the gold lead, Tippers unfortunately misses that, or at least hits Rookie, but not enough damage to talk about. We still have OMG with the gold lead, 10,000 to 9. A 1k gold lead off that first blood.
It'll be a dragon for them, for OMG. Starts them off. And we even get a look at our second Drake, Cloud Drake. So I have to imagine the next one has a pretty good chance of having some impact in this game, whether it be a Hextech, a Mountain. I'm going to be really, really sad if it's actually a Chemtech Drake, but we move on. For OMG, though, feeling very good about this. Rifttail is spawning in a minute and a half, so need to be looking for what that play is going to be looking like. You already see Abel indexing towards that static Shiv, and it should allow him to be able to move a little bit more comfortably up against JackieLove.
And again, be able to clear those waves, and then, as you said, move with the skirmish-heavy comp that we know OMG want to play towards. Temp already built up in this game with the kill on AD, kill on mid. But remember that as the wave is pushing in, it is JackieLove and Mark who are holding this 2v2 by the neck a little bit now. And it is nice to see. Again, we talked about the consistency in top esports this split. It's weird to put JackieLove in that same sentence, but this split, it really has been JackieLove holding the fort for TES and probably being one of the best players.
He has a 35% damage share. He is the top AD carry in that metric, and it is incredible to see an AD carry. For as long as this meta has been going on and how bot-centric it is always really nice to see when your marksman is pulling weight like that, but it does come off of the back of, we've known JackieLove to be an incredible marksman player. There's just times where, unfortunately, he does overexert himself. He does try to overplay his hand. And I kind of had it in my notes that Kaisa does feel like a little bit of a bait, because if we give Kaisa over to JackieLove, he will make that play. He will make a game-winning and a game-losing play off of a killer instinct because he sees the angle. And that champion might be the way that some teams try to abuse, some of the popular tendencies of this player.
I mean, only recently when we saw JackieLove in finals, I think, not last split, of course, but I'm trying to think, where were we? It definitely wasn't last split. It was the split before with the TES and JDG Reign and JackieLove on Zeri, game number 5.
Oh God, no! Don't remind me of that.
But that's the thing. You're right. That's JackieLove to a T. Can win or lose the game, and I think this split, he has more of a likelihood to win the game with his current form. As his lane is going pretty well to start things off. It's got him ducked onto Tien, but it's only the clone. While he covers for that bot side push, look at where the bot of OMG are. They moved up for the Herald, but they completely abandoned bot, and this is just going to be a massive lead for TES's duo.
Yeah, Cream did not move fast enough. Now, Tien actually might be a little bit caught.
Yeah, Tien is not
Abel?
doing too well this game. Mark has to flash over. Abel just got a free kill. I mean, Tien needs to wake up and smell something apart from the roses.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, TES now find themselves in a pretty big disadvantage. Despite not getting the Rift Herald there, that kill feels like it equalizes a lot. There are so many plates that they were trying to take away from the bottom lane. Cream did not move over in time, and so that was a lot of gold now going over to Jackie Love and crew. They need to really index now onto this bottom side. Can Jackie Love have an influence this game as this fares? Going for the static shift, so we're seeing more and more of that AP, getting the Halo Blades to be as aggressive as possible, get as many Halo Blades procs with the Blight, pop someone out of the fight. And if they keep finding picks like that onto Cream, I think that that's, you know, something that they could look for. But Tien, you gotta slow it down. You have to get under control of this pace of the game. And I wonder what happened here exactly. Okay, so Tien's over the wall. He lands W. I mean, yet Tien just stays for way too long.
And he knew there was a ward there. Tien saw it. He saw Cream put it. And yeah, that's just tragic to watch. Look, people might be laughing at Tien, but he has the most MVPs on top esports this split for a reason. Like, Tien has had a much better split, in my opinion, in comparison to some of his dastardly ones. But yeah, just having one of those classic games where sometimes he just can't be trusted. There's Dragons now up in 5 seconds. Let's finally see TES bring it all together as they're waiting in Brush for a bit of a pick-off, trying to get this fight started the right way.
Someone knows. God knows that'll be a burst.
Everything in. Magnet Storm, though, they haven't killed him. Tien getting the Cyclone on the way out as Jackie Love has to burn double summoners with the TP in as well. Cream now has the arrows to land him down, but Jackie Love at the backside getting free damage. No one's touching him.
Jackie Love.
He stands up to Abel as Cream teleported in, had such a good ulti himself, but Jackie Love pokes down, gets the kill. I told you, man, this split, he's on a train.
Let's go. Jackie Love untouched in that last fight. And I thought maybe Abel was going to be able to make a difference. That is not the case. OMG, they lose out big time for that. Equalize the gold lead. Get TES the second Drake of the game. And now they are staring down the barrel. I mean, that was supposed to be OMG's Dragon, but a really good find coming out from Top Esports. As they wait in the brush, they find out PP got to start. Huge bounty here for Jackie Love, and the entire time, Shanji is farming away. We thought this was maybe going to be a battle of our top laners, but it is Abel and Jackie Love through and through.
I mean, they're the ones with the bounty on each side of the team. I'm sure we'll get a replay shortly, but for now, we're just watching OMG commit to this bot side play with Herald getting dropped down. Good damage onto Abel, actually. But the Herald should be getting a charge here. However, oh, we're close. Still charges. Gold still goes to Aki, but at least minimized here as TES look to defend this gold lead that they're missing out on.
Because of that play, because of them being able to actually grab that, one thing that did go in advantage of OMG is their solo laners picking up a lot of gold and trying to equalize some of this. We're going to see how this exactly happened. Also grabbing the teleport out from Rookie definitely slowed how this fight is. You just look at where Jackie Love is hitting and where Abel is, getting CC'd, really only hitting frontline. It was a good start from them. Now we need to see what can OMG do, what can their solo laners get accomplished. Fantastic cinematic camera.
Oh, perfect. I mean, range just there. Cream unlucky with the cooldowns, but Jackie Love now 3-0-1. After that last fight, after Rookie almost sacrificed himself, Tien the same. They've set up their 80 carry. But note that OMG are still the ones with the gold lead. They've still picked up a dragon in this game. It's not like this team is really suffering that much at the moment. And when we talk about the nature of this comp here, is Shanji going to ult on the top side? Flash now burnt by Wayward. I was going to say, with the comp, I mean, we still have items on the most important people in this game. And we still have a Renekton who's coming through this laning phase with a big win as well.
And you see them actually translate that into a win minute before that Rift Herald. We'll see what they can get. Remember, no teleport, or no, sorry, no flash now on Wayward will mean that has to play a little bit more passive, won't be able to be as active or far up in the lane. You already see that they're making this move. Cream using this time while the wave comes back into mid, put down vision, start to take away some from TES. And Aki is now going to push out some of these minions or finish out his camps on this side. I was wondering if PP God was going to stay this far up and instead of getting that back, he's going to move over into this Baron hit. Rift Herald, though, so important. If OMG can grab this, they can look to break open mid and get TES in a very uncomfortable spot.
Open mid up when you have a Silas Kaiser, when you have so much launching capabilities. Some of that pick potential, excuse me, is kind of scary for people like JackieLove as well. So we'll see how OMG are able to push the tempo just a little bit further. As for now, it is Top Esports who get to River first here. Set up a bit of vision control themselves. OMG have to be second fiddle. Let's just see what Tien does, because he has flash, he has ulti available. And they do have the setup potential with Rookie having ult. And almost that flash himself, that 20 seconds ago.
The longer this takes, I was going to say, if they didn't blow the teleport immediately, that could have been Wayward going for the turret. But he says this Rift Herald is more important. OMG, they're probably going to get this, but they're going to need to make a turn. TS, how are we forcing this fight? How are we getting in?
Well,
we are doing nothing. We are going straight back to mid lane.
Just wait, because this angle, Dredge line being baited around. Cream with the ulti stolen as OMG spread out a little bit, but you're right. In the end, it is nothing indeed, as Static Shift clues any hope of a wave. And they committed teleport to that, so now Wayward looks like wants to stick around for this minute 15 till Dragon spawns.
I'm so sad that we got an absolute nothing burger there from them. There was no fight for it. They went back into mid, and it was a pretty weak defense, as they didn't get much chip damage onto this mid-tier 1. So instead what happens now, OMG, they'll be able to take top tier 1, move Cream after recalling and getting a couple more items under his belt. Dragon spawning in 45, they didn't use any of their tools there. This should be OMG's another objective for them. We need to see TS wake up, get a little bit more active.
I mean, look at Wayward. His positioning showing that there might be 4 gone for the Dragon. I will say he's backing now, so 30 seconds. But that's cancelled. Cream cancelling that when he has the TP advantage in the side lane. Wayward probably needs to back a little bit further back, but now it's 20 seconds. Now he is going to be a little bit late to this Dragon play.
If he doesn't, I mean, thankfully there's Hex Tech Souls, so he can take a little bit of a cheater. For everybody at home that maybe wants to play a little bit of Clash, or is wondering what's a good time for me to back, you want to make sure that you're back in base around 40 seconds. Then you can get back into the base, you can get back to the Dragon. You'll show up a little bit late, but this is all changed. All the timers change depending on what soul you get. If it's a Cloud Soul, Hex Tech is the most abusive, where you can just do stuff like this. Another face check.
Rookie! There's Tibbers coming out now with Tien's ult as well. Cream's caught in the middle as into the back line they've found. JackieLove, they fly through and they nuke him out. OMG should be losing this fight. Rookie started off, he's still alive, and now the hope and dreams as Wayward goes all out. They went into a corridor, and Wayward was waiting.
As soon as Abel goes down, this fight is not playable anymore. Shanji, we saw him gather a small lead over Wayward, but not something that he could flex. They put so many eggs into the kill JackieLove basket that as soon as that's done, they're just looking like, well, what do we do now? Gold lead. I mean, bounty's now opening up. I want to see exactly what happened in this play, because my eyes were on Abel this entire time. What happened to OMG? They just completely evaporated. So that's one. Okay, so again, right into the backline. Cream is in no man's land. All right, Rookie's untouched. Respect.
And Wayward's ult separates. You saw the separation of Shanji and then Wayward in this team fight. I mean, Cassante, need I say more, but the ability to separate that big croc from AoE heaven, that was huge. I mean, again, Rookie playing that so well on his Annie as well. And Top Esports winning a fight, despite what we thought was just OMG paradise by the end, especially when JackieLove got dove pretty hard. You just look at the other core carry, the other member we've been relying on. TS's mid laner, Rookie, still got it here with 7 out of 9 kill participation, and the make-do to set up here with the second Dragon of their game in the Hextech Dragon, as TS now try to defend mid.
Not going to be able to do so here. Finally taking that mid-tier 1 does make it a lot easier for OMG to walk in, grab vision around the entrance to both sides of this jungle. Will mean that Baron coming up in a minute is definitely a threat. You look at who's on this team right now, a Kaisa, a Renekton, a Vi. So easy for them to actually take this. You look on the opposite side, TES, they need to find picks first. Ferris does a lot of damage. Annie, if she has Tibbers, can definitely put in work. But it is something where their ability to turn is so much more potent. 3 minutes before the Dragon. Don't think we're going to get too much action unless it's from one of these side lanes. And so now it's up to TES. How can they recover after all of these summoner spells are blown? And for OMG, losing such a big fight to bring the game back to parity.
I want to look at some of those summoners more in depth towards this Dragon as well. Rookie and Wayward will have the teleport up and available. Shanji might be unlikely here, but we'll keep track. I'm not sure at this point what our timer means at half. Probably okay for Shanji, actually, with Cream having his as well. So we will be fully back up. Even Jackie Love's Flash could be a good news story. As stopwatch actually in the inventory of Rookie, of Jackie Love as well. So a lot of survivability. As I will say, Zonya's Hourglass for Cream, another big tool. But that's kind of where we're at, isn't it? We're at the second item point, especially for members of OMG who spike pretty hard at those points. While for the rest of top esports, we're just waiting a little bit longer for people like Rookie to catch up, even Tien here on this Wukong as well.
Aki will be so much more powerful, not only having the Black Cleaver, but then also having the Divine Sunder means that backline threat onto Jackie Love needs to be watched and taken care of. He'll have the stopwatch to be able to get away from Vi, but after that, during that time, if Vi isn't able to actually turn targets, I think this is going to be a tough fight. They need to find a way to get rid of these stopwatches before this fight. They have 1.5 minutes before those are going to be meaningful. Maybe Cream gets aggressive, but the longer this takes, TES are favored. They are definitely in a much more comfortable position as long as they have their stopwatches, all their flashes available to them. This should be a fight that is a win for TES and is a sole point for them.
And I will say as well, I mean, harder to optimize against MR for this comp that we're seeing in front of us from OMG. They've got Merc Treads, but we have full AP coming out. Remember, it's only the Wukong there with AD plus, I guess, base of Cassante for what it's worth. So OMG, as this game goes on, as you were mentioning, that burst, that incredible pick potential is only going to get worse. A minute till the Dragon. Small gold lead for OMG, but the gold lead hasn't really shown us anything so far in this game. And it's been close the whole game, Ulk. Like, it's been pretty much 1 or 2K at the maximum, as TS still, you can see, willing to fight despite being down.
I love how these two teams are playing right now, where they're playing with a lot of fervor. Obviously, they are not shy from going for fights. And we're just seeing these constant death brushes from TES. I know Tien is kind of a fan of some of our other regions, but they're just trying to full-on Fnatic death brush at this point. Like, sitting in fog, always trying to play very aggressive up against them. Tien, I love it, gets a small chunk onto OMG PP God. Now that they have first play into this river, big focus onto that single ward that was not cleared out. A TP flank from Shanji or Green could be make or break for this game. That is so even. But OMG, because of the positioning of TES, they have full control of mid. They are jockeying between these two teams as to who can get to the mid lane first and see what happens.
That ward has expired though, so timing is not on OMG's side. It could be both Cream and Shanji here. As Cream steals away the chains of corruption, OMG still has a 5-stack, trying to threaten the Baron now as well. As the Baron is not the slowest in the world, is it? Cream and Shanji, the angle there. They're not going to burn anything to get into position as Dragon started. This will be sole point for TES.
Rookie.
They're trying to utilize Rookie on the side. Dredgeline pulled out. Cream chains corruption is there in return by Jackie Love Tien. Taking up the damage as Wayward, taking up none. It's Cream stuck in the pit as another W not landing here from Abel means a longer cooldown for the poking out. OMG playing with time right now and getting a benefit of it as Dragon is reset.
They unfortunately were dealing with the 6th man here for OMG, which was going to be this Hextech Dragon. Tien trying to reset, trying to get a little bit of HP thanks to jungler privilege. Can he get back in? Wayward TP now.
I mean, trying to bait it. Rookie goes in for the engage anyway. Shanji getting close. Depth charge there. Tien is coming in for the long god as PP God is just caught out. Tibbers chasing down. Tien is here. And now that he makes his entrance, it looks doomed. Smacks him down as Abel drops as well. Dragon might go to OMG, but now Baron is a very real concern.
good turn from them, and their ability to actually fight OMG on that dragon was surprising. Great job coming out from multiple members of TES, Rookie in particular, always landing his stuns, always so good on this champion. And now Shanji on a flank. They're trying to pincer maneuver them.
Oh, Shanji's into the middle. OMG with a numbers disadvantage. They're
Can he
taking
do
the
it?
fight. Tien is down in LPL fashion as Jackie gets over the wall. He survives, but Baron over to OMG. Shanji trying. And even though Top Esports have 4 members alive, any LPL team will take that fight any day.
Aki, the ultimate burger flipper there. He grabs his team, the Baron. It's only on 2 members. Abel, unfortunately, just spawning right after they were able to steal that. As we take a look at this replay, I mean, from this position, it is so difficult for the side of OMG to actually be able to turn. Great interrupt coming out from Mark. Saves this entire fight. And now Shanji's out of this play. Abel, unfortunately, gets completely taken down by Tien. And now it leads to them grabbing this Baron. I was surprised, I think just as everybody else, the fact that they were going for it. But honestly, we have Tien in this game. We would expect nothing less than the fact that we're going for some 50-50s.
I think Mark or Wayward, one of them needs to zone. You know what, as starting as a coach, like this split in LCO, what I've noticed is how important Baron setup is. And Top Esports, you have a Nautilus, you have a Cassante. Why are you not zoning enemy jungle out? Why do you need to set up here? As Wayward's caught out, that flash that should have been burnt before is now burnt for no avail. Top Esports with some pretty messy setup and messy side lanes nets another positive for OMG.
They will take full control of this bottom side. They'll be able to grab this next wave. It is pretty stacked and a little bit far back, but this is just for 2.5 minutes time when this dragon is spawning. Both of these teams now at 2 and 2 apiece. So Soul's not going to be, at the very least, for another 7 to 8 minutes. And that just means that this game is going to go a lot longer than our first 2 that we saw between the first 4 teams that we got today. Another turret here for OMG. They'll be able to recall, get more and more gold in their back pocket. And that just means item completions are coming on through. You look on the opposite side, however, Rookie and Jackie finishing the Zonias. So Aki doesn't have a ton of great kind of ultimate targets, but now he's looking at Tien, at Wayward. What can he actually do in fights?
It's a big question, isn't it? I mean, without Flash available for this next dragon, we will see a TES, this team, now sitting on 3 items for their 80 carry. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal with Rookie close to the Void Staff. So there's a lot of power coming through, but Abel has now hit 3. Void Staff for Cream as well. So much power there, as every time Abel hits a W, TS have to fear of getting poked out this quickly. As W again.
Oh no.
Rocking second skin. Abel is massive. Again.
With this Rage Blade as well, he is getting so much magic and armor penetration. The first thing I saw when all the mythics came out for the reworked marksman changes was, why does Rage Blade get 20 to 25% armor magic? This item is ridiculous.
Great question.
And now that you're going for the poke build, like, Abel can, from very long range, basically take away any interaction from the side of TES, and it'll be on Mark and Wayward to block all of those shots. You even see from Mark, while he is taking that is about 700 HP just taken away from him. TES has first say into this Dragon Pit. They will now take control of the river, get all of the vision in. But you look at their side lanes, not in a great position. They really need to be able to win this fight.
XXL cannot be given over to OMG. Likewise to Top Esports. Chase potential on both these teams is massive. Is that control ward through mid? Just giving a bit of information to OMG as they try and hide off. Top Esports, it's 25 towards the Dragon. As you said, control for the river is in their favor. But you know what else is? Rookie having Flash and Tibbers.
Yes.
All it takes is one stun, one setup, and OMG are blown up. But all it takes is one flank from OMG, and the game's over as Dredge Line from Mark. Not going to work out. Hex Flash uses Real Flash is now up and available again, but somebody stop Abel.
Oh no!
Oh dear Lord.
That'll force the teleport. Here we go. Okay, so Cream now again stealing this Varus ultimate. The Chains of Corruption so important.
Stop
Rookie
it.
will have to teleport. Wonder where he's gonna go. Actually, looking to try to clear out this top side. Okay, says no. We have to fight for this objective immediately.
Yep.
Shanji
Double
as
TP.
well, teleporting into this play. It'll be a bit of a split call. If Shanji is spotted out before, this will be a number advantage.
Oh, he gets it and he flushes out. Tien just getting soul point, but Jackie Love's now targeted up. OMG want to dive into the back line. Abel does so as Tien gets the ulti up. PB Gold tries, but a Magnet Storm only hits one, but it'll be enough. Abel flies and OMG survive the Dragon still, but you cannot run from this squad that has your number to the dial.
Man, such a heartbreaker there for TES. Shanji even gets the solo under the inhibitor. I don't know if this will be quite end of the game. They don't have a huge leading weight, but a lot of tanky champions. This might be it.
It is over. Look at the death timers on Jackie Love on mark. 10 seconds for that support. It is enough. OMG. The fight for survival in this game was real. TS might have had some of the fights, but it's all about that last one. And beautiful synergy on the dive. Nets a game 1 win.
Incredible stuff from what we just got from OMG. Just completely obliterating any chance of TES being able to have fun this game. We saw that last team fight. That was just a great use of the Kai'Sa ultimate. They picked apart the team comp, and we thought after Tien stole that should be it. Both hands, both teams just wipe their hands, they walk away. Maybe we start to push towards the Baron. They said no. Mark tries to go for a re-engage, just backfires on him.
And I mean, again, it was OMG really all game long when you look at it, wasn't it? Like all these moments hidden away, like the Baron, the 3v5 or the 4v5, whatever it was. OMG finding a Baron take out of it. Also managing to get a couple on, some of their carries too. And also just some of the execution on these fights that we saw from people like Shanji, from people like Abel, Cream, the backline dive, insane. Really hard to play as Jackie Love there when everyone's able to get a reposition on top of you. And you can't really play the game when there's no one there to defend you, especially at that point of the game.
It sucks because when we look at the side of Top Esports, it is mostly around our two, probably the most famous, some of the most famous LPL players of all time, Jackie Love and Rookie. These two are the mainstay carries for this team. Rookie, on the ante, unfortunately, with what happened in this game, did fall a little bit silent in this game. Had some good moments, but then Jackie Love, like you were saying, just a threat overload. There's too many people just jumping straight into that backline, taking care of him. The Kai'Sa doing so much work. Abel, I would not be surprised if he gets a play of the game. He was so incredible on this Kai'Sa. Whether it was early game, we saw him in the laning phase take care of this bottom lane, or even coming into some of those objective fights, Killer Instinct was on point.
It really was. And I mean, again, the poke down onto Jackie Love, the fly in to annihilate the enemy AD carry. Like, Abel definitely deserves it at this point as well, as it wasn't just him. It was also members like PP Gold on the rel that played a big part. You see the gold at the end, just flipping down towards OMG, and Abel getting almost 20k damage. It's no surprise when this Kai'Sa, who I think we saw get ahead early a little bit, just honed the waves, picked up third item, and then all of a sudden W hits, and you're down to half HP.
Oh, God, it was so disgusting. Like, we saw it onto Mark first, and we're like, okay, we're starting to get a taste of that AP Kai'Sa that we've been seeing for a couple of patches now, but it just feels like it is overboard at this point. And I love the flexibility of Kai'Sa. We're seeing teams mostly adopt this AP style, but there's also players like Ruler who are just saying, I don't care what all these cool fancy builds you do kids are doing. I'm going to stomp the entire league by playing more of my AD carries, playing the style that I'm most comfortable with. So definitely feels like a little bit of player preference, and definitely them playing to what is very strong right now.
And again, playing towards their bottom lane who can pop off like this. I mean, Abel has had moments like this definitely before in the split, but we were hyping up Jackie Love considering not only the lane, but the fact that this guy has been the linchpin to TES. We look at OMG, and if you look at just the MVPs alone in this split, for OMG, you're like, who's been picking it up? Abel, Aki, Shanji, even rate, especially with Shanji. And the highlight we talked about, this game wasn't about Shanji, it was about Abel again. And as you said, it's definitely on the path of MVP in what has been OMG stepping up to the plate. We'll go to a break. Hopefully Top Esports can do the same in game number 2.
Sandbox is just saying, well, you guys aren't going to go on Elder? Well, I'm going to win this game Well, that is going to be a Glacial Prison on Dewilla. He's taking a lot of damage, or is he? He's a pretty tanky boy. He's dead. Oh my god, he Gale bosses them. It is just destruction.
The show that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto.
It's all going to be about Light, what he's able to do.
That's Infernum! They're all grouped up, he's got Infernum and he's gonna burn through the whole team! Care though, pop it off on the opposite side, trying to end the game, jump straight on towards Light, but Light turns it around, no!
It's over!
Finally falls in the end! Care's got 1 HP! Wei doesn't have any damage to the Nexus is bare! Wei is buying time, Xiaohu's up in just 5 seconds, and Care doesn't have the damage to actually finish the game here! Xiaohu respawns, home guard, flashes forward, and finds Care! He saves the game!
It's back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves, I shows they binging.
まだ3コアというところは到達してないですから、ここのちょっとダメージ差というのも気になりますね。さあ、バックラゲのテレポート、前からはグレイシャルプリズン。さあ、まずはナップへフォーカス集めに行きました。空の判定、上のマジ完璧だ。さあ、リッキーが到達した頃には3キル獲得成功。クレストゲーミングアクト、家臣がボイドラッシュで追っていって、ホグレット。リッキーが空こそ取り返してキルするものの
I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it. I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals.
스피드만 받았고요. 그리고 전령은 아직 마무리 지금 이제 되고 세주안이. 예. 아 날리지 못했습니다. 실비. 메이커가 살짝 했고. 나랬다. 저항 이상 살기 바쁩니다. 동체 이미 히트가 됐기 때문에. 네. 근데 선별. 추가적으로 쫓아가다 든든을 잡았다. 타워도 보고 지금 전투력 몰아붙여 에이스 띄우자. 저 위험한 상황에서 초식의 타이밍도 너무 좋았고 계속 구매라 아이고 팀.
I gotta get it on my side.
Gonna spot the players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumps on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
What a huge play coming out from the Shy.
You ain't gonna go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace.
Arsene TPing down. Can finish for the flank. Has the proto belt. Is a minion. Larson looking to secure groups as a melee minute. From Larson on the flank, knocked back Astralis' hopes, torn to pieces with a single press of his R button. Just running out of time.
Oh no!
Comp comes flying in. What a way to achieve 1,000 kills in the LEC from Larson.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story?
我觉得面对 TES 他们的话，主要是注意一下他们的中野辅联动嘛。就对上 Rookie 的话，我是一直在看他比赛的。就对上他的话，主要是注意他绕后吧，大船的时候。我觉得现在赛程进入后半段，我们大伙的状态都还行吧。就常规赛目标的话，就是进个前4吧。现在。
Well, that's what we talked about today. Top 4 on the cards on the horizon for OMG. Myself, Asterix, joined by Oak Battery. Welcome you back here after a thrilling game 1 from OMG. Top esports having some great moments, but some huge fights from core carries such as this. Oak, run us through because Abel, MVP for sure on this Kaiser. I mean, having a great game 1. This guy now top of the MVP chart for OMG this split.
Rightfully so. I mean, whether it's him playing his Aphelios or maybe going towards some of those cool picks that we know him for, it's good to see that OMG's AD carry is still firing away. We always tend to get a little bit carried away with, oh, there's some carry performances coming out of mid or top lane, but we are still in a bot lane centric meta, in a game where dragons are so important. You are relying on your marksman to be one of the best players on the server on the day. And Abel showed nothing but that in this game so far.
Even after losing so much in the lane, even after losing so much in the game, he still found opportunities like this onto Tien, which, again, Tien having a rough time of it in the most part, but this was the beautiful fight that showed us what OMG were capable of. And then, of course, in the same spot, funnily enough, this is how the game ended.
I can't tell. Is this not the same play happening twice in a row on our screens?
Hey.
Looks like they actually went to opposite sides of the map this time. This was the dive composition that we had seen coming in from draft. This is what we expected for them to do, and they executed it perfectly there. Now we need to see what TES can actually get accomplished here, because they're staring down the barrel of potentially not making top 4. I mean, again, we talked about it a lot. Going up against the likes of LNG, you have now Team WE, Weibo, all these other teams on the same kind of bubble as you in top 6. And falling down for TES, it is one more best of 5 that they'll have to play. And we saw last split, they didn't make it very far.
That's right. Again, it was a disappointing run, but ultimately OMG, as it was just said in the interview, are trying to make top 4. I mean, they have a good chance of it. And a 2-0 over top esports here is what could be reflected later on. If anyone is just looking at this series for the first time, or rather these two teams for the first time, note that OMG, it's those explosive drafts. It's the fun that comes out of the pick and ban phase that really makes this team unique. So going into game number 2, of course, we have to talk about the fact that OMG are on blue side. We have to talk about what that first pick is going to be, because OMG have very different priorities, I feel, than other teams in the league.
Yeah, especially when we look at that AD carry in the top lane as well. Like, there are just so many things that they could be going for. Cassante starts to come to mind. I know that's not necessarily going to be bucking the trend when it comes to meta champions, but especially for Shanji, it is one of his best played in the season. So we'll have to see what he can get accomplished here, because I'm going to be real, top lane just did not matter this game. Whatever those two did, they were resident sleeper. Like, they were playing their own game. Everybody else was playing League of Legends. So whether that means we get something from top lane, or maybe we get to see a cool spicy matchup coming in from our AD carries, anything's possible here.
Anything is possible. I think the more pressing question is, what are you hiding? Like, what are we not seeing in the room? I've been wondering for a while. You know, I'm not sure if there's copyright there. What is hidden? What is behind there, Oak?
I could just turn off NVIDIA broadcast and we just do the background blur. So this is an air conditioning unit right behind me, because it gets hot in Vancouver. The buildings are not. It's an old building, so that doesn't have any like AC. Cat tower. The cat's currently hanging out in the living room, and then there's like a bunch of different plushes. There's like some theater degrees back here. I'm at a friend's place right now, so they've got it set up, but they do a lot of production work for esports. So I'm hooked up with at least 4 monitors. I feel like Hacker Man right now.
4 monitors.
That's awesome.
What the 4 monitors? Yeah. What are you a hacker?
One of them is a literally. One of them is like an art tablet as well. So like I'm fully loaded in. I'm kitted out. I'm ready to go.
Okay, well, we're just going to have to believe you for what you said. We'll take your word for it. We don't really know, but as we get into pick and ban, OMG on blue, Top Esports on red. And this game hopefully delivers in the same vein as we already get the Shanji targeted bans from TES. And on the other side, Poppy up against Wayward and Tien also makes a lot of sense.
Different bans this time coming out of OMG. Last time it was the Jace, the Ahri, and the Nico. One of those will be going through. We'll be allowing Rookie to take control of that, and the Cassante this time around. So we'll get a wholly new mid or top lane matchup, at least from one side of this. For TES, you have to be looking on the rotation. Whatever OMG are going to pick, you have to think Rookie is going to be reaching for that Ahri, going to be reaching for something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Because now, even the junglers are starting to get attacked. OMG changing some of their priorities coming into game 2.
We know it's Tien. It's probably going to be Wukong Ahri, right? Like, it's going to be that mid-jungle duo
Yeah.
that Top Esports consistently prioritize. Or on the other side, if TES are willing to leave the Kai'Sa up and OMG don't first pick it, then, again, Jaculov, it's his skin, and he has played some banger Kai'Sa games for this split so far. LeBlanc, the final ban they have to take away. Nico, Kai'Sa, what do they want more? Or is it Monkey for Aki?
No.
Really? Just the takeaway from Tien? Get Nico, get Kai'Sa. Why not?
Oh, no. Wukong. Wukong is still incredibly strong, but it just feels weird with how much his priority has dropped off the face of a cliff thanks to some of the changes that we saw coming into the jungle and how many different champions have been popping up. Like you're saying, that Kai'Sa is available, so we are more than guaranteed to get another AP Kai'Sa game here for Jackie Love. For TES now, are they going to go for that jungler? Vi is gone. I think that they should be looking potentially at trying to flex this. You could take that Rel very early on, even without knowing what the bottom side matchup is. You already know that OMG, and for the majority across the board, they've really been focusing on trying to get this Alistar. But hey, you're doing a better job than me here. They took the Nico and the Kai'Sa immediately.
I just know how OP champions are at the moment.
Yep.
Dude. It's,
All right,
that's
there you
all
go.
it takes. I mean, we're in a meta again where being on the blue side, getting first pick, maybe isn't as equivalent to all the OPs you can get with 6 bans only. Like, maybe we need more bans. As, I'll move on though, because OMG get themselves the Renekton. Again, away from Wayward is the priority here, with Abel also on Aphelios. Now, the fact that he's not on the Kai'Sa like last game may be concerning, but still, after how Abel played last game, this should be a positive move.
Ooh, picking up the Viego as well. So pretty reset reliant. They do have good setup, and we're talking about follow-up for someone like Tien on this Viego. Kai'Sa is definitely going to be able to match that, but now they need frontline. They need champions that are actually going to be able to hold down a lot of these members. Braum and Nautilus should be pick of the litter for both of these teams. In terms of the supports, very, very strong and good at being able to stop some of the melee members here on both sides.
True. One of them taken away already. Good pick there, Alcazar. Nautilus the first to go. Rel has been let through in the first game, and PP God excelled on it. Kai'Sa Rel is a bot lane that should not be given over, and surely here, OMG, that's got to be their final ban. They cannot let Rel through after what we've seen today. After what we've seen since Rel became OP again.
Yeah, actually, though, I'm a little worried. I mean, even Rakan has made it through, and I'm surprised just because Rakan, for the longest time, for the past couple months, has been one of the best engaged supports, bar none. His ability to get in, especially his escape ability in most fights. Getting rid of the Blitzcrank tells me this should be a Melio matchup, and it'll be on TS. What is their engage going to be? Has to be something that has multiple knockups, something that is going to be able to keep them down.
Rel.
Oh,
Rel.
man. Are we going to see
Just
the Rel?
All right. Yeah, of course
All
it's
right,
Rel.
give us our
if it
Melio.
wasn't Rel, they're actually inting.
Fair enough. Hey, man. You're the coach, okay? We've got coach hysterics on board here.
I'm scuffed.
So,
dude, I'm performance coach. I make sure they go to the gym. They, they're looking very sexy, and like they're out there lifting 120 kilos with their biceps. That's what I do. But sometimes I know things about the game. As I will say, this is looking like something about OMG stylistically, isn't it? Cream on a Kali? Yes, please. One of his best champions historically. This is what Cream is carried on. This is what his debut in OMG way back looked good on as well.
Give it to us. Stop baiting us with this hover. Thank you. Okay, so mid matchup early on. Wayward's just going to grab this Ornn for themselves. We have our compositions ready for us here in this game 2 Hysterics. I'm looking forward to what TES can do. This feels a little bit more stock standard for them. You've got Wayward on a tank. You've got Tien on his Viego. Rookie can definitely be a much more self-sufficient mid laner here, similar to that Annie. And Jackie Love, keys to the kingdoms, man. Like, you need to be able to play aggressive. You look at OMG, they've got clean team fighting, good backline access with this Renekton and the Akali, and it's going to be up to Abel. Our AD carries here matching head-to-head.
I just wonder, though, I mean, again, both these teams, Oak, it feels like we're looking for snowballs, right? Like, again, we know what Aphelios does with Melia late game, but we have Akali, we have a Renekton, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, do not confuse that with another word for the bottom. As I will say, this game with the Renekton has to be fast-paced. At the very least, Top Esports and OMG, they're already locked in for playoffs here. They are already locked in, but it is the fight for top 4. Weibo secured themselves earlier on, if anyone missed out on that one. But OMG and Top Esports are a threshold above. The winner of this will very likely be looking at a top 4 spot with how easy their schedule is to roll out. OMG and Top Esports, a matchup that may give them an extra bye here in the LPL 2023 Summer Playoffs. As in our penultimate week, this matchup might not be match of the week, but it's bloody close with how these teams are performing right now. Let's get into game 2. No ifs, ands, or buts. Let's roll in like an Autobot into this very appetizing series ahead.
Thankfully for us, we didn't have to do any caster start the game.
True.
Love that for us. Glad we didn't have to deal with any of that. They are getting very excited for the series, as they should for everybody that's in crowd, in studio. They should be getting hyped because this is such an important matchup. You talked about it before. The implications that this game has for playoffs between these two teams is so important. Also might dictate their future for the rest of this year, potentially going into that international event for Worlds. We talked about it, I think, a bit at the end of draft, but you know, we had to do some exciting preamble for the show. If OMG cannot get a early enough lead, if they cannot generate an advantage in the first couple of objective fights, primarily around the 15 to 20 minute mark, they will have a tough time of breaking through this front line, of breaking someone like a Rel, an Ornn. Those two champions are going to be very, very resilient, and I love this already. Getting an early start for Tien means that they can get kind of spicy with the jungle pathing.
I mean, the leash is so helpful as well. Tien takes the camp, quick, smart. Red buff's going to die immediately. This 2-camp start is going to be like a 15-second one at that. So as Jackie Love and Mark move to wave, they haven't missed anything here. Jackie Love's going to get full experience. So is Mark as he walks on in, but gets zoned out. And TES, they had the jungler down bot side, and OMG have to pay respect.
They need to be careful here for OMG. If this wave stays a little too far up, level 2 here for TES can be a kill. Tien's already level 3.
He is, and there's a flash flip straight into Abel. Tien coming in.
It is.
Gets the stun. First blood onto Tien. That's an explosive start from TES.
Exactly what they wanted. Now Abel will miss out on level 2 early spikes. Being able to stay alive for so long, double summoners as well, which just gives so much more lethality to someone like Mark on this Rel. Good job from Tien, and completely skipping his bottom side camps, wants to protect these and stop Aki from getting a response. If they're able to cut out Wukong from this play, this is an absolute disaster from OMG, and such a banger start for game 2.
I mean, Tien must be pissed because game 1, he had a real rough game, but it's not like him this split as Rookie running into Aki. Clones there, getting a bit of damage down is good as well, but Rookie won't burn any summoners as he knows Tien is nearby too. So Aki spotted, crossing to the bot side, but nothing's here. Our observers showing absolutely nothing is here. Aki needs a gank, but there's no bot laners there. They already reset. So this Wukong is going to be down at least 4 camps by the time he's back.
What an incredible start here for Tien. After game 1, he felt a little bit silent on the Wukong. There were some good plays, definitely made a steal, but the game kind of ended before we really got to see him have an impact. Now here in game 2, a much different story here for TES. Their bot lane winning, Rookie winning the matchup, and Wayward not under too much duress. This wave is about even. He's only missing a few farm. It's 3.5 minutes. It's very early into this game. But TES are feeling more and more confident. Dragon spawning in a minute. You have to expect, unless something very wrong happens, and you do see that Aki can start to clear down towards his bottom side, Dragon is a very good objective here for Top Esports.
And again, you have to remember, as Tien has the timer on this Raptor camp.
Oh, God.
For Tien, he's going to be so close to level 6. And level 6, the reset ability, the ability to just carry through some of these fights and get those resets I mentioned, is going to be massive. As Aki now towards the top side, Wayward maybe having some kind of idea. He doesn't get the auto attack down, but Shanti going to come here and demolish.
Wow. They've now split the map, and I think with how they split this map, this is a losing position for OMG. Shanji getting a plate is nice. He's up a wave and will be able to fully proxy behind his turret. But you're now losing out on Dragons up against TES. This wave, or this map state, is not tenable for OMG. They need to be able to find something, need to be able to break this state. Wave is pushing away from the bottom lane as well.
Oh my God.
And Abel and PP God, they're worried. They're like, if I step up, is there going to be Tien waiting for me? Is there going to be someone like Rel coming out of this brush and jumping when I don't have Cleanse or Flash?
I mean, Ankara Messi got the soccer ball onto Mark, and I think it only gave vision of Mark in that play. So Tien was trying to hover around, but he did back up eventually and make his reset towards his camps. Doesn't want to lose too much tempo considering how far ahead he is of Aki. As I was saying, I mean, Tien this split has been really switched on. He's had a good split overall. MVPs for a reason here on TES. Game 1 was uncharacteristic of what we've seen of Tien this split. So again, it is nice to see this start, but let's see what he does with the lead. As level 5 now, moments of getting level 6. And as he continues to clear out, Aki's just getting the scraps here. As you can see, he's already down about 10, almost 15 CS.
Magical number for most junglers is around 48. It depends on if they try to like split, if they got invaded on a camp and they lost some early. For Tien, he should be very close to that ultimate, and you see control over bottom side. Both mid laners did just TP in, so any damage they're able to land now is going to stick and be relevant come for an objective fight. You already see Dragon, or the Rift Herald spawning in minute and a half, and pings coming out from OMG. If they cannot get this objective in topside, if Wayward and all of TES are actually able to make a play onto this Rift Herald and steal it from them or make it into a huge loss, then OMG are in such a tough spot in being able to get back into this game.
Minute 30 till we see. Top Esports getting Dragon in the meantime. 1k gold lead stays true as Tien just goes back to his jungle. Still lots of options as he knows Raptor camps up. This is the other thing. Oak Battery, we've got ourselves timers thanks to Tien. Like, he knows where Aki's going to be because he's been so closely tracking that enemy jungle all game long.
They want that red buff. You already see Rel's moving over. PP God's actually going to have to leave the side of Abel. So after taking this scuttle, you even have Rookie, who has first say over mid lane, can just immediately drop this wave and move over. Abel's nowhere in position. Jackie Love resetting. They're going to try and fight for this. This is a small numbers advantage for the side of TES, but just the pure fear alone, they don't know where Kaisa is. They do know that Rookie can move over. They're going to give up this side of the this side of the jungle, and again, be able to move up into the top side if they want. I mean, Tien can very just like move on over, but it takes his time, gets his recalls, trying to finish those items. He's very close to getting his first.
You know what it was as well? Level 6 from Tien. That level 6 advantage. Aki still without Cyclone, but as you said, mid having the pushing power, also the CS lead, just the strength coming through of Tien as we expect, now with the 20 CS lead. Aki playing catch up as he has all game long, as that Herald now spawning, and you expect Top Esports to be first to the punch here, as even Cream getting tagged out is good news, with TS moving their bot lane up as well.
Jackie Love will get all of this gold and plates by himself. That is not the same that could be said for OMG, as they're moving, swapping them into the side lane. Even Cream now will have to share some of this experience. I thought we would see Shanji up there, but it's going to be a 5-on-4. Jackie Love is now getting to this fight. Doesn't have all of his items yet complete, but...
Abel still on the wave. I was just going to say, PP God tagged out as Cream with an angle, but you can't fight this yet. Aki needs to get that Cyclone in as Cream disengages. Wayward still with the ulti. Here comes Call the Forge God. Pop Blossom as well. Rookie has gotten everybody. Lay it up. Jackie Love flies in as well. TES came here to play.
Immediately just blow up 3 members. Rookie and Wayward, the solo lanes here for Top Esports, just fire every single ultimate and they all land. Cream, he's just peppering them like little like lawn darts. He's trying everything, just nothing is landing. Going for the early Merc treads does mean that Sakali will be missing out on some damage, and this was a fight that OMG could not afford to lose. Just 2 split, not a single member that they're all trying to call for priority target on. And Cream in this backline, not dealing damage. Neither is Abel. They're just getting a full face of Infernum right in front of them. Just doesn't matter. Good job from TN. The early game plans paying off dividends 9 minutes later.
Because even though you talk about scaling, let's not forget that Top Esports, if this comp snowballs as well, similar value, right? They can take over games instantly. OMG are being taken over. It's a 3K gold lead. And as you rightly pointed out, Og, it's that early game from Tien that's done so much, now has netted him the Herald with another kill to boot, a bounty on top of that. Tien is going to be the Viego from Hell. This is literally Gordon Ramsay Viego in Hell's Kitchen that you have to deal with.
I was on such a big Gordon Ramsay kick for a long time. I stopped watching.
Oh, yeah.
I just caught up on some more Kitchen Nightmares yesterday. So the fact that you called it up as a reference is just insane coincidence coming in. Just nuts. Now, Wayward looking for something. Doesn't have ultimate quite yet, but Tien is on his way. Does have Rift Herald. They want to break down this turret, put Renekton in a bad matchup, and continue to sap away more and more jungle camps. Wukong is getting 0 gold during all of this. He has no camps to farm. He tried to get some on the bot side. They're all gone. He's going to go top side looking for these. So not only the timers does Tien have bottom side, Tien now knows all of the camps here for Aki. OMG, they have no jungler this game. Unfortunately, Aki got removed at level 2.
And I mean, look, Tien haters are getting juiced in this game because, again, he's had a really good split, and I have criticized Tien over and over, past splits, past years. When Tien performs, though, he performs like he did as an FPX champion, as with the Herald down towards mid, absorbs some of the gold. Rookie does too. Cream has to stand there and watch while the pressure continues on from Top Esports, even in all 3 lanes, as Wayward now having a happy fun time with the turret too.
This is one of the things that I love about our different matchups when we do have Enchanter versus Engage. Typically, the Enchanter is kind of chained to their AD carry. We have seen PP God move out with Aki, but his majority, Mark getting vision, roaming into mid lane, trying to help out Rookie. Do you need a push? Do you need able to do something? Now, Abel.
Hex Flash. Double Flash comes out. PP God and Abel getting on out, but OMG might have a play if Cream can get the angle. But TES are together in the chokers. Call the Forge God, lay it out, and Jackie Love has perfect access to damage. Abel still gets the range, though.
Wait a minute,
He's still
though. Abel.
Firing. OMG can do this, but you got to watch out as Jackie Love is firing back in OMG's bot lane. A dismayed. Rookie only gets a 1-man Pop Blossom as it's still dangerous. OMG winning the fight somehow because Tien died. Mark's going to be next. And off the brink of despair after TS had such a big gold lead, OMG will always play the blood sport.
Okay, Abel's just a super MVP at this point. That fight alone was carried by him. His frontliners were doing all the work that they could. Aki playing the best decoy, like, smoke and mirrors, Wukong known to man, holding up the backline, the opposite side. Abel with the green and white guns, Calibrum and this Crescendum just holding off the backline. Like, we saw how many chakrams, and everybody just watch. He holds Jackie Love from being able to get into this fight single-handedly, and without this engage from Mark landing, there are no plasma procs for Jackie Love to fly in on. So single-handedly, he's not able to get in. We thought maybe with Wayward here, but Jackie Love is just taking way too many turret shots right to the face.
Got PP God as well, that breath of life, beautiful stuff. I can't believe OMG survived this fight. Aki the only one going down. And again, the spread was so good as Cream and Shanj with the angles too. Beautiful stuff here out of the croc. As OMG, it feels like they have just broken my feed. But now as I return, now as things get a little bit better, gold lead only
There you
2K, and despite top esports as Jackulov, hang on a minute, no cleanse available, will actually just burn a killer instinct as well. Mark needs to help him. There's the Magnet Storm. He's playing with fire.
A lot of flashes and cleansed used there on the side of TES. We'll buy them a little bit of time. Riftchild is spawning. Diego is on the bottom side of the map, however. So all this will do will buy a little bit of reprieve for top esports as they get some more waves. We're going to be seeing TN start to make his way over. There is Chemtech Rift, so should be able to get over to that side of the map very, very quickly. Wayward as well, because of that kill, able to crash a wave, start to prep, get some more vision, get some priority here for top as they move over to this Rift Herald. But OMG, that fight alone proves that this gold lead is not as big as it looks. It's 3,000 here at 14.5 minutes. And this game is still as even as ever. A lot of this is coming from the jungle. And I mean, specifically also from the bottom lane, even with how good that fight was. Jackulov has 30 up, and that is such a difficult advantage to try to diminish as an AD carry.
I mean, ultimately, what we see this is if Tien dies early on like he did there before, that Viego, who has the majority of the lead, it makes a big difference in the gold, of course. Herald's going to go down in the meantime, though, and as while we're chatting about these big leads, just note that we're still without a first item for Cream. Someone who has been pretty big as Abel might be caught out here. Call the Forge God lands against the wall. He can't move. And even though Abel played the last fight so well, getting caught out there just opens up the world for TES.
Zero flash there because of that last play. Great punish coming out from TES. Will open up this entire map. Getting that top tier 1 takes away so much safety for Abel to step in the lane, to be able to cut the lane up so high in the midpoint of the map. So getting that will open up a lot for TES to be able to at least get some vision, stop TN from, or stop Aki from having any more fun in this game. And while Shanshi was able to grab that top tier 1, that gold onto Renekton is not going to be as meaningful as it is maybe onto Aki or into Abel.
Especially Abel. I think that point's clear. Even Cream as well. He has the only kill in that bottom side of the map right now for OMG. And as we're starting to hype this team up, I mean, Top Esports just took back some of the lead. They've got 2 items on this Kai'Sa now as well. So those W's going to be firing out left, right, and center. Abel needs to do a lot of work here. Cream needs to do a lot of work here. And as Dragon fast approaches in 2 minutes, note that Top Esports are the only ones to pick him up so far. So it does feel like the objective needs to be matched here by OMG, but will the item suit at this point, Alk? That's a time we need to look at, because it looks like Top Esports will have item advantage regardless of what position we're in.
This is such a tough spot for OMG. Like, you could fight for this dragon coming up in a minute and a half, but if you don't win this, then you're probably not winning the soul. Do you trust that your AD carry will be able to finish Gale Force in time for this 4th dragon, and then you're playing for Chemtech Soul potentially? Chemtech Soul not going to have the most use, but for a team like TES, specifically onto Viego, who loves being on low HP, is someone that will be trying to go for resets, that healed and shield power that you should be able to get is going to be kind of relevant, especially when we're looking at tenacity, the damage resistance you get when you're low HP. Same thing for OMG. If they're able to grab a couple of Chemtech Drakes, Milio becomes absolutely Thanos right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with what you can do. I mean, ultimately, Chemtech on anyone just for the raw stats outside of the soul feels like the more valuable part. But as we eye on in towards that dragon in 40 seconds, let's see what the top laners do, because it's a push right now from Wayward, using Rookie and Tien to hover around. And with the blast pant that comes from Chemtech Rift as well. Makes it super easy to pull yourself out a top turret here and get a reset with good timing towards this 3rd dragon.
Dragon won't be started on spawn. Everybody from OMG is going to walk on down. Teleport coming out from Wayward after finishing his Radiant Virtue. Will mean that TES get first say. You see that Mark and Jackulov, they're hovering onto this side. It is also AP Kai'Sa, so staying in Fog of War is typically pretty OP. Cream's already in position. Shanji will potentially have to teleport to this play. Tien is not here yet. He will probably drop the Rift Herald now, use this in mid to try to get some early priority, but they're taking this so fast. when you have a Kaisa, is so dangerous for the enemy team to stay and wait and be patient.
Look at Wayward though, look at Wayward. There's call the forward shot, he slams on in. They're separated, Wayward zoning them off, and meanwhile Cream gets on into the back line. Jackie Love one hit from dying, and he goes down. Meanwhile, Wayward can't zone off for too long. As Abel gets free hitting, Tien will find himself the kill. He's got a reset as well as Rookie now continues to zone off. But as Tien clears the wave, as Herald gets dropped on down into OMG with numbers advantage thanks to Cream Zakali.
Unfortunately, Wayward, that combo just went completely namesake there. Missing a ton of key targets and really not being that big distraction for OMG that you thought it was. TES not able to get away with it. Tien gets the smite. He'll take the blue buff away from OMG, and they get the dragon. Biggest piece for them there is that now they are on soul point. They are going to be threatening a soul at any given time. Cream just goes forward. Wayward's not able to land it onto these backline members. And Cream, as well as Aki, just buying so much time. That threat onto Jackie Love, what you pointed out, such a big win here for the side of OMG. They're winning fights. They're not necessarily doing great on objectives, but it is a nice, is a worrying trend for top esports. If you keep losing these fights, the game doesn't get much more even. You already had a 5,000 gold lead. If that's what OMG can do, imagine if this game gets closer.
Imagine if Cream gets more items and more picks and more angles. I mean, again, OMG playing from multiple angles of that as well. And when it is a Chemtech Rift and you have enhanced blast cones, your ability to reposition gets even more dangerous. As even with that gold lead, as you were saying, OMG still feeling like they could take a 5v5. As we need to watch people like Jacula, people like Abel, Tien, of course, if he can get the reset here in his upcoming fight, because it feels like it might be around the Baron with how much control of vision TES now have.
I wish I had the copy pasta of when Tien feels like his team is at a gold advantage. He feels he has to push the tempo of the game. We'll start up a Baron. And if his team is behind in gold, then, you know, he's feeling pressured. I'm sure that all of TES are definitely knowing that they should be able to win this game, but those fights are just way too close for comfort. Shanji potentially getting caught out.
Killer Instinct in as well. Call the Forge God, and it layers down. That dominance won't be used into fruition as Tien gets the pick. And just like that, you have 40 seconds without the croc. Hello, Baron.
Starting out, they got to be able to clear these vision. They also need to be able to mark where Aki is deep onto their side. They do not have time to put down wards. OMG, they do not know where Rookie is either, so they only have vision of Mark. We'll know now where this Nico is. Putting down a lot of turrets as well.
And taking the flip around, TES moving back towards mid. Give and take, back towards the Baron to threaten as Aki still lies in wait. Rookie's just looking for him. Surely he's gonna have some kind of idea. No, he does not. Aki now with a 1v1, Cyclone used. Rookie with the proto belt, but he's been caught with his pants down as Tien maybe is going to pull his pants back up again onto Aki if the jungler dies here. OMG are going to be deep in water, but teleport is going to be burned as Jacula finds a pick. Heartbreaker not there, but Aki's now dead. Cream teleported in for that, but there's no smite in front of this Baron.
That play alone may just end it and send us to a game 3. That was, I mean, I love the play, but it is a fantastic punish coming out from TES. Thankfully, their bottom lane was able to reset, was able to move out of mid and back onto this side of the map, but the path that they have taken now will cut them out entirely out of the mid lane. TES using their teleports now, using their recalls, will get back into position in the river, will start to threaten this Baron. Tien at half HP, and they should be able to start this up. Watch
Ulti from Abel comes through. It's already done some damage to Jacula, but look at Rookie again! In the same spot as earlier in the game, Jacula flies in. Abel is dead! Jaculo's Kaiser, a big deal, but as he drops on down, TES now turned to Tien. The man who was big in the early game retrieves more bounty. OMG down numbers again. This Baron might not be started once more, but TES just keep taking more.
Unfortunately, Chorus is coming up. We've got our soul point spawning in 30 seconds. Great fight. There are some timing issues there, and I don't know how OMG are going to be able to contest for this. They're missing out on ultimates. You get to watch this fight one more time. They're playing it front to back. Abel getting some damage onto the back line, but they are unable to keep them into the pit. Rookie playing so aggressive here. The fact that Abel has to still use his cleanse and flash there while PP God uses that breath of life kind of just tells you everything you need to know about this fight. It's going to also stop them from grabbing the soul. They're going to have to be so desperate. Picture in picture, that's what's more important right now, is this is the soul for top esports.
That Millia soccer ball, great stuff. As OMG, as you said, this is going to be soul if they lose this. So it's up to Aki here. It's up to OMG's, I guess, innovation in their team fight. Is TN going to get Scuttle and top esports going to get the wave? All it takes now is to draw OMG in. And for this Chemtech Soul to be taken, it feels like we could be going to a Game 3 at this rate. But again, wait with bated breath as OMG haven't struggled to find opportune fights, even at a gold disadvantage.
You know, Asterix, that's why I love, you know, our word choice here. You call it a 50-50 dragon flip. I call it innovation, okay? That's what we call it here on the broadcast.
True.
We're going to have a lot of fun. Now, Cream is on a bit of a flank. I love this from TES. They just force on the other side of the fight.
Oh, Wayward's ulti lines them down. It's a two-man, but they're too far out of range. Shanji's popped the dominance, though, as the all-in comes through. It's a good one, but the Pop Blossom is lying in wait. Aki drops down as Cream now has nowhere to
Abel,
go. Jackie Love on the backside, untouched. You look at Abel, I look at Jackie Love on his Kaiser skin, flashing forward yet again. Jackie Love, the 2018 World Champion, is a stone-cold killer.
That's going to be end of the game. Death timers are too much. PP God will watch his base fall apart, and we're going straight to that Game 3. This was the game. This was the series that we expected to go to 3, and it has been stompy either way. Neither of these teams do not want to be locked out of top 4.
No way, that's what it's all about. You might be in playoffs, but the top 4 is another story completely. TES, it's that early game from Tian that needs to be talked about. He put on a clinic here in Game 2 to take us to the final hallmark between OMG and TES.
Fantastic stuff, and now it's all come down to this, right? It comes down to a single game for both of these teams. Do they get an additional bye going into the playoffs? Do they have one less best of 5 that they have to play to make it potentially to Worlds at the end of the year?
True.
And it gets incredible, right? Like, yes, their schedules are easy, but they still need to be able to play them out, and we're getting amazing games from both of these two teams.
I mean, again, like OMG, you have to give them so much credit here in the entire series, because their ability to find comebacks when gold is low in their not in their favor, if I could speak properly, when OMG shouldn't have any right to win fights, is always there in this game and in the last game, of course, as well. OMG are kind of proving that they are this insane team with insane skirmishes and fights, but again, those carries, that star talent that comes through from top esports, that's a big reality. You know, it's Jackie Love, it's Rookie, hell, it's TN on a good day on this Viego too. Let's even put Mark up there with some of the great engages. I think Wayward at some point as well.
Yeah, let's just put the whole team on there, man. Let's get the whole slate up on the broadcast.
I feel bad.
It's fine. Yeah, no, they all played their part. We saw Wayward with some great engages.
Yeah.
We also saw that Ornalt around the Dragon. So, you know, giveth and taketh away for this team. Jackie Love again on AP Kaisa. I'm starting to feel both. Yes, Jackie Love played really well, and AP Kaisa is ridiculously broken.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, Kaisa, we know in general right now, just in such a great spot. Jackie Love on his champion. It's always nice when you see someone on their skin, you know, their world championship skin, pop the hell off. Gala is our best Kaisa in the LPL right now for sure. But when you talk about OGs, when you talk about people that deserve their skins, Jackie Love sits in the mixes. I'm still surprised, despite Jackie Love doing so much damage, it's Rookie in the end, who had another great game, this time on the Nico.
I'm going to say that extra 2,000 came from laning phase. You're playing against a melee champion, so he got, I'm going to call that a little bit of a cheater in the mid lane in terms of damage. That's definitely for Jackie Love. If I was at home, I would be able to show that I have like the limited edition IG figurines that they're like maybe 4 to 5 inches tall, and they have every one of the champions for IG. You got a special skin code as well. It's one of the things that I love. In terms of skin codes, actually, I remember going to the first MSI in Tallahassee, Florida, and being able to redeem my ticket online through the Riot client for any of the world skin. You pick one out of like any of the available world skins. That was really cool.
Yeah.
I wish we did more of that, actually.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I remember the good old days of redeeming. I got Arcade Hecarim and Riot Blitzcrank from like
Let's go.
2014 OPL finals. I don't know. Or maybe it was like international wildcards at an EB Expo. Those were the good old days. You're exactly right. But I will say, you know, the one skin I have as well is Jackie Loves Kai'Sa out of all the World Championship skins. But ultimately, let's be real. Top Esports deserve that win, but OMG are showing us so much. This team, both teams, are impressive in their own right as we go to a break for our final game of the night between TES and OMG, something that you will definitely not miss.
Oh,
we're getting a
we're in the
dive.
tower here. What is going on? JDG! They're just trying to flex all over NIP here. Gaddafi goes down for a second time as Shadow has arrived. You get 2 kills for Ruler. Angel's here now too. And we got chaos early here, Kitty. As Knight's trying to make it away, does get Vault Breakered in the end. Angel has died to Ruler. One more auto. No, he heals. It's not enough. The fadeaway shot, and Ruler now has 3 kills out of seemingly nowhere. A magician with his hat.
Oh,
Can Shadow shut him down? No! Give him a 4th kill, because why not?
Yeah, we're getting to the point now as well where Uzi, 4 items on the Ezreal, like, this is an absurdly fed carry with an Ocean Soul as Uzi flashes away from the Pop Blossom. Here comes Ning on the back line. I don't know if he has the damage to kill him. Uzi manages to kite it out. That was gorgeous play. Triple kill for Uzi as he looks for more. Fofo stealing the multi-kill, but EDG stealing the crowd here today. What domination in game 2.
Are kind of in a very similar boat where they have to wait. Oh boy. For a long time.
Hung's just going to get brought back there. There's nothing really he can do, but he's still taking up a storm. Is going to get the flash out. Not able to get it is Uzi, but Hope is going to take the brunt of Uzi's ire. And Uzi comes up big. We got to get him cut out here, though, as Iwandi's trying to take him down. He's healing a lot. He takes out another, and that's huge for EDG. He can't get the 3rd, though. Mako on the other side of Dodge, but it doesn't matter because WE have crumbled to dust.
The players as Ultimate's popped in the bottom side and LWX is here as well, but the Shy just jumps on top of him and turns him to pieces. The Shy is an absolute monster in the 2v1.
I mean, Cube, right? Guys, I'm complaining about Cassante, but Cube has still put on a clinic. Like, there is still a part of this game that Cube is still nailing. It's LNG forces TP from WE because they're around this dragon. It's going to be Dragon number 3. We begin with another 5v5 in a 32-kill game, as that was a blind arc to stop Hung. Gets into the backline, though. That's only onto Hung. But the jungler's burnt down. Seeker running in. Needlework, number 1 doesn't connect, but it's an AoE. The kinematic future scout knocks him away so that he gets his own kills. Gala flies in, flushes over. Quadra kill. Gala is legendary. You know, it's Penta time for one of the best ADs in the damn business.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. Fast like that, and now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take all the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take all the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take all the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. If feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping through. And now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we're fly, you know we're fly, you know we're fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we're fly, you know we're fly, you know we're fly, you know we're fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking. Trading their dreams for someone like you.
OMG 好像下路挺喜欢玩什么小炮二维，然后卡莎这种吧。然后面对他们的话，对线应该也会拿一些凶狠的组合去跟他们对线。这些下路就是这个版本的话，就是应付可能比较多吧，然后就会逐渐的消失。现在对的说就是一起加油吧。
Thank you so much, Mark. What a revelation. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Hulk Battery for game number 3, our final game of this series after Top Esports made a resurgence in that second one, and boy, was it explosive. MVP was surprisingly rookie, but actually not surprising when you start breaking down what he did in that game on the Nico.
The Nico was so pivotal, obviously led to a lot of instances that we could actually see him move in and get early vision, set up TN. I'm going to be real, Hysterics. I feel bad for Tien. He got robbed on this one. He got 100% robbed because this should have been his game to completely smurf, and he did. Rookie was merely an accessory to the crime up against OMG. We got to see some of his team fights, though. Some of those Pop Blossoms, I think it was this one in particular, that may have gotten him some POG votes.
Oh, dude, absolutely. And again, the setup from Rookie was exceptional, but as you said, Tien made this game a reality. I mean, Tien made this game in total. Even some people would say that, oh, well, Jacula is literally, you know, deserving after how he played this Kai'Sa as well.
Played AP Kai'Sa, I'm taking that away from him. Nope, that's a demerit. -1.
Oh, come on. There's no way. Dude, look how good he was. Look how good he was on the pick. He was insane. And ultimately, like, Abel had an insane part of the game as well. Just everyone is firing in this series. Like, there is no way you can tell me that we know the result of Game 3 because of how back and forth it's been.
Well, depending on how much of a delay we are, maybe the production staff might hit us with some hints. No, I'm really excited to see what our Game 3 gives us, because so far it has been OMG wiping the floor with TES. Take a little bit of a break. TES basically having their way with OMG in Game 2, and now Game 3 should deliver on everything. I'm hoping this is a much more even game, although if we get any more cool level 1 shenanigans, I think this is a really interesting way for TS to potentially open up the rest of this series in the back half.
Oh, for sure, man. As we get into draft, this could have been match of the week. We know it could have been, and again, originally it was for a reason. As OMG go to blue side and Top Esports on red here again. Let's see how this unfolds. As Game 3 is upon us, I cannot wait to see what comes out in Game 3 draft, because already with the Rumble gone, Cassante gone, we know here it has to be the Nico ban or it has to be a Kai'Sa ban. What are Top Esports willing to give over that first pick? Last time, it was the Wukong, remember? Oh, like, they didn't want to give over the Wukong, or rather, they didn't care about giving it over. This time, OMG, is it going to be a priority on the Milio? No,
Wow.
good.
feels like we came back to the start of the split. It's like week 1 never even disappeared. We're still there. We're still getting our Nico first picks. Again, similar to our first game, OMG picking away 3 different champions away from Rookie, and then the 4th to say, we're going to take this Nico away from you. And now without the Annie as well for Rookie, I wonder what the choice is going to be. We've been talking about Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa seems like it's going to be a mainstay as we get further and closer to playoffs. But now here for TES, what jungler are they going to go for? Vi definitely works, but you already see a Nico on the opposite side. That is not something you want to be diving. Wukong is available. Viego, like we just saw. Maybe Tien dips into some more aggressive hooks. We have been seeing Kha'Zix still be very strong, as well as Xin Zhao. So instead, going for Rookie, wanting to get that mid lane matchup and still give him some lane priority with the Azir.
I mean, but the thing is, as you said, Ahri is available. No, sorry, actually banned by OMG, but the Vi mixed with Cream on something like Tristana is a possibility. He's also played the Kiana, which obviously not for the lane, but for the teamfight presence. I know we've already got the Nico there. I'm trolling myself a little bit. Maybe I should have been talking about topside. But things like the Renekton left open again for Shanji, and the Vi already hovered before. Let's see if Aki takes that or the Wukong. But still, my point being, a strong mid-jungle 2v2, regardless here for OMG, is been giving over.
Yeah, and a lot of tools to be able to disrupt Rookie. I like how much CC they have. Will be up to Aki to be able to reach level 6 pretty fast and see whether or not that they can destabilize this legendary mid laner. As small thing as we get further into the draft, this has felt like such a weird series, specifically for Shanji, who I don't think either really of our top laners have had the most amount of impact. I will say Wayward, even in their loss so far in this series, definitely feels like he's had more of a say into the direction of this game. Now getting the Poppy for himself, I'm liking where this is headed. Now, we've seen this matchup actually pop up in the LCS just today, and when we're looking at Poppy versus Renekton, Renekton is a manaless champion. He obviously has a resource, but for Poppy, this is gonna get better as the game goes on, but we're still looking at Renekton to be that early game driver for OMG in the top side. Now we gotta get to the back half of the draft.
I will just say, again, we can flex it around. Like, Tien has been a big Poppy player in the past, and versus not only Renekton, but the Wukong, Poppy just feels like it's something that's gonna do quite a lot of work here for TES as they ban away the Tristana, just in case for Abel in the bot side. And getting rid of Abel's Aphelios as well. It's like, now, where does he go? Are they going to be forced into a non-lethal Samira lane? Yeah, Rel banned away. Oh, you got to admit, like, that is so well-deserved because of how big this champion has been.
I wonder if this is actually just going to be that Samira game like you're talking about. It is into Poppy, which, again, is pretty awful. But if they're able to get Xayah Rakan here, you're feeling good. The support matchup is not the best. And if you're talking about wanting to be anti-dive, I love that we've gotten our Xayah here for OMG. It prevents a lot of what TS want to do, which has the Poppy and the Nautilus and Kai'Sa flying into that backline. And if you really need good threat, you obviously have Rookie and Wayward now potentially going to be on this Ornn. TES, their team composition wants to go late. They want to spend as much time in this game as possible. OMG, though, if they can throw good counter punches, they can still rock with the best of them. It's just that the range might be a little bit much for them to deal with it, especially with how tanky this top side can get between Poppy and Ornn.
I mean, what I see right now is OMG winning sides and mid-jungle 2v2 at its best here in not only skirmishes but through the lane. Can be abusable onto Rookie. OMG playing the early game, you so rightly said, and coming into this one, we know that OMG need to snowball a lead because otherwise that front to back, how deadly that's going to be and how hard it is going to be for OMG to get in range of people like Rookie especially. Hell, even Jackie Love back on the Kai'Sa. Was it worth it, OMG? Because as we go into game number 3, we get the epitome of these drafts. OMG have made things happen all series long. They have been very proactive and have been very innovative with how they play some of these skirmishes and fights. Top esports, it has been that individual skill factor from people like Jackie Love, Rookie, even Tien in the last game. Will it be enough to get them across the line here as the winner should be looking realistically at top 4? The loser, the chances of them making the top 4 gets even harder from here on out. Top esports will move to 10 with a win. OMG will move to 9 with a win as well. but the head-to-head will matter. The game score will matter. And overall, this is what they could look back on and say, this is how we made it into playoffs top 4. This is how we made it to Worlds. It's that important here. On our penultimate week of the LPL 2023 spring, we have only a week and a half remaining from here on out. And then playoffs. And then we're in playoffs again. Like, before you know it, LPL finals will have come and gone, and LCS will be in week 3.
Okay, hold up now. Why? I'm right here, man. Why are we getting pot shots, okay? Look, you guys have 4 slots, okay? We're barely looking at an international match between EU 4th seed and NA 4th seed, okay? I need every single bit of cope I can get.
I had to throw it in. I just had to, brother. Look.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know, we need the ecosystem, right? We need NA. We need LEC. I'm not sitting on a high horse here, dude. I'm from OCE. The LCO, we're going to struggle to get into Worlds. The PCS is a very strong region, and we struggle to even see our names on the charts. Dude, even being, you know, one of those teams that we're trying to obviously get for playoffs. If Vertex gets playoffs in our first split, holy poggers.
We take those.
Dude, playoffs in my first split? Man, imagine making playoffs. Oh, I'm sorry. This is shouldn't be.
No, okay, but here's my big play here, because I've been waiting for this. When we do see you in playoffs, I'm just gonna assume you're gonna make playoffs. If you do make it, imagine you then get pretty high up there. You guys do well. You guys have a Smurf miracle run. Then you go to play in PCS. You do your whole playoff run there. You make it to Worlds, and we can have Asterix at Worlds. That's what I'm waiting for. You know,
brother.
that's the dream line.
What a dream, man. That'd be so much fun. As good engagement from Mark. Jackie Love just popping out the damage onto Abel, gets a second skin. All I'll say is I would love to be a part of Worlds as a coach one day, man. That'd be so awesome. I think as well, because what I've learned so far is that, like, when you get on the inside and you start talking about draft and you start talking about, like, how to run games, it's just so much more interesting. As hold on that, because PB got nuked by Jackie Love and Mark. Hot damn, this duo. I thought Zaya and Rakan were going to do well at level 1, but they have just been blasted.
This is a really awful matchup for Rakan to play as now. Oh my god! Okay, Mark, there we go. Throw up the thumbs. That's what you love to see.
Summoners.
Emote game. Abel is not going to be playing this game for the next couple of minutes. Mark on this Nautilus is just looking magnetic with the hooks. And their junglers, they might be pathing bottom side, but Tien is already on this side of the map. Wukong has not finished their clear. Actually went for a little bit of a different one. Doesn't have red buff available to him. So may have tried to inverse some of this clear. Actually, Tien already has his, so just going to go for it. Has the flash available, and I didn't get to talk about it too much, but having Hex Flash on Tien is just beautiful. Let's see how this dive goes.
It's a Nautilus. A dive's coming through. Teleport going to be burned. PP Gold flashes away, but against the wall. Jackie Love trying to hit Abel. At 1 HP, flashes in. He knows he's dead anyway with Renekton. Tien is running for the hills. There's Jackie Love in the middle of the wave, going to die to Arky, but Tien now has to escape as Shanji chases him down. Mark not getting involved in that whatsoever, but it's a Renekton. He needs help. Rookie, help me! But he shoves away. The Scuttle Crab, his best friend, even goes for the smite. Oh, Tien, you disrespectful man. Shanji flashes Tien, matches, slides and dies. Is he going to die for this hammer shock under turret? Shanji gets him because Tien thought the Scuttle Crab was more important.
This is, alright, I'd like to welcome Tien to Blabbers Crabbers. Welcome to North America, buddy. It's time to learn English. You have been inducted immediately for that play after that. Wayward is going to get some alone time with this turret because of all of that. Shanji gets out with a kill, an assist. He will come out even or ahead with Wayward. Probably a little bit down in experience. What a first play coming out from both of our teams. I love that Shanji immediately to protect his bottom lane, or at least to go even, immediately teleports bot lane. What a fantastic start for the side of OMG.
I just can't believe Tien dies in the end because of the Scuttle Crab. We'll look again because this dive, I guess, was a success in the end.
Like, they get, so they do stop Abel from getting about a wave and a half here. This next wave is going to crash. Zaya will just respawn. So that wave is now under the turret. It's starting to stack. You can kind of see it. I'm just going to ignore this play because this was something. We're getting more action. Tien's back.
We are indeed. This game 3 is already delivering. Abel not going to be tagged by the W, but the second skin, the auto Jackie-Love 2-1-0. I mean, say all you want about Tien kind of griefing the last play. He's come back again, and Jackie-Love is Giga.
They got those early summoners out of bottom lane, and it makes it so difficult for the side of Abel and PPGod to actually get anything done. So more kills going over to TES. Tien is on a rampage. That first game, maybe he was just asleep. You know, it happens. Maybe he was behind on the times. He was getting warmed up for game 1 and used most of it to kind of say like, okay, now I'm ready for game 2. TS now 1,200 gold in advantage. We get a small replay. So what happened? It was initiated actually by the side of OMG. But their bot lane, again, just no summoners. So now this bot lane is in flux. We look to Abel as being that big carry. First couple backs, he's got a Doran's Blade as well as boots. While on the other side, Jackie-Love, he's packing almost the entire, what looks to be a Kraken Slayer here. So looks like we're getting away from that AP Kaisa build finally.
It's Carnivore Jackie-Love. There's no vegan build here, no vegetarian. Jackie-Love 20 CS up. 2-1-0 with a bounty on his Kaisa. And let's kind of remember how this game started that way. Like, Tien came bot. Tien committed everything for the bot dive. And while he died and while, you know, there's hilarity around that and Shanji was able to get resources, Jackie-Love denied the waves. You talked about it in the replay. Jackie-Love denied about a wave and a half. And now because of it is Wayward getting a full trade here. Oh, no! I don't even know how that misses, to be quite honest, but Shanji probably smiling.
Yes, spam the Toa, please. Just spam the Nico familiar from Stargate. Oh god, oh, that needs a question mark ping. That one hurts. I agree with you. I don't know how that misses, but there it goes, and it's gone now. So we'll be seeing what either of these two can do. EDG taking another bad trade. This is just one of the reasons why this matchup is so difficult to play. They'll be able to cross this. Yep. Thankfully for them, junglers are not nearby. Aki's actually pathing over here, so if they're really afraid of a dive, they can call for their jungler. But for the time being, it's just going to be a lot more of that, especially coming out from TES's bot lane.
I mean, yeah, continue to show dominance. What's new is, at least on the other side of the map, top esports aren't losing out too much apart from that ulti we saw as Aki now spotted out. You can see he's trying to give a bit of comfortability to Abel here in this lane. But Jackie-Love doesn't care. He's so strong, walks up, takes solo plating. And now Mark's just free to roam and help out with this Dragon Star.
They have so much control from the mid lane. I love that rookie, instead of just standing in mid lane, he uses his time, he pushes the wave, he'll move over to the bottom side river, and instead just is able to pick up this wave without missing all that much. Good use of the bottom lane. Now we need to see what can OMG do on the top side. You saw as the Dragon got started up, they immediately pinged for it.
No.
He's going to try and go for this dive again right before level 6. A good timer for them to look for any kind of play.
PPGod does have his flash available rather, so at least this time, regardless of the play, he's able to use it if he has to. But more importantly, Abel close to getting 6, so that might give him a bit more comfortability here in this game, despite that massive CS difference down in bot side. Herald being started up by Aki alone and Cream with shoved mid. This just seems like a done deal, so hopefully here OMG will be able to find a lane to start really abusing and get themselves back on track at least somewhere on the map, because Tien is not leaving bot alone.
Keep going, brother. He's got flash ready to go. He's actually going for the long way around as well. Will not have sweeper and will get caught out on this ward. So good job. Oh, if he just walks straight through the lane here. Abel, level 5, has those sums. He has to know. Just going to back up from this.
PB got into the wall. Dredgeline, will he get to move? No flash burn. Depth charge as well, but Abel is out of there. He didn't have his ult if he had to press it. So Mark may be hoping for a trade, but ultimately more plating for Jackie-Love. And Tien has set up a camp in the bottom side. This guy literally set up a Fable caravan in Fable 2 and just selling whatever wares he can down over to Jackie-Love and Mark. Wayward in the meantime going to be dope. Aki sends him up, but he flashes away. Cold Forge got under turret, and he survives. Sends them outward. Carry on, my wayward son.
Oh, OMG, their only play was to play towards top side. You had the Rift Herald. You were already playing to try and get Shanji a bigger advantage. It's 3 waves. 21 CS is not a reasonable enough amount for TES to say this was a losing trade for us. 1,500 gold in advantage and more of these bottom camps. Yet again, TES split open the map, playing completely towards their bottom side, leaving Wayward on an island. And that just means that OMG, they can do nothing. They couldn't find an advantage through draft. They're having Shanji play Renekton 2 games in a row. Without much more than that, they are slamming bot lane. Abel, unfortunately, is just not going to have a say.
But we know from OMG in this series is Cream getting bullied out and the ulti used. PP got good little engage as he burnt the flash to do so. I was going to say, OMG, we don't count them out. From what we've seen so far in this series, there is no way we count them out despite such a massive lead in the early game. It's only 1K, so massive may be understated as Shanji now going to be bullied out. The heroic shove into the wall, Bellows breath, and Shanji flashing over, but Wayward willing to commit as teleport also going to be burnt by OMG. That's Cream moving to top side, and Rookie just got the shove in towards mid. So unfortunate from Cream that he had to burn something so vital in this game that Top Esports must be happy about taking away.
God, I'm watching the AD carries right now. Abel's going to have to reset. It's a minute and a half before Dragons, who should be fine. Jackie Love wants every single one of these plates right now. That play topside, I'm kind of sad. I'm going to be real. Because for Top Esports, they should have gotten that kill on Shanji. Good flash coming out from Renekton will save his life, but it's another plate here. 4 of them, 2 of them solo here for Jackie Love. So that gold is going to get worse and worse. He'll be able to get back out on the map. TPGod doesn't have flash, so any pick onto him should be one that feels a little bit more permanent. And especially when we're talking about the second drag on the map, OMG want to be the ones to contest, want to be the ones to say that they have something to do. But instead, they're going to avoid this play entirely. Aki is topside, has the Rift Tail. They're going to try and get some plates for Abel.
Not much you can do, though. Cyclone doesn't want to be wasted here. As you said, Dragon's coming up as Jackie Love just gets solo turret first blood. I mean, even though I was saying, like, in this series alone, OMG have made amazing comebacks. This one's going to be a little bit harder. Abel needs to become a little bit more relevant, and at least with this turret trade in top side, he will. But TES now committing towards the bot side. Minion wave thinned out, but they want Shanji. Can you kill a Renekton? That's the new question. Under turret, W misses Shanji. Never mind. Killer Instinct dodges PP God.
Wow.
I am sorry I doubted. Jackie Love is God.
Oh, let's go. Jackie Love and the rest of the team, honestly, for punishing that. Shanji should just never be there in that situation. Very confident, overly so, and gets punished correctly by TES. I love that in all of these plays, whether it be a bot side roam, whether it be that dive under the turret, Rookie is always in frame. Whether he's actually getting an assist or not is a different story, but he is constantly moving, and Cream unable to deal with the pressure of a Nazir in this play. As we get to take a recap of this, I mean, look at where all of OMG have put their eggs. It is in top side. It is in Abel getting back into this game and trying to have an impact. And I love that PP-God was at least trying to protect his top laner, but it turns into 2 kills, and it turns into more and more damage onto these structures. So now they'll get into this map, second dragon of the game at 13 and 45, and it is about 2,000 gold, and almost all of this has to be in Jackie Love's pocket. They'll take this dragon, and they can burn this down. It will be OMG. If they grab this, it'll be a steal. It'll be a miracle team fight, which you've seen from them in this series.
At 3K, though, Dragon hasn't been done just yet. OMG have been great with team fights and skirmishes in this series. Let's see if Dom needs to see a therapist as OMG walking on in. Wayward thinking about it. Dredgeline in again. Call the Forge God. Going to be layered down. Wayward, it's just the disengage. As TS gets second Dragon. And there's another objective piled on top as Tien just waiting for someone to walk in. It is PP God, though, so nothing pulled.
Now for OMG. Rift Herald spawning in 20 seconds. Good job from TES, again, stacking up a Dragon win condition here. Another Hextech Soul. They really, whoever is in charge of the souls this game, they want this game to be pretty one-sided, because getting that soul is so broken. It gives such good stats just in general. So being able to see that, this should be their Rift Herald. Aki, however, clearing out this top side, balling as well, taking a recall. Remember, with Hextech Soul, it is much easier to get back out into these positions. But you see right now, I mean, Rookie's just keeping push. Congratulations to our solo laners here. I mean, Rookie, the most legendary 0-0-0-0 I've seen in a long while. I haven't seen too many Azirs this split so far, but he just has had so much impact, and it's not going to be reflected in the scoreline. Something that, if you only look at the match history for this game, you're not going to be able to see what Rookie did.
No, again, I mean, it's been clean stuff, but I think in the annals of history, it'll be about how Top Esports brought this series back if it gets to that point. As double ulti from Tien onto Herald, he just takes it from under their thumb, blocks them off, and Tien dealing with the whole team. As over the wall, he survives for now, but over the Q, the ignite. Oh, Tien!
No way, no
Cream
way.
flashed over. Go to the fight, Cream, ignore Tien. Everyone is dying as Top Esports get Rookie out of there alive. Mark as well, Jackulove repossession. And while they tried so hard to kill Tien, it was all a ruse.
It was all a dream. They used to read Word Up magazine. No, OMG, come on, man. You fall apart at the Rift Herald fight. That's not what you wanted to see. TES, they had such a perfect fight. We talked about it from draft, having this Azir, having this Kai'Sa. They can take objectives incredibly fast, and no one is firing at the back line here. It is so much focus onto Tien, onto the front line. Mark and Tien just doing a fantastic job. This ultimate to start means it's so impossible. 62 HP and an auto attack on the way. That should have been their Rift Herald. But Tien, I don't know if it was him being a little bit cruel to them or maybe just the smite timing was not there. But everything just completely dashed in front of OMG.
How, like, look at his positioning. I mean, I feel like I've talked about him too much this series, but Jackulove, this split is back. Like, this man is on a mission, 7-1-2, watching him kite out and path around, like, 2.5 items now. That'll be 3 shortly. And OMG here in this series have had so many great moments. But Top Esports in his final game are outclassing as Jackulove ulti's in. Great ulti from Wayward. I mean, the synergy right now between this AD carry and his team is legendary.
-1 to Jackulove for disrespecting the top lane rules of engagement for solo kills. That should have been Wayward's, and Jackulove, as a fellow marksman player, -1, but also +1, because I would love to take all those kills. Mark now probably going to get caught out, but Jackulove is
ulting
here.
in. I mean, Mark wants to get
Good
away
flash.
from there. He's flashing out, but look who he's left with. Jackulove taking out PB God. Oh, Mark still not dead. Aki trying so hard, but you've just given over another double. Every single time OMG commit to one member and it's not Jackulove, you're dead.
I just feel like OMG are tilted at right now. They're so far behind. They're trying to make every play happen, but nothing is working for them. Top side, they get blown up. Jackulove, Kai'Sa ults in, and then without missing a beat, Jackulove goes right back mid lane, and they're able to find a fight almost immediately, trying to catch out Mark. Jackulove has 11,000 gold. He has almost double the highest next, and that's Wayward. That next one is able. If Jackulove doesn't get POG for this one, it's again a robbery of our AD carries here. He is 10-1-2. He wants to dispel any of the rumors of, is Jackulove off? Is this guy going to fall off in playoffs? He is looking stronger and stronger with every series that we get closer coming into this postseason.
Look, again, when Kai'Sa's back in meta, you know, there are a couple of people you think of. You think of Gala, and you think of the man who's got a skin on it as well. 10-1-2 is OMG moving into position here because it's third dragon. And it's a 7k or 6,500 gold disadvantage for OMG. But we know with their comp, they have to fight.
Every single bit, they need to be able to find kills. I mean, you have this Zyre Rakan. You were supposed to be able to do something in lane. You got the support counter pick. Let's see, Mark over this wall. They know he's here. Cream is backing, and they're not going to be able to do anything. They're going to be too late.
Dominus knocked away. Aki is just sent out by Tien. Call the force, got Pop Blossom rolling in from Cream. It's great, but look again. Look at the back line as he flies not in. Jackie! Once more, give it up for the world champion. Jackulove, you are an animal.
And he has to look at his mid laner. He looks at all that damage they did. Rookie takes one of those kills, prevents us from seeing a JackeyLove pentakill. They're going to be able to end the game yet, but they're going to take this Baron on spawn. 20 minutes. They're going to go ahead and start this up. They're winning across the board. With this win, it should be TES with no other upsets happening in the future. Should be them going in the future. I got baited by the Nico clone. That's my bad. I'm a noob. But who is not is JackeyLove, who's completely untouched in this fight. Able to just get CC to hell and back. Unable to do much. That JackeyLove ultimate straight into the backline. Killer Instinct in that Q just rips apart everybody. They get the dragon as well. This game is done, Hysterics. We are looking at TES to close out this game, close out this series. Oh.
Each game progressively better. OMG have started this series well in game 1. Again, game 2 even. There were some great back and forth moments, but this one is nothing of the sort. 14-1-3. Remembering that the kill score record in the LPL is set by Bo at 16, I believe, or at least 17. Either way, JackeyLove is close to making history here in the LPL and setting up Top Esports to look likely to take the top 4 position as all things come, as Cream is going to come in for the pick. JackeyLove no cleanse into GA. Okay, the man we talk out is now given an opportunity to OMG as Wayward saves him. He Killer Instincts out. BB God can't kill him. No way. After GA, he flushes out. W through as well. Rookie cleans up the rest of JackeyLove. Is now flushing in. Running forward, this man knows no fear as the rest of the team have only Shanji to take their anger out on. Forward he goes once more as Cream runs for his life. And naturally, Top Esports will now just take the base.
They've got the Baron. They'll be able to finish this up. JackeyLove, man, 37% of his team's damage right now. 6,000 gold up. This gold lead is entirely him at this. I mean, it's 12,000. He has half of that. That is an incredible amount of a lead that he was able to put up. And it has been him. When we look at late game team fights, when we look at the win conditions for TES, it is him and him and Rookie that have really started to fire off. And this time around, this series has been all about our AD carries, bar none. We thought top lane was going to be it. We thought something was going to maybe happen in mid lane. But JackeyLove just survives. Guardian Angel being the most important purchase in this game.
If anyone's out there, I think you need to hop in. I mean, we know there's people out there. Guys, let's check on Dom. You know, in this series, it matters so much. OMG still already in playoffs. Hopefully he's happy with this, but this is OMG now in game 3, completely collapsed upon. 15-1-4. It is JackeyLove and 4 wards, even though they're so fed themselves. All it takes is OMG to kill JackeyLove and the aggression stops, but each and every time it's been harder and harder. No summoners up now until that cleanse in a few moments. But with this poke coming through under turret, with Baron minions doing a bit of work, they step up and OMG step back.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and you know, maybe some JackeyLove as well. Got to give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game is over, right? Like, they're gonna have mid wave crashing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, JackeyLove sharing the kills as for Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in JackeyLove, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills. This man is going to playoffs firm and strong, but JackeyLove right now looks like a man going to Worlds, setting the record in the LPL. 18 kills, the Maniac, and Top Esports are showing up big, like a team that wants to fix the mistakes against the team that took them out of the runnings for MSI. As they stand in front of the Nexus, TES will move to 10 and move to a bloody big name in the back of our minds heading into playoffs.
10-4 is what this roster will move up to. Fantastic stuff from the side of Top Esports, as going against OMG, I'm sure there was a lot of preparation going into this series. They already lost to them in spring during the regular season. They lost to them in playoffs, getting knocked out, and what led to OMG getting that top 4 performance out of the spring playoffs. And now here, winning here, obviously we've been talking about it, should lock them for top 4. Maybe at worst you get 5th. But, I mean, what an insane performance. The rest of their schedule, Ultra Prime and Anyone's Legend. That should be the lock-in. That should be Top Esports making 12-4. And at that point, then we're looking at maybe even shooting up a little bit more into the standings there. You're starting to get into that 3rd, 4th territory. And that right there buys so much time for them, especially when how early they went out into that last bracket.
Man, such a series. Kill record, I believe. Some people are messaging me saying Viper got 19. In what world? When did Viper get 19? Show me pictures. Because I'm not believing it right now. I thought it was Bo. But again, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see. From my information, I've been told 16 or 17 was the kill record. But either way, look, it's either first or second, like Jackie in that game. What a remarkable result on his champion. And he's informed this split. This goes back to our conversation at the start. Like, Jackie has been playing the most consistent out of anyone in TES. And even all 3 games now, Jackie was an influential member, getting even more influential as the games went on.
This just means the rest of the LPL broadcast has a responsibility to make sure everybody in international events, if we see Top Esports, they need to be spreading the gospel. Jackie Love is back.
True.
He's back in business. He's back in town. There's no Jackie Int. We're getting rid of that. That was one tournament, guys. One time. Okay? It happens. He's back. And that's all that matters, because everyone's going to come in, they're going to watch the international, and they're going to be like, oh, Jackie Love's back. He's going to run it down. No. We're hopefully in the era where we get an incredibly competitive top 4 between our bot lanes. I mean, Elkanon, obviously Ruler and Missing are looking fantastic. But if our backups or our 3rd and 4th are potentially, I mean, now looking at like Jackie Love, and that's a tough bout when you have 4 seeds going in international.
Yeah. Again, when you have 4 seeds and one of them could be Jackie Love, like that's insane. One of them could be this Top Esports. I mean, alternatively, like OMG could also be another. We have seen so many great moments from OMG, and today's compliments for OMG aren't just because they're runners up. We have to talk about them. OMG have shown us so much. Like, it's just that individual skill from people like Rookie, from people like Jackie Love that I think sometimes overcome people like Abel, Cream, right? They still have great skill, but their history and the top tier, that ceiling that by some players seems unbeatable. That's what you get out of TES. But OMG still, I mean, they still have a chance to try and make top 4 themselves. They're going up against a team like LNG who have been a little bit inconsistent themselves, so we don't know. OMG still have a chance, but today, still that series that you wanted to win, because it will hurt you in the future if all things go to plan for LNG and for TES for the rest of the split.
Yeah, when we're looking at them, real quick at looking at their schedules, TS, they did actually lose in the first week up against LNG, so if there's a head-to-head there, that might actually stop them from breaking number 3. And for OMG, they actually just lost to LNG as well, so neither of them are going to have that kind of head-to-head if they are contesting for that spot. We talked about at the beginning of the day, Thunder Talk as well. We've got an interview as well here. We're looking at Top Esports, so I think we just head right into it.
Yeah, we do indeed. It's with Rookie as well, so we'll hear from the legendary man in the mid lane. What's up with TS and how they feel after that exciting win?
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Rookie, the mid laner for Top Esports. Congratulations on your win. It is a reverse sweep. So the first question for you, how did the guys review your Game 1's performance before the Game 2? Because you guys totally showed a better form in the rest of 2 games. 欢迎 Rookie 来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜滔博在今天这场比赛中拿下比赛的胜利，同时又是一场让1追2嘛，所以想问一下，在2、3局之前，输到第1局小失1城之后，你们做了什么样的复盘呢？因为在2、3局队伍都展现出了非常具有统治力的表现。
首先我们第1局输完之后，我们在后台复盘，就说，因为第1场的最大输的原因就是我们前面的也去打架，没有足够的沟通吧，然后导致猴子我们的打野死了之后，我们的节奏有点手断，然后我们中期的打团其实已经打回了不少，但是我们中期的打团的 就是不太果断，就一直让对面 poke 我们也没开对面，所以我们导致就输掉比赛。所以我们第2场就尽量对面今天手热的英雄，尽量不要让他们拿，然后我们也很擅长的东西，我们自己拿可能更舒服一点。
So first of all, maybe in the early game we took a lot of team fights or skirmishes, but when our jungler Wukong was dead, maybe we didn't manage to had a better communication around this part. And coming to the mid game, we just let our opponent make so much poking damage to us. Maybe that was a little bit hard for us to deal with. So before the game 2, we just want to adjust our Bampi strategies a little bit because just like get some our signature champions to make us play more comfortably in the game 2 and game 3. And coming game 2, as I mentioned earlier, you got Nico. We know this is one of your signature champions and you won MVP. You did a perfect job around the mid jungle or top mid jungle synergy. So how would you evaluate your performance on Nico? And how did you manage to set up your early game plans, especially around the first Rift Hold team fights? From that team fights, you just snowball the game very quickly. 那么就像 Rookie 选手提到的，在第2局的时候，我们看到队伍这边拿到了一些你们很舒服的英雄，比如说 Nico 也是你的招牌之一，并且是成功拿到了 MVP 嘛。想问一下，在拿到这个英雄之后，你觉得会对你们的上中野啊、中野的协作，在这个方面会有更多提高吗？因为从游戏当中我们可以看出，第一个先锋团之后，你们几乎就是滚起了雪球，拿下了比赛。
首先其实没想到对面一手就是第一选没选Nico，我还能让我自己选。其实，我觉得他们 BP 就我没想到吧。然后后面我们还在考虑到底拿不拿Nico嘛？我觉得这个不拿没道理，因为我对这个英雄本来就很自信。然后我们第1场就是输完之后，我们要更加强势一点。所以我们如果拿出Nico加佛野哥这样的中野组合，我们已经是前面的滚雪球，就是只要我们打得足够好，绝对能让对面玩得很难受。所以就感觉就效果已经打出来了，所以我们玩得比较舒服吧。
So first of all, maybe in the Bampi phase, I didn't expect that they will let Nico open because this is one of my signature champions. I play Nico very well. I'm very confident on this champion. So in Bampi phase, maybe we thought about if we should pick Nico, but I think since I'm very confident, so that just pick Nico. And also, as you can see, we got a Viego jungle, Nico mid this duo, which makes us have a better synergy. And as long as we manage this competition very well, we can snowball the game, we can get the lead very smoothly, and we can play very comfortably around this part. And come to the game 3, I saw you pick Azir. When I saw you pick Azir, I thought, oh, maybe the top esports wants to play late game. You want to get a late game draft. But especially specifically in game situation, you managed to snowball leads very quickly. You got almost 10k golden leads in 20 minutes. So tell us more something about game 3. 那么其实来到第3局的时候，当我们看到 Rookie 选手拿到沙皇，可能在想滔博是不是想要打一个后期阵容，但是还是没有想到第3局的比赛还是很快的，你们就结束了滚雪球，几乎在中期就打到了1万竞技差。所以跟我们聊一下第3局的情况吧。你觉得获胜的关键是什么呢？
首先我们大概考虑就是想到对面首选Nico，然后对面还搬了就是好像后面就搬了很多中单英雄，但是我觉得沙皇这英雄打Nico是只要你对线能力就是很充分的话，绝对是能处理这个Nico这个英雄的，甚至还能就反压对面，就差不多就我效果打出来了吧，然后Nico也是一个前期必须要打出优势的英雄，如果没有打出什么优势，这英雄就是越打越后期是不如对面中单英雄的，所以我觉得拿到我们阵容，然后一直看到我们下路一直就杀对面，感受吧已经有这种感觉吧。
So first of all, from the Bampi phase, they got Nico as a first pick, and they also banned a lot of mid champions. So I just pick Azir, who can manage to fight against Nico very well. As long as you have decent leaning ability, you can play like 50 to 50, or you can just overwhelm Nico in mid lane. And I also want to give credit to our bot lane. They got so many kills, they smashed very well. So that we can, as long as we manage very well, we just took this game. So the final question for you, you still have 2 games to play in regular season. I know you have already qualified for the playoffs, but as top esports, you do want to make higher in standings. So what's your expectations in upcoming the rest of 2 matches of regular season？ 最后一个问题，现在常规赛来说，对于 Top 来说只剩2场，但是我们相信之前在 Top 已经进入到季后赛之后，你们是想在排位上面取得一些更高的顺位的，所以对接下来2局比赛有什么期待吗？
首先每一场比赛都不能就没有说很不重要的比赛嘛，然后剩下2场我们必须要拿下，然后我们保持好我们比较不错的排名，然后进入到季后赛之后，我们好好备战一下。
So first of all, I do think every match matters a lot, and we do want to win every match in the upcoming matchups to make us get higher standings. And coming to the playoffs, we also will be prepared for playoffs, try to keep our form in that. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢 Rookie 来到我们的赛后采访，也期待滔博之后精彩的表现。Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Christine, and thank you to Rookie. Always a longer interview because I feel like Rookie's one of those players who gives actual answers to questions as well. Never holds back, which is nice. But hey, ultimately, you know, Rookie also saying that he got that Nico pick. He was surprised to get the Nico pick here in parts of the series, as a lot of teams know that he's playing it, and it's one of his best champions at the moment. But regardless, good to hear out of the mid laner as Jackie Love gets MVP. We know that. We know he gets MVP. He got 18 kills, but as you found out in our little break, it's not the record. Jackie Love has been beaten by Viper, who got 19 on Kalista. But hot damn, was he close.
Even if he leaves the region, Viper still can be felt. The echoes of his life force are still here in the LPL. Jackie Love getting damn close to it though, with 18-2 on this champion. I mean, not even with a 92% KP, that's kind of what you expect when you have such a ridiculous scoreline. And almost 40% of his damage. I mean, him and Rookie were just doing so much work. I would not be surprised if this was also another one where we see Mark actually pick up a potential Paw, because his hooks were what led this game to be so devastating for OMG.
Again, like, it was such good potential, but ultimately, I mean, oh, God, every time.
Gotta give it to him,
just
man.
Watching him in every fight, positioning great, waiting for the feathers to be down before ulting in. Almost got a penta here in this game, as this was the time when Jackie Love almost died again. But the problem was is that he had GA, and Wayward is just his bro, like being a big meat shield in front.
I will also say maybe production was feeling extra generous, because I know we have some AP Kaisa haters in the chat. So as long as we went the AD build, production was happy. Us on the air were very happy with how he played. I'm sure the audience and, you know, chat was having a lot of fun. Hey man, this was really good stuff for TES, and a very good showing, especially up against a similar top 6 team in OMG, to be able to show off, hey, this is the form we are. Like Christina said in the interview, like we've been talking about, they only have 2 more matches. At max, it's 6 games. I don't expect for either of those series to go to 3. So this is the form I think we're going to get from Top Esports going into playoffs.
Yeah, ultimately, like, this is now an easy run that they should be maintaining the form, as you said, getting to 12-4, finishing their split, and a top 4 position should lie in wait for them. Because right now, with that loss, OMG can only make it to 12. But remember, they've still got the likes of EDG. And then the difficulty is getting the game differential, especially if TES continue 2-0ing. On top of that, head-to-head might come into it. Top Esports now have that for them as well, as they've currently moved to 3rd. I'm just looking at LNG, for example. They've got TT, LGD, NIP. That's another team that's in the way of OMG. And it feels like that is all winnable as well. And LNG have great game differentials. So, again, our top 4 might stay the same here or there. It just feels like small movement within positions is all we're really going to see at this point.
This was potentially going to be OMG's spot to try to make that upset, to try to say, like, hey, let's punch above our weight or above the belt here. And unfortunately, they do fall. Doesn't mean we should take anything away from them. They are still a very, very good team and a solid team. coming into the day, I thought that this was going to go to 3. I know that we were expecting this to go all the way. And I'm glad that it delivered, because now we get to look at OMG. How do they bounce back? They're going to have a very easy layup in terms of their schedule for the rest of the season. We obviously have been highlighting that EDG matchup coming in week 7. I'm looking forward to how they come back, how they're able to kind of constitute the parts and get ready for playoffs as a top 6 team.
Ultimately as well, I mean, this team, like, it's so exciting to watch, OMG and Top Esports alike, because their final games, they're still showing they're a top team. I've just been distracted by something, though. I've noticed, because of that loss, because Top Esports found a win, BLG have just been locked into top 4. Now, that is because they've also beaten Top Esports, so they have to head-to-head. But BLG have just been locked into top 4, thanks to that win in the form that Top Esports just found it. So, I'm not sure on the actual specifics, but I mean, BLG, we already knew they're going to be locked into top 2 most likely unless something goes wrong. They are one of the best teams alongside JDG right now. But ultimately, thank you to Top Esports, I guess BLG is saying, as we look at today's results. And again, this is what you expected, I guess, but maybe the last series not the way you expected it.
Yeah, I mean, this has all of our higher seeds ending up winning. These two teams between TES and OMG, they were very close to each other. This was 4th and 5th. OMG going to stay down at 5th. The LGD series, I loved what Ashin and Nightmare were talking about, where LGD, their first game always looks the best, and unfortunately they're not able to close it out. And that second game, I was ready for them to go to 3. I didn't even have a shirt on. I was ready to go. We were like trying to boot up VMix. I was chilling, and then they started losing. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I have to get ready now. I have to be extra ready already to go for our series that we had on the back end there. This is a look at our standings. Our top 6, like we were saying, already locked in 4 final spots for 16, not 16, what is this? This is way too many teams to count. There are a lot of teams that want to be able to make it, and it's those bubble ones that we're looking at 6 and 6.
Yeah, look, NIP should feel confident. If they take any more losses, though, I mean, teams like RA, FPX, there is a chance that 10th position can get snuck away. Hell, even RNG are in a similar position, but 4 spots left remaining here in the LPL. And the interesting thing is, we're in the penultimate week. A lot of the time, LPL, the final spots are decided by the last 2 or 3 days. But again, this split feeling very different, as there's just a chance with NIP playing tomorrow, with NIP playing RA, then FPX, that they could be the ones to lock themselves into 8 in the start of the next coming week. Because speaking of the schedule, let's look tomorrow, because there are some great games tomorrow. Teams that need to lock in, teams that need to get themselves to a comfortable position. 8 now looking like a firm favorite, as WERNG is the most important one of tomorrow by far.
Yeah, that one is going to have super big implications. It's the closest in terms of the seeding that we have here, and in terms of the standings. WE and RNG is a must-win for both of these. There's only one victor that can come out, so very exciting. I feel bad for NIP because they're like, we're setting up, they're on the cusp, they're on the bubble of making it in or out of playoffs, and they have to go up against BLG to start. That one hurts. That one's definitely like a shot to the knee immediately. OMG versus TT, we expect OMG to take care of business, but TT, they've had some surprise wins throughout the season so far, and I'm not going to say that OMG are 100% out of it, but they just lost today. I always have a soft spot for my boy 1XN, so fingers crossed if you're a TT fan that maybe some upsets go on.
I mean, look, TT still not out of playoffs technically as well. Like, there are miracle runs to be made. But I will say, OMG playing back-to-back, that's, harsh after today, but at least it's a team like TT. At least it's not their EDG series that they still have left, because otherwise, I don't know what we'd be saying into how unfair it could be. But again, that's the split we have. Teams play back-to-back because the schedule's so cramped in. So without further ado, I mean, OMG with a loss today, but it should be at least revitalizing tomorrow as they try and move their way up and still challenge the top 4 position. I'm Mysterix. I'm joined by Olk Battery. Thank you again, Olk, for casting with me for the first time. It has been an absolute pleasure. It is bye for now, but not forever. Guys, go get some sleep. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow as always.